Grace?
I'm in Australia. What about you?
I'm from Turkey. Australians speak English, right? So it's your native language.
Yes, sir.
So can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you enroll to this group?
Because the
Just
Earth is
because of
flat.
or this flat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about others?
Others.
You want to hear from other people? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can speak, but just like I said, like 25 or 30 people in here. I can calculate.
Should we all start talking over the top of each other?
No, I'm coming from a really smaller groups that people are speaking constantly. So this is this is weird. This comes weird just because of this.
Oh, yeah. Well, a lot of us in here know each other, and we've had many conversations with each other, so we just wait for new people to arrive and question them.
Ah, that's cool. Okay, I can introduce myself if you want.
Go right ahead, yeah.
Okay, I'm Halil from Turkey. I'm 26 years old. I'm a computer engineer and also a game developer. I'm developing mobile games nowadays, and I like to play chess, and I like to go to the fitness. If you want to ask something, I can answer it.
Yeah, if DJ was in here, he'd play some speed chess.
Speed chess is not for me, I think, because it's just like a reflex. Okay, if you have a good time playing chess, you can play it, but I think it makes people playing worse on other type of game, like a bullet or a rapid game. It affects the other type of time limitations.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. I don't play much. I mean, I played chess in the past, but I don't currently play. So, well, that's cool. There were a lot of us here from different parts of the world. I'm from the U.S. of A. Yeah, I believe, or I should. I know the Earth is flat, and that's kind of what this panel's about. Is the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
If you have any questions for us, go ahead and fire them off.
So you want me to debate about the Earth is flat or round?
It's not so much a debate. It's you don't debate measurements. We're
Okay,
just kind of here to.
Sorry,
Go ahead, yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead.
State the reasons, please. Why do you think Earth is flat?
Well, it measures flat, for one. Two, water. Water's a good. Water's flat. What do they say? 70% of our Earth is supposedly covered by water, and when water lays at rest, it's flat. We can do tests over water
So
to prove that.
Okay, where is the end of the planet?
I don't know. Never been there.
So there has to be some people, right?
I don't know. Has there? Is there an end?
Hold on,
Okay.
hold
Yeah.
on. You said where is the end of the planet? Why
Yeah.
do you think the Earth is a planet?
Planet? Yeah, I just
Yeah,
assumed
we
it.
don't think that we're just floating in outer space. If you want to conceptualize what we think Earth is, the Earth
Yeah,
is the floor of everything. So when you
Lord.
say where is the edge of Earth, you're
Yeah.
asking where is the edge of the floor.
Okay.
You see how ridiculous that sounds?
No, I don't think. Uh,
If I told you to go find me the edge of the floor, what
okay.
would that mean?
It depends where I am. For example, in my house, I know where the edge is my floor, right? If I'm on a basketball stage or any kind of every
Okay,
surface has
what's at the edge of
an
your floor? What's
it,
at the edge of your floor
and it ends on my walls. But just
on your
I'm
wall?
gonna
Okay,
yeah,
and then
it ends
where do
where
you go after that? Can you go anywhere after that?
no,
No. Okay.
but
So there
I
is
can
no
see
edge. There is no edge to jump off of. We don't know
yeah.
the boundaries,
So can
right?
you see any kind of walls on the surface of the earth?
No. Why would you?
Because your metaphor was the my
How far?
room.
How
Uh,
far do you think you can see?
Me, actually,
Yeah.
I see the Felix jump. Have you seen the Felix jump?
What is that?
Have you seen the Felix, the most popular people on the earth that can jump from the
Red bull
outer
looking.
of the space to
Oh,
the
Felix
earth?
Baumgartner.
Yeah,
Yeah, he wasn't even high enough to see the curve.
he didn't. You say he didn't or he did?
He didn't see the curve.
Uh,
Yeah,
Actually, it was about
according to
he.
mathematicians,
Do you know
he was only 2 millimeters off of a was it like a
which
30-inch diameter ball? 2 millimeters.
which mathematicians are those, bro? I'm gonna state my reasons.
Astrophysicians,
Okay, no, that's I'm gonna reveal my
like
idea.
like
I'm gonna say I'm gonna
do you know
stand my idea.
do you know who
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Who? Can you say it again?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No.
No, he's a famous astrophysicist.
Okay.
He's a science communicator.
Okay.
Yeah, he says that uh, it would have been more honest if
Hmm.
they didn't use wide angle lens cameras to give the illusion that there's Earth curve at that height.
Okay.
That it's dishonest.
Just
I
in
put it.
order to sorry, in order to state my reasons, I'm gonna stand a lot of examples I can say for this topic. Uh, it's a really bad thing to argue with the people believes that the Earth is a surface, not around. But I'm just doing it because I need to practice in English. So uh,
Well,
that's
yeah,
my whole.
I'll give you an example of how you can measure a curved surface.
No,
The
you
way
don't.
you
Please,
measure a
please,
curved
please.
surface is you
Yeah,
shoot a straight edge over the surface. That straight edge becomes a tangent to the curved surface. And what
yeah.
you'll see is that there will be a measurable drop over distance as
Yes.
you get further and further away from the tangent. And so when
Yeah,
we go out and measure for the curvature of the Earth, we don't find a tangent. What we find is that the surface of the Earth is parallel to the straight edge.
yeah. Actually, do you know the size matters? Because if you were on a ant size, can you say that? Would you say that the trees or the my metaphor was to we are too small to calculate your idea, your calculations because do you know what is the we
We're
are
not the ones with the calculation. You are.
yeah because just I'm gonna say something, okay? Do you know how?
Your Earth size,
But
it
just
actually
wait a
is very
second, please.
measurable.
Wait a second, please. Okay.
Okay.
You're stating just only your reasons. I'm gonna assume that I couldn't answer that. Now I'm going to say mine. For example, do you know how GPS works?
Yeah, fairly.
Can you explain it to us, please?
Yeah, it uses a latitude longitude coordinate system based off
What
of
is
the
it?
celestial
No,
sphere.
no, what is the latitude and longitude system? Where does it come from?
The celestial sphere.
Sorry?
It comes from the celestial sphere.
So I don't know what celestial means. Just wait a second, please.
It's in the sky. That it comes from the sky. It's observing the
So
sky.
so how they're uh um how they don't fall into the ground or uh go outside of the earth?
What?
How they stay? How the satellites stay on the earth? The um, above the earth's surface? How this happen?
They use there's a lot of them on balloons.
Sorry?
There's a lot of them on balloons.
On balloons?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
The balloons and satellites are not the same. Balloon is going up because of the uh, a, a little bit different thing. I wait a second. Density, yeah. The density of the balloons inside the different than the air, and it goes to the up, right? But the satellite, but
Yeah,
the
they use
satellite,
high altitude
but the
balloons.
sat, yeah,
They
but
have
the
different ways
satellite,
of using it.
no. Satellites
Would you like me to show you
are
some videos
static.
of them?
Satellites are static. If you go to
Static.
the
All right.
NASA or the any kind of it doesn't have to be
Hmm.
American satellites.
That's what they
There's
tell us.
Soviet that there are Soviet satellites.
Satellites.
There are
Yep.
there are different kind of satellites. The
Yeah.
the people
We know. Do
sent
you
them.
remember? Do you
People
remember a
sent
couple of
them.
years ago?
Just listen to me, please.
All right.
From different country, different people, and their enemy to them. For example, Russia and USA. They sent
They're not enemies,
satellites.
man. They trade with each other. They're not enemies.
Yeah, politically and historically, yes, you are.
They're not
Uh,
enemies. That's just a
maybe
kabuki theater.
maybe not today. It was.
That's for
It
dumb
will.
people like you and me. That's not them. They're rich. They trade with each other left and right, man.
And do you recall a couple of years ago that America shot down a Chinese spy satellite?
Yeah.
You remember that? It was attached
Yeah.
to a balloon. It was on a balloon.
Yeah, they were
And they
like,
What
called
was
it
oh,
a
the Chinese are so stupid. They have it on a balloon. They don't have real satellites in orbit. They have it on balloons.
yeah, and they called it a satellite, a spy satellite.
Oh, just wait a second. I'm gonna send you just one link. Okay. There is a link for the real live view of the satellite on this website, if you believe that.
How do you know it's live?
Oh my God.
How do you know it's live from an Instagram account or a television? How do you know that? This suspicion kills you if you think that way.
It doesn't kill me. I'm not worried about it, man. You're the one worried about it.
No, I'm just debating about it. I know
You're
it's
just,
the
you're
Earth
the
is
only
round.
one worried about it. Oh my
No,
gosh,
no.
satellites.
The idea, even in this in today, the debating it is really, with all due respect, it's stupidity I don't want to offend you guys, because in the history, even the Egyptians and the historic old people didn't think that the Earth is flat. Maybe
Doesn't
1,000
matter.
or 2,000 years ago, because
So now you're
they
just going to laugh at it. Who measured the Earth to be a sphere so that they could put satellites in orbit?
uh, I don't have any answer for that.
Don't you think that would be important in order to be able to send a satellite in orbit so they would know how to uh, make
Do
it go
you?
fast
If
enough to
I were
follow the
you,
curvature of the Earth?
so if I were you a name, if I were give you a name, you would be okay with it. Because there are
I
certain
would
people
evaluate it.
on the no, there are certain peoples in even history, for example Aristo, and for example in I'm from Turkey, by the way, I told you,
Yeah,
Ibn Sina, and there are some kind of famous people in the history that
right,
cumulative information comes today, right?
right.
So
We have to look at what they did and see if it
yeah,
stands true, like holds true, right?
for example, we have a man before this whole systems came up. The guy, the name is the in Turkish Piri Reis, but in English I'm gonna look for it. It's a lot more before today. He created the Earth map by itself, by himself. Just wait a second. I'm gonna look for his name.
So he made a cartoon of land and sea.
Uh,
Are you talking about
Dirt and water.
Piri Reis?
yeah, Piri Reis. Yes.
So some dude created a cartoon, and that's enough for you.
So what was how did you um, reach the conclusion of the earth is flat? So you don't believe anything people created about the earth is round? So what is the beneficial of the people that say is earth is uh, round? So why do people say that?
Because it's easier just to say that because of the celestial sphere. But regardless, what I tried to tell you earlier, if you want to measure curvature, you shoot a straight edge over the surface and you measure the deviation from the straight edge. That straight edge is your tangent. If
Yeah.
there's no deviation, then it's parallel. And you said, well, the earth is really, really big. Well, you don't know how big the earth is. And the earth is absolutely measurable, which I tried to explain to you earlier, but you wanted to talk about other things in the sky and not talk
Okay.
about the earth itself.
Okay. So go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Right. So the curvature of the earth is a function of x squared. You can do that over a small portion distance, right? That'll fit with inside the curve of a sphere. And what you find out is if the Earth is 40,050 kilometers all the way around, it roughly averages out to about 8 inches per mile squared. And so over a 10-mile distance, there's going to be about 66 feet of curvature. Over 1 mile, it's going to be 8 inches, 2 miles, 32 inches, 3 miles, 72 inches. You see, it gets more exponential as it gets further and further away from the starting point. 20 miles, it would be 266 feet of curvature. So we're talking about like, a 26-story building being hidden behind the curve of the earth after 20 miles. You understand?
Actually, I didn't. Just not just because I don't get math. It's it's in English. It's mathematical terms for new for me, and you use different measurements like mile. It's not using common in like kilometers or meters or anyways. But I know
Okay.
how to calculate. For example,
Well,
do you know how to?
over 32 kilometers, there should be a 26-story building hidden behind the curve of the earth
Why?
because the
Why?
earth is supposed to be curving. Just like when you have a soccer ball and you put your
Okay.
finger on top of the soccer ball, and then you
Okay.
take your finger and you run it around to the back of the soccer ball, it's
Okay.
going to disappear bottom up as it gets further and further away, right?
Yeah, just like the ships are going disappear from
What
when the
happened,
sea.
what happened to it being too big? I thought it was too big.
Sorry?
I thought it was too big to see the curve. Now all of a sudden we can see a ship going over it.
No,
How many miles away?
this wasn't my idea. This was your idea. It's a
How many
big.
miles away how many miles away does the ship have to be before you
I
can't
don't
see it
have
anymore?
exact. I don't have exact
What's up,
numbers. But
y'all?
have
That's
you
an
seen any
Trying to
ships
click on the water ladder.
disappearing from the your view?
How's it going?
Have you seen it on in any videos anyway?
that's due to the Rayleigh criterion. That has nothing to do with curvature.
You so all of you guys believe the Earth is flat though.
Horizon is
How
opposite.
far away is the boat? It has to be
Yeah.
a certain distance based off the size of the radius.
Exactly. So how far away is it?
This is simple geometry. If it's too complicated for you, then maybe you could ask other questions
No,
or
actually,
listen.
if we were speaking in Turkish, it's maybe English is your native language.
If I wrote it in Turkish, you still wouldn't understand it because you
Why
can't
this,
comprehend it.
bro? Actually, I'm I'm using I have already how am I gonna say it? I take the classes of linear algebra to calculus to differential equations. It's not; these are not new for me.
Do you know what a
Uh,
circumference is?
I have ability. For example,
Do
I'm
you know
gonna
what a
say that.
circumference is?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
Do you know what a
I
circumference
didn't
is?
catch it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you know what a circumference is?
No, I don't know. How am I gonna write it? I'm gonna translate it for Turkish.
CIR
Okay.
CUM
CUM
FERENCE.
FERENC. Okay. Circum. Okay.
That is a really
Okay. I know. It's 2PR, right? For a circle, right?
Yeah, 2 pi r.
2 pi r.
Yeah.
Okay. So
So
your idea is we don't know the r to calculate the 2PR. Yeah,
well,
is that
we
your
could
statement?
start there, but what I'm telling you is that based off the size of the Earth, there's a rate of curvature that must be there.
Okay. First of all, I'm gonna answer the first of your statement that we don't know r. You know 2r, right? If you know 2r, 2r means the complete of the surface. Anyways, 2r divided by 2 is r. It represents r. If we can observe the the universe with telescopes with different radio frequency uh, um, and calculate everything from them. So you say that 2r is divided by 2 is r, so we cannot use r as 2pr for the
No,
circumference.
for C equals 2 pi r, right?
Yeah.
You have to know R to get C, or you
Okay.
have
So
to
you
know
cannot.
C,
So you can.
or listen, or
Okay.
you have to know C to get R. If you don't
Yes.
know C, you cannot get R.
Okay. We have another equation for that, right? We have another
Okay.
equation for that. So we get r from another equation that contains r in the function that has answers what r is. So we can place it in the function that has c equals 2 times pi r, and we can calculate this what the c is, right?
No, we need R.
So r comes from another equation. The equation represents the. Actually, it can
How do
be
you know that
calculated.
equation's correct?
Okay. Equation is simple. If you know, time equals what? Wait, just wait a second. I'm gonna.
How do you find R if you don't know C?
For example, if you go straight line in a certain time, you can find your speed, right? Can you find your speed?
If you go in a
For
straight line,
x equals
time
v
over
And
times
if you know
t,
the
right?
distance. If you
speed
know
is
No, no,
distance.
no.
time over
This,
distance.
this is what Legend was trying to get at, because you need to know one to be able to calculate the other. So if you haven't
Okay.
measured one of those things, one of those
Okay.
variables within your equation, then
Okay.
you can't solve the equation, right?
I'm gonna tell you my never mind. My equation is x equals v times t, right? V times t equals x. X represents the length. V represents the time. Sorry, V represents the velocity. T represents the time, right? So if one person go around the Earth and it comes the exactly same place and divide it to 2, so he knows where the exact
No one's ever done that.
opposite.
No one's ever done that, man.
Actually, if you
Dude,
get a
no one
plane,
needs to watch
if
No,
you
these
get
no,
if
no one has ever done it.
Yeah,
have you ever got a plane?
No one has ever gone straight and ended up back where they started. No
Have you
one.
ever okay? Have you ever got a plane?
I can imagine. Yes, I've been on a plane. I can imagine myself going in a straight line and ending up back where I started if the Earth is a ball. No one has ever done this, ever in history, ever.
Okay.
You've never
Can I
done it.
ask you,
I've never done it. Nobody has ever done it.
Okay.
Lilhamdro?
What?
So, can I just ask you, because
Yeah.
you were asked before if you knew where the horizon should be at. I mean, the equations. Yeah, we have it already. We have the formula. So,
Yeah.
do you know what distance because you said that boats they go over the curvature.
Yes.
So, at what distance does this start to happen, and can you demonstrate it so we can
Actually,
verify that it's actually Earth curve?
I didn't understand what you're saying. So, can you ask it more simply?
You said before that boats go over the curve,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So at what distance does this start to happen? If you're standing at the beach watching a ship going over the curve, right?
If I have a calculation equipment for that is a camera, and
No,
I just need a camera for that because I
you
can
probably
calculate it.
won't even need a camera.
Sorry.
You probably won't even need a camera, but sure.
Yeah, but
Yeah, good camera. You can probably see further,
yeah,
right?
I can see it. Why am I saying I need a camera? Just because if it's a proof. Your just wait a second, please. It's really hard to speak in English. I don't have any
No, you're doing
practice.
fine.
Sorry for my
You're doing
bad.
fine, bro.
Okay.
No, no. You're doing fine. I understand
Okay.
you.
Okay. So your approach is to I need a proof for how am I gonna calculate to a ship is going from your view, right? So I'm saying I need a camera for that, just because I need proof for that. Even though if you are staying on the beach and just look for a sheep and you can see that it's going down
That,
and disappears from your view, right?
so
You
not the
cannot deny
phenomenon
that.
itself, right? Not the event, not the event
It's
itself, so but like the geometry involved. So the distance, right? And the observer height is going to, and the size of the ball, the radius, is going to determine at what point, right, an object
you
sitting on the surface will begin to become obstructed by the surface, right? Because you've got a line of sight from the
yeah
observer.
yes
It's standing on the ball, looking out towards the boat, right? And you've only got so much of the surface before it is dropping down and away from you,
yes
becoming obstructed by itself, right? And this
by itself. No,
right. So the object
by
sitting on
the
the surface.
yeah
So that's a specific distance, right? So
yes
anything on the surface going beyond that point will
yes
begin to become obstructed from view bottom up, right?
of
So what
course.
is that distance, right? This is what we're
So
asking, right?
why does it matter the distance? Can you say it? Why does it matter?
Because if you
There's
use the globe geometry to predict, right,
Mhm,
how far the object has to go before you can't see the bottom of it anymore, and
mhm.
you make an observation where the boat is actually at a distance further than that, and you can still see the bottom of it, or it hasn't become
Okay,
obstructed from view, then
okay.
that globe geometry prediction is false.
So even though your statement is true, but it's not. Uh, this explains the size of the Earth is different, not just flat, right? Because the whole thing is happening, and we are all experiencing it, right? Even in the videos, even in the beaches, we see ourselves, and
Right.
we assume that our eyes are perfect and no limitations, and we can see
But believe it,
everything. We can see
well, believe it
everything
or
in our
not,
view.
believe it or
I
not, but
don't.
we can actually reproduce that effect on a flat surface. Believe it or not.
Okay, so I'm saying that if you were saying it's true, uh, the Earth size would much more be small or large. It has to be because the obstruction event is happening. All of us seeing it, right? So the size has to be different. So our the planet, sorry, the Earth is, if the Earth was flat, you would see it. The ship has to be there every time, right? It doesn't matter where to go. It doesn't matter how far distance. You had to see it
That's
while
what I
it's
was
going.
telling you. We can reproduce the apparent effect of bottom up obstruction on a flat
How?
surface
How?
um,
Because
through
it's not a
refraction.
fog. It's not a fog or something. It goes basically under your visual sight,
Yes, and
below your sight.
believe it or not, even within like the globe view, right? Experts
Yeah,
say that that is possible. That a ship can appear to be obstructed bottom up from view when there's no physical obstruction in the way
yeah. Okay.
before it has reached the curvature of the Earth. So
So, ha,
that can be produced by the light,
ha,
the way the light reaches the observer's eye. It's
okay.
affected by conditions in the air, weather.
Okay. So, how can you calculate? How can the, what can you do to avoid this happen? What can you
Have you
do? Uh,
have you looked in the side chat? Because there's been a lot of posts demonstrating what we've been talking about.
Yeah. So there's something called thinking refraction, where the conditions in the air make it so that the light reaches the eye in such a way that it makes the object appear like it's going below the horizon, but it's not actually. It's not really, hasn't gone beyond the horizon yet. Makes it look
so,
like you can't see part of the ship. You know, yeah.
so you're saying that it's an illusion.
Yeah, that's what the experts say. That is a real thing. Thinking refraction, right?
Can you give me a
So,
name, a real name for this? The man has to be support this idea, and you're saying that the experts. Oh, I'm going to look for them on Google.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
uh,
Andrew Thomas Young. is
Andrew
one of
Thomas
them. I can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young. Yeah.
Young. Okay.
Just type in sinking refraction, and probably we could show you some citations and some examples of this as well. You can actually reproduce it over a small, on a smaller scale, just by simply like changing the temperature of an environment so that the air above the floor is cooler, right?
Yeah.
So we've got examples where people have like lined up like Lego bricks and set a laser light at the end of it, right? And then they get the camera down low on the floor, and then they'll manipulate the temperature in the air by opening and closing a door or introducing hot air through like a hairdryer or some sort of heater, right? To manipulate the air
Okay.
and you'll see visual effects take place which mimic what we see out in reality, like on the ocean. So you'll see the objects appearing to drop below the floor, rise back up, drop below. Like these sort of effects take place on a flat surface.
Okay. Okay. Your argument and this topic is actually I cannot. I don't have any ability to speak about it anymore because that's okay. Maybe I couldn't. I couldn't say a lot more things, but I have a lot of real proofs of other topics, just like I said on satellites and the GPS, how GPS works, and the can you? I'm gonna open this topic if you okay with it.
Yeah, sure, man. No worries.
Okay. So we have coordinates in our Earth, right? We have coordinates, longitude and latitude. It represents where we are currently. These systems created by created by people, and this has a system. So how does it work? Do you have any idea about it? Okay, I'm gonna try to explain it, but it can't be perfect. Anyways, the GPS is created by I think it was for the U.S. Army at the beginning, but we have like more than 50 satellites, maybe much more than that. We have a lot of satellites to calculate the position of your current position. So how do we know that where we are? The satellites, how does it work? The only thing they do is they send us a signal that we're here. We're currently here. The satellite's only duty is send a radio signal to the Earth that tells us where that is. So the information it has is a distance. It comes to us in a certain time, and the only information it has is where it is, because Earth is, in my belief, it's spinning. So if if three satellites comes together, at least it has to be at least three satellites on the atmosphere. If they send us their location information, we can calculate our location depending on their location, because our location is changing, but they're not. So the satellites, if we have three satellites, we know where we are, right? And they're static on there. They're not going up or down. They're constantly falling to the earth, but they're too slow for that because the gravity is uh, getting getting less when you go up to the earth. So gravity is too much less that they're falling, but they're too slow and they're missing the earth's surface, so going around it. So therefore they stay static in that place. So how do you explain there are static objects on the earth's atmosphere? And if you believe, I don't know if you believe we have an atmosphere or not, how do you explain that?
Anyone can take that?
Sorry?
I'm just asking if anybody else is going to address that. What you are.
Because you said the satellites attached to the balloons, but balloons rising to up, going to the up, but they don't stay at certain place. They constantly go to the upwards. But we have static satellites on the Earth atmosphere. I'm just asking that.
How would we verify this?
If you open your Google Earth and if you create some location, it would be. I just explained how
I
GPS
get how
works,
the
right?
triangulation works. I'm just asking,
Okay.
how do I verify that my phone GPS system
In,
is
in
sending and receiving signals to
so
what
in
I consider to be a impossibility? You know,
in my belief, if you deny something, you
I
have
don't care about
to
belief,
be
bro.
okay. No. It's not
Just like,
about religion. It's not about religion. I'm just saying that if you have to deny something, you have to state something else. Okay? So you have to have
you're
some
making
kind
a
of
claim.
explanation for how GPS works. Go type anywhere if you want ChatGPT
Yeah,
or
they use
Claude or
a
Gemini
ground-based
or any
triangulation.
Google. How GPS works. If you have any explanation on everywhere on Google, but obviously you don't believe them, so you have to be
It's not
answered
about
for them.
believing. It's not about belief. It's about the facts. I don't care about
What?
beliefs. What
Okay,
are the
what is the
facts? How do I
what?
verify? How how do I verify that they're using satellites moving around at about 17,000, 20,000 kilometers an hour,
Do
and
you
in
have?
how far away from the Earth?
Do
And
you
it's
have?
supposed to send signals. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. So I'm just trying to understand how do I verify that
Okay.
they're actually using
Do you
some
have?
kind of
Do you have any idea how computer works? How the components are working together? How CPU or GPU or RAM or ROM comes together and doing the same exact thing, just one purpose? You have a
I've built
microphone in
my own
input
computer.
output
I
reader.
have an idea. I built my
So
own computers. I have an idea. I
o-
worked
okay,
as
I'm just,
a technician, and I've been studying a little bit of
okay,
technical engineering, but I didn't
okay. You
finish.
don't have okay. You don't
Relevant
have it.
side,
Mhm.
but I have some knowledge.
Okay, I'm not saying that just because you don't know. I'm saying that uh, uh, even if you don't know, we have that explanation on how internet works, how computer works, and
You know,
these
internet
systems
doesn't use satellite.
these systems created by engineers, and engineers explains to the people that uses them. For example, I took some classes for
I can explain to you that internet is not being broadcasted through satellites.
okay. How does it work then?
it's sent to a ground-based signal. 99% of communication is done through land signal. It's land-based.
Okay, the
Doesn't
point
have anything to do with satellites.
okay, you're missing the point. I'm not saying that.
I'm missing the. Okay,
Yeah,
right.
okay, I'm saying that even if you don't knowledge about it, we have a
You
super.
you said that
we-
internet wasn't part of the satellite
but
system.
let me finish, please. You're keeping interrupting me, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I'm
I
waiting
think
for you to speak. If you want to say something, go ahead, but don't interrupt me,
I'll be back
please.
in a minute, guys.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry if I interrupted you, bro. I don't want to. I just want to have a calm, sophisticated conversation. So
Okay, it doesn't matter. No worries. So, my point is, even if I and you or you doesn't matter, we don't have any knowledge about how GPU or CPU works. The engineers of the systems have some explanations, and on the universities or the internet or the every sources that people are explaining how these systems works. So I don't say how I don't have any proof how GPU works. I don't have any proof how CPU, what is central process unit. It doesn't matter what that is. So the system is exist and we can see it and they explain it to us. So that has to be enough.
well, if you lack in understanding, well, an explanation would just satisfy your belief, right? Wouldn't be knowledge, anyways. If you don't understand it, you're
So
just relying that the guy who's telling you about it does understand it, but it's just a belief,
no,
you know.
no. If I
Opinion, knowledge,
if I were a space engineer or some kind of specialty about it,
it's engineer.
probably I would send any more satellites or more things that people did it before. So that's not my proficiency.
How could I
Uh,
verify that they're communicating with something at that distance, at that temperature, moving in that speed? How can I verify this? Because there's no technology on Earth that I am aware of that would even work. So I'm
Actually,
just
okay,
curious how you know that this is how they
because
operate.
I'm gonna tell you how I know, because these systems are unimaginably fragile. I know that because in the history,
I know that
uh,
too, man.
sorry,
I agree with you.
yeah, I know that the systems are really fragile. Because for example, why your phone when gets older, the GPS is freaking out. It's telling you missing information because your phone is calculating itself its position. The only information comes from the satellite. It's the satellite's position, so that the phone can calculate its position by itself. So as the time goes, the CPU gets older. So the phone, when gets older, uh, the process of unit is the capability is getting worse. Uh,
It can be
so in
done
history,
communicating with a ground-based system. It
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
necessitate a satellite in a impossible.
Okay, I'm sorry. Uh, the GPS system, just like I said, unimaginably fragile. So when an airport, I don't know which one is exactly, but I watched a video about it. There was a there was there's something happened on there. The people from the aircraft using the GPS signals and the towers and everything that is really important on there. You know, the GPS, the only important thing on there, because the radars and every kind
You
of.
said they use tower.
Sorry?
You said they use towers.
Yeah, I said towers. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. The people can get the manipulated GPS signals comes from the satellite, because it's not it's just radio signals. If someone blocked your radio signal receiver with much more powerful radio signal, it doesn't have to be some kind of blockage from the Earth's surface. So if they send you more powerful signals, you cannot receive any GPS signals, because they're too long distance from here, and the signals comes here late and very weak. So the real
So you're
real
telling me
yeah
that something that fragile
yeah
can get a connection with an object moving at 20,000 kilometers an hour, and it has to move back and forward. So it's twice the distance, right? And
no,
what is it
actually the
about?
fragile
How high above Earth? It's like
the
it's just a really inefficient way of uh, triangulation. You know, why would you go all the way up in the thermosphere to get a signal position? It doesn't even make sense. So yeah, I still don't get how you verified it. You're just saying that you could. I don't understand.
how don't you? I don't understand either. Anyways, it was very nice to speak with you guys. It was very helpful for me. I really loved you, and I'm planning to join more. Thank you for
Yeah,
your conversation.
yeah. Thank you, man. Welcome back anytime.
Okay, thank you. And
24/7.
by the way, I was thinking the Earth flats the thinkers are really trolling. Maybe you are. I don't know. I'm not sure, because I don't have any cultural
No, the Earth is
view.
flat, measurably flat. So it's not a troll. It's just a fact that we have.
But just like I said, if you want to see the live footage of the satellites, or maybe
There's no
in
live footage of
the
any satellite. You don't
okay,
broadcast footage from satellites.
they
The
broadcast.
pictures you see from above is
No, no,
usually from airplanes taking photograph of the plane. You know,
okay, not
flying
just
above.
even in the even in the
I don't
airplanes,
think I've
we can
seen a
see
satellite
uh,
photo in your entire life, actually, because they don't exist.
even in the airplanes we can really see that Earth is really uh, rounded, right?
Not me. I've been in many airplanes, and I've never seen the Earth as a sphere. Never. So no, maybe that's your experience. I can't speak for you, but
Can I
I've de-
send
I've never
something
seen
from the
anyone.
chat? Can I send something from the chat? I don't know how to do that.
You can probably just post links there or something.
It depends.
Probably can embed them, but
Depends on your level in the
Uh,
server, whether you've
how am
leveled
I
up
gonna
enough.
how
Right.
am I gonna see my level?
Just active, just being active, just your activity in the server will eventually level you up.
Okay, guys.
Or maybe if you like approach a moderator or something like that, one of the server admins or something, they might grant you that permission to be able to post
I
pictures and things
understand.
like that.
I got
Yeah.
you. I got you. I was going to ask you. You were real native speakers, right?
no. not me.
Where were you from?
Me, I'm from Sweden.
Sweden. What do you think about my speaking ability?
Sorry.
What do you think
You're
about my
doing great.
ability?
You're doing great.
You're
Intermediate.
yeah.
I was actually really better, but I'm not doing any practice with anybody like almost 2 months now. But I'm trying to make it so that I can advertise my mobile game for the other people in English.
All right. Nice. Yeah. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you guys. Take care of you guys. It was really nice to speak with you.
You too,
Bye bye.
man. Come back, please. See you around.
Okay.
Mr. Snow. I saw you. You opened your mic. What's up, dude? You have any questions about the topic? Miyoki? Hello. What's up? You don't want to talk? Anyone else? Wadey. Wadey. Sure. Why do you think you live on a globe, Wadey? Miyoki, last chance. Then I'm going on mute. Brings you to this room. What do you think about the Earth? Or is it flat?
And gone. We have
Yeah.
Wadey, Taylor, Adnan. Adnan? I don't know how you pronounce it. Yeah. Yeah, guys, feel free to say hello, at least.
Yeah. I would also run and hide, be ashamed if I believed I lived on a globe in 2026. Gotta go to bed. Take care, guys.
Hey, thanks, God.
See you, bugs.
Really appreciate you, like actually taking the reins sometimes when it's quiet and that, and encouraging people to talk. That's really great. We need more of that. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, just enjoy listening to like not too heated discussions. So it's nice to, yeah, appreciate it. See you again.
See you, mate. Oh, looks like it's dying off a bit in here. And might I'm going to duck back over to politics for a bit, and I'll drop back in and see what's going on later. Bye.
You
will
will not
lose.
use a gun
No,
to
hold
stop
on a
the
second.
United
Hold
States
on a second. I
military
think you
or
need to think
police
about
from
that.
getting it.
I think you need to think about that because the military personnel that I've spoken to recently, and when I say recently, that's like, 2 months ago, and then we can go back several years on this. The military don't want to attack their own citizens. They don't feel comfortable doing that. So I don't think the military would actually engage in removing you out of your property because it's
Even
like,
the police.
yeah, thank you. So no, that's
Even the
Military
police
will
could.
never touch civilians.
No, I mean,
Military will
even the
never
police
touch
could remove you.
civilians.
Even the police
You
could
know, I don't know
remove
about
you,
I don't know about
and
the
it wouldn't be much
police. The
trouble.
police is a different animal. The police is a different
Police could
animal.
definitely
And in
remove
the
you.
US, your military wouldn't do that. They don't feel
Wait a minute.
comfortable
Wait a
doing
minute. The state attacks civilians all the time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's
The
right.
police
That's right.
could
The state
definitely
does.
remove
Yeah.
you, whether or not you had a gun. So the idea of
Yeah.
defending yourself against the government's pretty silly. You're not going to. It's never going to happen.
Well,
Sure you
but
are.
again, I beg to differ there because if all those people who have the rights to have their weapons are organized enough and then they've gone to the military, the Navy, and the Air Force stating that you haven't provided the freedom that we seek, because look at that, we're under tyranny now, government's out of control, and you're dying and we're paying for your death and then we're paying for your funerals and all the weapons you have. I think we need to stop that entity, don't we? Okay, because you're dying in the wars that they create for you to die, not us. So when you actually put
You
them in
have
the
an
picture, hang on a
accent.
minute.
It's called a
Let me
You're not
finish.
militia.
American. You don't know
If
anything.
you put them in the picture of what
It's
they're
called a
facilitating,
militia.
well, that'd be a smaller army
You're not an
project to the
American.
military.
Your opinion doesn't matter.
It does matter to me. Thanks very much. May not matter to you, but it matters
doesn't
to me
matter.
that
You're not an
what I
American. We
think of your
believe
gun.
in God, bud.
Like I said, it's
Okay, Jen, we
out
believe
of
in God,
control
and we're gonna fucking fight for God. Okay, regardless, it doesn't matter what the state
Well, you'll be
does. Okay,
fighting
to the
for your
individual,
freedom
God is
and
on
your
all
gain.
sides. Which Okay? God? Which one? Which God?
Right.
Oh
Only
my
God, the
God!
creator of the earth. the
Obviously, we're
creator of planet
Christians.
Earth.
What am I supposed to say?
Listen, this is the
Jesus?
first time. This is the
One
first
God.
time I have actually agreed with knowledge.
There you go.
Thank you, knowledge.
Okay, well done, knowledge. Yeah, the God that God
Thank you.
created.
Thank you so
The
much
God
for
that
saying
created
something
the
that I
flat
agree
earth.
with. I'm a little
Same
prissy
God as the
faggot.
Islamic God.
Oh my
It's the
God!
same
Thank you
God as
so
the
much.
Islamic God.
Thank you so much for agreeing with me. Oh my
It's
God!
the same God as the Islamic God. Okay. But anyway, we're straying away from the flat earth. I keep bringing it back to that.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so the reason why guns are cool is that the design. Let's talk about the engineering of the weapon. The engineering is amazing. That it can send a projectile from where you are 4.5 miles, hit the target in 24 seconds, and that becomes a world record. So that in itself is amazing, isn't it? The engineering behind the actual weapon itself. Yeah, the design. That's cool, isn't it? That something like that can actually do the job 4.5 miles away. Yeah, hitting and destroying a target, traveling at 3,300 feet per second. That's the cool part of it. You see, when you're talking about weapons. Okay, the fact that you're defending your property, that's all very well and done. Good idea. I can use a clobber, baseball bat, I can use a gun. Okay, but the actual design and engineering is what's cool. How they're actually put together. Have you actually witnessed that? Then you don't know what you're talking about. There you go. Carry on. Yeah, have a look at how they're made. Right down to the bullet.
Well, we have like modern marvels. I've watched all of them. Like if you watch it on
Yeah, that's a
YouTube,
good one.
it shows
That's
you
good.
how American-made products are made in America. So yeah, we
Yep.
have it goes through all of it. We've all seen it here
Okay,
in
good. Yeah, I
America.
wasn't sure about that. I wasn't sure. I've seen that program. It's a great program, Modern Marvels. That, yeah, excellent. And it does show you how a weapon is from start to finish, from the machinery, the lathe work, everything, the precision that goes into these weapons, whether it's a handgun, pistol, or a rifle. It's just amazing. And the sight, of course. Right. So, yeah, I would have to say that that's what's cool about it for me. See?
I've made 90% of my weapons.
Oh, what you actually machined them, or have you put them together from different pieces and you put it together? What do you mean?
Yeah, I've 3D printed a bunch of stuff. You know
Oh,
what? I'm not even gonna
3D
talk about
print.
it. I'm not even gonna talk about it.
Okay, that's fine. So you done it by 3D printing. That's okay. Well, I understand where you're coming from. Excellent in that sense. Would like to see the weapon. How does it fire?
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about that over Discord.
Okay, well, you have to kill me.
I have a
Yeah,
friend
go ahead.
who's built his own weapons, and he is a metal worker, so he buys, what is it, the lower? Is it forgive my ignorance of like the parts of a gun.
Yes.
The
Yes.
lower, right? You
Go on.
can't buy the lower on its own. Is that true?
Right.
And then what he does is he buys basically what is a lower, but it doesn't have all the parts drilled out to be considered that, so he can legally purchase it, and then he machines it himself.
Okay,
Yeah,
so he's doing it illegally. Okay.
You can
Well,
3D print it too.
It's like a gray area. It's considered they call it a ghost gun, but it's like a.
Well, yeah,
Because
it's
that's where
just
the serial number is on them all, and if you 3D print them or machine them yourself, they are literally illegal. So yeah.
yeah. And I believe in anybody's right to defend themselves. And I'd go bigger than guns. I'd go tanks. If you need a tank and you think your life is in danger and someone's after you, and you need a tank to match them,
I'm
you should be able to
100%
own a
behind
tank.
you on that. I'm behind you on that 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. If it's necessary, acquire it and use it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? This is why I say, when I said earlier on, when you're talking about the military, when you actually put them in the picture as to they're not facilitating freedom, you are the oily rag and cannon fodder for the elite. So we're under tyranny currently because you don't realize that you're helping them to do that. So when they realize that, they just want to stop and change it immediately. And I've spoken to a lot of military, and they've said the same thing. Some of them have said when I was talking to them at the time, they were looking to be leaving anyway because they're fed up. They don't like the idea of being used as pawns in the illegal war. That would be the Afghanistan war, because that was the period where I was most vocal in questioning these individuals, so-called military personnel. That would be Hawaii, Guam, Saipan.
But anyway, the elite are always trying to encroach, and so it's always good for the common man to have access to weapons and things.
Absolutely.
It should be a right, and it stops them as I don't know if you've been paying attention to a lot of the news that comes out, but a lot of it seems to be, oh well, the answer to this is take all the guns, and it seems to be like propaganda.
I know.
It seems to be
That's
a
all by
propaganda
design,
piece
isn't it?
they're always doing. So if all the more reason to make sure you are armed, because it seems that they're interested in disarming you, and usually they do that before they subjugate you. So
yeah, Biden was pushing it big time. Biden was pushing it big time just before he left. Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, no, because there were so many gun incidences, and they seem to continue, not at the same rate, but they're still there. As far as I'm concerned, you keep your weapons. And what I liked was during the COVID, I think 2020 or 21, Chicago, they went to the town hall in their pickup trucks, show of arms, and they were saying they wanted to run their businesses. We'll be back tomorrow. We want to run our businesses because they were losing money, hand over fist. Nothing's wrong with them. They want to run their businesses. What is this curfew shit that you're putting down? That was good. That was a show of strength. Was really good. I enjoyed that.
I didn't see that. People were showing their arms. They showed
They had their weapons in. They came out. Look, they came out and drove right up to the town hall steps. That meant they went on the pavement, boom, boom, the sidewalk, boom. They were right there. Whole trucks, all the roads that led to that was covered, right? And they had their guns in their hands, loud hailers saying that they want to get back to work. What's going down, and we're not going to go away.
We had towns like that near me who never shut down, and I live in one right now, actually. But everybody knows that we have guns, so it kind of goes without saying. It wasn't like they needed to show off their guns. They're always
you know what? Obvious. It's called a show of strength, isn't it? It's a united front, show of strengths. That it doesn't matter what you say. If we really want to push it all the way past the envelope and tear up the envelope, we could. Okay, that's what they were displaying. And I was glad to see that.
Yeah, and so it obviously inconveniences the elite that we do have guns. So it's a positive for the common person to have one.
Yeah, and that's why all these incidences in the US that have involved guns and shootings is a slow, methodical encroach, trying to, eventually they're going to try and take your weapons. But from what I've heard from the people around them, anyone trying to come in, they're just going to shoot them to pieces because it's part of your constitution, it's your rights, and it's fair enough. As far as I'm concerned, go ahead, 100%. Even what's his name? There was a famous actor. hang on a minute. Fucking hell. He was in that film called, hang on, Ben-Hur. What's his name? Charlton Heston.
Heston,
Right,
yeah.
he was a big advocate for keeping your weapons. Charlton Heston, you know? There you go. At first, I thought he was a bit weird doing that. But then when I actually listened to what he had to say, look back on the history, I said, yeah, you can't do without your gun. Not with the governments that you got, like you got now. Fuck that. Yeah, you need your gun. No doubt about it. And then, of course, protecting your own property and life.
Yeah, it does take history and knowledge to understand the value of the gun. It's not just, like I said earlier, like I was saying, guns are, I do think they're cool and it's fun to shoot a target and everything. That's fun, but there's beyond that, the implications of owning weapons and, it just keeps evil at bay.
That's right. The realistic application of the gun is necessary in the world that you live in, which is the United States. Like I said, it's a troubled zone, really, and you've got a government that hasn't got your back. So obviously, if the government hasn't got your back and always putting your back in danger, well, you're going to need your weapon to protect yourself. And I'm 100% behind that.
Like in our country, if you live down south, if you call 911, right, that can take like 2 to 3 hours in a rural area, right, before like the cops even show up. So you have no choice but to buy a weapon in that case down south here.
There's I heard about this study and I never looked it up, but I heard a study done where criminals will not break into homes that have an American flag outside because they assume the owner has a gun. So, like, if you have an American flag outside your house,
you're number one.
You're far less likely to be broken into.
Yeah, he's going to be defending. He's defending the flag, so you know he's going to have a weapon in the house. Yeah. So I might have been coming in hot against the United States, and every word I said I meant. But obviously, when it comes to protecting your property, your life against a government that doesn't have your back, you're going to need your gun anyway, and that's where I come from. I'm a realist. I don't romanticize at all. I'm real.
Yeah, I'm more like that. It's not. I'm not falling into it for nationalist purposes. It's just it's a positive thing for people.
It's a way of life.
You have weapons, especially like just the common man. Just the common man should be armed.
Yeah, I think it should be the same in Japan, where I am talking to you from now, and the UK, where I was born. Okay, we should have our weapons and have it ready, because the government can always bring on the tyranny and that. And when that's not doing you any favors and you want to put it down, you can go there legally with your constitution in hand. State say that we the people have the right to remove you. Now you're going to be removed. You're going to step down. You're not going to step down. Your last chance now. Pakow, pakow, pakow. That's in the ceiling. I haven't shot anyone yet.
I'm shooting to the ceiling. About?
Are you coming out now? Oh, you're getting out now. Okay, good. Get the fuck out of here.
That's what our founding fathers did. They marched in, said, "We're fucking separating. Come fight us." That's exactly what we won.
Yo, what the fuck did I just walk in on? He pulls up a shotgun. Pakow, pakow, pakow.
Yeah, that's it. That's how you deal with them.
Cowabunga.
You shot, and you're not just. I did say to her, I haven't shot anyone yet. I'm only shooting into the ceiling at the moment. Hopefully, no one's in there in that room above. But. Yeah, now get the fuck out of here. Right, yeah, get out. Shut up. You haven't done the job. Don't expect any words. You're useless. Get out of here. I'm going to do the job today. I'm the new representative for the people. Right, shoulder my weapon. Okay, then let's see what's in deficit here for the people. Let's see what the agendas are. Ah, look at that. Yeah, let's go and see how these people are wasting our money. Right, you cunts. What the fuck's been going on? It's taking you X amount of time to get this fucking... You're not going to... You want to mess with me today? Oh, I didn't think so. Get yourself out of the fucking job. Thanks. See, that's what you do. That's the revolution. That's the revolution.
Well, gun ownership must be slowing them down if they're working this hard to get things changed in the U.S. They're just doing these psyop after psyop. There must be something that they're like, we got to get this banned so we can move.
The people have the power. That's what the clear clue is. The people have the power. Especially those with the weapons. Okay, the Constitution. Let me just say something. The Constitution was created to empower citizens, and it's in there. It states that the citizens have the right to maintain the legitimacy of your government, and from the minute it's not of you, for the people, by the people, for the people, you've got a duty to remove it. That's your responsibility and duty. So that constitution has your back. But the government's moving, it's gone unilateral, it's moving away from that. That's the problem, okay?
Yeah, and the gun from the citizens keeps them in line to move
That's
them
what
back.
it's there for. That's what it's there for. It's what it's there for. Yeah. Keep it polished, oiled, and ready to roll. Ready to rock and roll. You know? That's it.
Because remember this quote: "Power concedes nothing without a demand. It's up to us to always create that demand for change."
Thank you.
Like,
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's why when you do have your revolution, finally, the military, the Navy, and the Air Force are going to have to be on your side. One, it's the taxpayers that are complaining you're not doing the job. If we taxpayer have to come out and have this revolution, clearly you haven't facilitated freedom for us. So, and in that being the case, take the weapons we give you, the fucking uniform, get behind us because we're leading this shit. You failed. Get behind us. Get ready because we're taking them down. And we need you in, and that's it. They know we're talking sense. Otherwise, you're going to be dying in other wars that we have to pay for. And then when they lie about you taking it to the enemy with your boots on, I don't know why you have your boots off, but your boots should be on there, running up the hill, and it turns out to be a lie. Well, we're going to be doubly angry. So come on, let's stop the war now. Final two questions, and then we're on our way. Question number one: when do you want peace on Earth? Today? Yesterday? On your birthday, mate? Yeah. On your birthday.
Give peace a chance.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, one thing I remember
what did I say?
during
and then the other one is put your gun down. So if you want to have peace, put your weapons down right now. And the other question was who the Air Force, the Navy, and the military. Now, all together, who is it that you want to kill and why? That'd be the question to the military personnel when they're on parade with all their boots on, shiny, all their buckles are polished up and everything else. That'd be the question. Who do you want to kill and why? And what I should see in the reaction is like they're looking at each other. And, you know, that's a weird question. That is the right question. Who do you want to kill? Now, if I hear nobody, then that's a thinking soldier or pilot or sailor. Okay? All right. Okay. So you don't want to kill anybody? Let's remove the government because they're the ones that put you in dangers, in harm's way at our expense. Yeah? Let's get rid of them. Fucking idiots that they are.
I mean,
let's put them in the war zone.
But we've had this mindset before, like where we wanted to be peaceful. Then we were attacked by the Japanese in Pearl Harbor, and we were attacked on 9/11. So your view doesn't work.
That there's toilet.
Because when we actually do adopt that type of mindset, we get attacked.
No. What you've said is toilet. It was the Americans that antagonized the Japanese through 8 strategic provocations. Yes, it was. And
we were trying to defend Europe from Hitler's invasion.
No, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. The Americans attacked the Japanese first. Okay, it's called.
No, we didn't.
Hang on a minute. Let me get it out. It's called Day of Deceit.
We attacked Vietnam first. Okay, we did that, but not the Japanese.
Right.
In Vietnam, we attacked first. Okay, we do tell lies about
the Japanese
Vietnam, but not in the Japanese.
The Japanese were attacked by the Americans. Okay, that's why the Japanese had to result in attack. It's actually Roosevelt said this: America desires that Japan make the first overt attack. Those are the words coming out of his mouth. So they used 8 particular provocations to get Japan to attack, okay? And they knew exactly when Japan was going to attack. So the 3,000 plus naval, military, and civilian personnel that died on that day needn't have died because they knew when the Japanese were coming. So don't bring the Japanese in. Japanese were a victim of America, Holland, and Britain, okay? Thank you.
No,
they don't bullshit me because I'm the man that knows.
America was an independent nation in the war. We didn't we didn't do anything. We were isolationists at this point because we were tired of World War I.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct.
We didn't do anything other than like supply Britain. That's it. That's all we did. We did not attack the Japanese.
No, hang on. You're still not telling the truth. The truth is the 80% that was isolationist would be the citizens of the United States and Henry Ford and is it Lindbergh, I think, that Charles Lindbergh, the guy who flew across the Atlantic in the spirit of St. Louis. These 2 particular characters were saying that the European war is Europe, nothing to do with America, nothing to do with us. We should stay neutral. Okay. But Roosevelt had a visit from Winston Churchill. So now Roosevelt was in a dilemma. How do I get into this war? okay, will provoke the Japanese, and that's what they did to get what was termed as a back door into the war. But really, it was a fucking front door, not back door, actually. When you're attacking and provoking the Japanese have got nothing else to do but to retaliate to that, and that's what happened. Okay, that's what
the
actually
only
happened.
time I know where we lied about the war was in Iraq and
Let me just
Vietnam.
finish.
That was it. The
I've
other
been
wars
to-
are kind of like
I'm trying to
between.
finish off what I was trying to say. I've actually been to Pearl Harbor, been to Hawaii 6 times, Pearl Harbor twice, and taught what I've just said out of my mouth to the Japanese tourists because the guides were not telling the truth. Yeah, that's who I am. I'm that man. Okay.
We got the YouTube bot in here now.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm just saying, like, it's not a conspiracy to say that the Iraq war was based on a lie. It's obvious that Saddam Hussein didn't have weapons of mass destruction. He didn't attack us on 9/11. That was bin Laden in Afghanistan and the Al Qaeda, right? So
No, it
we
wasn't
lied
Bin
there.
Laden. Bin Laden
Like
had nothing-
we
Bin Laden
lied
had
about
nothing to
Vietnam,
do-
who attacked first. We
Bin
actually
Laden had
invaded
nothing to
first.
do with
But
9/11.
that wasn't
9/11
true
was an
in the
inside
Japanese
job.
war. That
George
wasn't
Bush,
true.
Roosevelt, Wolfowitz and your administration at the time. That would be George Bush. No Islamic man had anything to do with 9/11. In fact, some of the hijackers, five of the so-called hijackers reported to the BBC stating, hello, I'm alive and well. I didn't take part in the 9/11 attacks.
You mean
I
Saudi
worked for
Arabia?
Saudi Arabia Airlines. Okay, that was 4 of them that reported to the BBC. So 9/11 was an inside job, had nothing to do with Muslims or Islamic. It was your own country. And remember this, the week after 9/11, 7 days after 9/11, you had an anthrax attack and the spores came from the military laboratory in the United States. So shut up.
Well, instead of like doing conspiracy theories, why don't you just say, well, we
I'm not giving you
backed
a
the
theory.
Al Qaeda
I'm not
and the
giving you a
Taliban
theory.
in
I'm
like
not
back in
giving
the
you a
80s
theory.
against the Russians,
Flat Earth
right?
is not a
Once
theory.
that conflict was over, you know, obviously the Muslims
in
wanted us
9/11.
out of our country and we didn't do it.
In 9/11. 9/11 was an inside job.
No,
it was
it
done
wasn't.
by your own fucking stupid,
No,
shitty
it wasn't.
country, right? And then now you've got anti-Islamic sentiments, okay? It was done by the United States. And then you have an anthrax attack the following week. What are the odds? And then when you check the spores,
They were done by Muslim. It was done by Al Qaeda, buddy. We heard them on the tapes. We heard their voices. They were Islamists.
Database in Islamic,
You are not telling the truth.
in Arabic.
You can listen to the Coptic tapes. They are Muslims. They were Muslims. Okay.
Translated into English.
They were screaming Allah Akbar in the Coptic.
Al Qaeda means database. Al Qaeda means database. That's what it means. That's all it is. It's
The conspiracy you're looking for is that the government ignored the warnings that Al Qaeda was going to attack.
The real problem is you got all these sand monkeys running around doing whatever the fuck they
You're
want.
the sand monkey, the toxic maggot. That'd be you.
Yeah. But see, Jen, like what you can criticize the government for is ignoring like the warnings that the Al Qaeda was going to attack.
No,
like
Al Qaeda wasn't
inside the United States.
That's all a distraction.
That's the actual conspiracy. It's not like 9/11 was an inside job.
There was no unit known as Al Qaeda. Osama bin Laden wasn't killed in a house next door to the Pakistani military. That never happened. They lied. Okay, and Saddam Hussein was given the weapons of mass destruction from Canada, Britain.
He didn't
Russia,
have weapons
and
of
the
mass
United
destruction,
States.
buddy. That I'm telling you, that was a lie from the American government. I agree with you there. That's a conspiracy, a real one. That's based on truth.
Thank you. Thank you. But the point is, no, the 9/11 was an inside job. The anthrax attack was an inside job. The weapons of mass destruction that Saddam Hussein supposedly had were given to him from Canada, Russia, Britain, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Okay? Source, Beyond Treason, documentary, Beyond Treason. It documents how the American government vaccinated all the American soldiers and they went to the theater of war. The equipment didn't protect them and they end up with what's known as Gulf War Syndrome. Gulf War Syndrome. Gulf War Syndrome. Okay? Don't mess with me because I'm not kidding. I don't kid around.
I mean, everybody knows it was a lie, Jen. That's why we had the first black president. He ran against the war. That's how he was able to overcome that.
No,
That's
he didn't.
how unpopular that was.
Obama continued where Bush left off. Actually, he supported the war. He put more personnel into the war, more personnel into Afghanistan. That idiot who's gay, poof, Obama.
Okay, Let me
carried on.
agree with you. Yes, he
Facilitated
did
and
continue where Bush
greased
left
the
off. He
war
also
machine.
continued
He
the
greased
spying
the war
program,
machine.
which
He was
Snowden told us about.
lubricant. He was the liquid lubricant that actually oiled the war machine. Obama was not against the war; he was for it.
Okay, but instead of facing these fake conspiracy theories, why not just focus on
I'm
Edward
not
Snowden, where he
giving you
told us that
theories. I'm
Obama
giving
was
you
spying
facts.
on us, which
I'm
he
not giving you
was.
theories. I'm not a theorist. I'm a realist. I'm giving you facts, not theories. Nothing I said is a
Snowden
theory.
never said anything you did, bud. He only said that Obama's like spied on us alongside the Bush administration through
Look,
like
as far
the
as I'm
Patriot Act.
concerned, Obama was part of the problem. Period.
Okay, I agree.
Thank you.
I don't disagree.
Okay.
I'm just saying there's some
I said,
truth in what you're saying, and some things are just like conspiracy. But
right.
like,
So
okay.
far, what I've heard from your side is a bunch of rubbish that I had to drown with the truth. Okay, so stop messing about.
It is the
your
truth.
country's out. You know your country's out of control. Get your guns ready and have the revolution. Hurry up. The clock is ticking away. Tick tock, tick tock.
No, Donald Trump is out of control. The country is doing just fine.
The country is out of control. Your citizens are poor.
We disagree with the Trump administration. Go look at the polling data, bud. He's at like 33%. No one supports him.
Your food is toxic. The air you breathe is toxic, yeah? Your freshwater bits are toxified. Your healthcare ranked 79th, according to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. In 2004, according to Michael Moore in the documentary called Sicko, America's healthcare was 39th. Now we come up to March of 2023, of recent days, you're 79th in ranking. So your healthcare shit. Your country, toilet. Glad I don't
We are the
live.
largest economy in the world. Do you know what that means in literal terms?
That doesn't make a great country.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't make a great country at all. You're not benefiting. You're having to have your weapon in your hand. So it doesn't benefit you, does it?
You're speaking to us like the internet was invented by the American government, buddy. You're speak like most of the people who speak to us are on American platforms, on American smartphones. Americans dominate like the entertainment
You're going to learn
industry.
how you haven't had a legit election.
You wouldn't be talking to me right now if you didn't have the internet, bud.
Your elections
America
are rigged.
created it.
Rigged elections.
I like Donald Trump. I like President Trump. I'd vote for him again.
Donald Trump is just a puppet in place. Another wanker with all the fake assassination attempts. Come on, you people.
Yeah, but he doesn't pretend to be something he's
You're
not.
talking
Like
No
to me
wonder you
on,
haven't
is
had
this
the
the most popular
revolution. You're all
platform that
playing
you
with your
use, Jim?
guns and sucking your guns off. You're not actually going
This
out and
Discord
using
is an
them for
American
what they're
platform that
intended.
you're speaking
meant to
on.
be
It's the
having a
most popular
revolution.
platform. You
It's
like
well
it?
overdue, man. Well overdue.
It's way better than those other fucking communication platforms, isn't it?
I don't know what you're
like
talking
it?
about. There. What communication platforms are you talking about?
That's the reason why it's so hard.
Like you was using it.
Don't be messing with the Gin CBR1, man, because I don't mess
Anyways,
around.
I respect the conversation. No
Yeah,
hard
cheers.
feelings.
So do I. That's why I'm just spitting out facts. No theories. Nothing is theoretical.
No one's defending the American government, okay, Jen? I'm just trying to get you
well,
to
I'm glad to hear that.
see
I'm
like
glad
where the
to hear
facts are, where the government lies, and where they don't lie.
Yeah, well, everything that was put forward was just toilet, verbal diarrhea. That stuff was. I had to use disinfectant to
I'm
clean it
on
up. That
your
would be the tip.
side. Yeah, I hope they've got those little pastils or whatever they're fucking called. You know the things that you got when you're a man and you go into the men's toilet and you take a piss in the urinary or whatever it's called, and there's a blue thing in there. We need more blue things.
The air freshener. Yeah, you
Yeah,
piss on that,
whatever
and then the
that's called.
scent comes from
Yeah,
that.
we need more of those things.
They're called toilet cake.
Yeah. Well, we call it fresheners in that
Don't
sense.
eat them. They don't taste very
I'll just say
nice.
this: we should respect
I've
all
never
people
put one
who
in my
fight,
mouth to know,
including
actually,
you,
so
Jen.
there you go.
Like, right? You are a veteran,
I've
right?
smoked
So
them.
you are commendable, like by American standards, right? We respect you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Remember, I'm talking on behalf of humanity, and we're on the outside looking in. But I've had a good look, and I don't like what I see. And I'm 64. That's it. So I'm not just talking like, out of my head, because I'm not. I'm talking from experience that I've lived through the 64 years.
Too many toilets, I think.
I've got in Japan here, we have what's known as the washerette. So it's a toilet and a bidet all in one, all the high tech, yeah. The water you can control the temperature, and it can massage your eye, the eye of your bum, clean that out, and then you have a nice warm air of warm air to dry your bum for you as well. Okay.
They're
On a
not,
nice
those aren't drinking
high
fountains?
tech.
Oh, my
There's
bad.
a drinking fountain as well. Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good.
No one really drinks out of it. They just use it to wash their hands. That's it, and a towel, and then they're
Oh,
off.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Well, you might do if you haven't got any water going around. That's the only way you
Clean your
drink it.
bum. No, clean your bum. Like at the end of the day, like what's so bad about cleaning it with a bit of water? Like got
No,
your
that's
own
okay.
personal
No one.
dick
I don't think anyone was
and
complaining about it. I don't think anyone said anything negative to that.
Those
No, I
cocksuckers
don't think
in
so.
the goddamn fucking rooms. God damn it.
Excuse me?
Yeah, just bearing in mind
Sorry,
we're living
brother.
on
I
a
just
flat
got
Earth,
kicked from a room. I'm
no
a little
curvature,
heated.
no rotation. That's it.
I'm just a little heated, brother. Sorry.
There's
I
a
just
huge
kicked
lack
from the
of
fucking room.
tits in this area.
Great point.
And,
Jim, we've got we're streaming live on YouTube
we
right now,
need
and this
more
is the one sec, bro, one sec, Sean. So we're streaming live on YouTube. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel in the politics server. So let's get back on topic. Would anybody like to discuss, like the nature of the surface of the Earth, whether it's a ball, flat,
Yes,
concave?
I would
whatever you
like
want.
to raise a topic, if I may. If I'm not already muted, that is. May I ask a question? A politic question. Don't worry.
Go ahead.
No, apparently you've all died.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Can I ask you? Okay. Oh, 2 seconds. What? Well, as a disclaimer, I'm not very good at all this. Okay.
Are you wasted?
I might not word it the right way or whatever, but what I'm seeing in the UK, which is the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and also in France, is like a rise in the far right, you know? So, my question is, do you think they'll ever be elected into government or not? That's my question. I'll keep it simple.
I think you would know that better than most of the people in here. Most people in here aren't from England or the United Kingdom, whatever.
Of course. It's the same way that I try to understand your bollocks. Like, because at the end of the day, it's bollocks.
Hey,
Like, it's just
Sean.
bull
Sean.
talking and stuff. Yes,
Sean.
I know people
You're
get
gonna.
very
You're
sensitive.
no. You're gonna need to turn your camera off. We don't do that in these rooms, please. And also, that is not to do with the topic of the Earth at all whatsoever. We're not here to discuss world politics or politics at all.
But
Yeah, this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We talk about the Earth and
sorry.
everything.
Honestly, it's an honest mistake, mate.
What's up, guys?
Why do I have to turn my camera off?
Because it eats
really
up
get that point,
bandwidth.
All right, I'll just go fuck myself.
It eats up bandwidth. That's why.
But why?
Because it messes with computers that we have running this place.
Well, I'll turn it off. I don't mind.
Bro.
Just a bit fucking. Usually it's the opposite. So.
So, Sean, do you believe that the Earth is a ball?
Oh yes. Do I believe if it's flat or not? Is that the question?
Yeah.
What I believe in is that okay. Fuck off. Let me finish speaking before you make comments and everything. I was gonna say, what I believe in, okay, I respect everyone's opinion, okay. But I believe in a rounder, okay? So I might not be in the right place. Doesn't mean you guys are bad people or anything. But all I've
Oh,
got to
that's it.
say
Kick
is,
him out. I'm kidding.
no, I'm not. Stop.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All the fucking data proves that it's round, okay? And you guys cling to your flat earth and stuff. But everyone's entitled to their own opinion. If you want to believe that the world is like shaped like a lollipop, you can believe that. As far as I'm concerned.
Well,
what's your favorite piece of data that it's
yeah,
round?
what's the data? Yeah.
Oh, what's the data? It's pretty simple. You know that there's a North Pole and a South Pole. Okay?
What do you mean?
And that's all I've got to say. So it can't be flat.
What?
I'm not gonna waste my time and your time.
So what do you mean there's a North and South Pole?
I'm not here to start getting into an argument with you guys. If you want to believe that the world is flat, okay, fair enough. Get onto your fucking boats and sail off the edge. That's what I would do. Fucking hell.
Nobody said anything about an edge. What edge? What edge would you be talking about?
Yeah, I mean, are you here to learn something, query something? Okay, like the edge, maybe. You know, you've got to be here for a reason. You're not just here for no reason, right? So, and if you're talking about the edge, there is no chance of any human being hitting any edge
What
of this
about
planet
you?
Earth. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
There is no. Hang on. Let me just say this quickly. There is no possibility of any human being hitting any edge, as we're contained in a 14.7 psi container. Okay, that's okay. We've got this pressure. Pressure requires containment, and pressure means that the molecules collide with one another and then collide with the container. Look it up. It's clearly obvious. Okay, so there's no chance of anyone going to the edge and falling off of any edge if it's there. All right. Thank you. Look to the engineering of the design of the flat Earth properly. Honestly, come up with these shitty fucking statements.
The engineering.
Yeah, that would be the creator, God, the creator of the flat Earth.
What kind of formula
you
did
would
you
see,
come up
you will
with?
see the design is there, right down to the air
Is
that
it
we breathe.
really?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, no, I'm not going to go ahead because I don't believe it. I think you're full of shit.
Well, we're all full of the brown stuff. That's why we got toilets. I've got a wash chalet with a bidet there, so we can get rid of the brown stuff
Are you
pressure
flexing?
builds up.
Are you washing your
When the
arsehole with
pressure builds
water?
up,
Is
we
that
go
what
to
you're
the toilet to
flexing?
release the brown stuff. So everybody's full of the brown stuff, mate. Everyone, including you.
Well, yeah.
Let's not
I
get
love
down to it.
them.
Let's get there.
I spend a
Meanwhile,
lot of
back at the
time
ranch,
with
have you measured the curvature of the Earth to know whether or not you're on a globe? Have you confirmed that you are
No,
on
but
a
let's
globe of
consider a
said
circle
specifications,
or a sphere.
confirmed and validated? And then have you confirmed the so-called rotation of the Earth? You haven't done any of these stuff, so please don't be telling we're wrong.
Well, no, I haven't proven it, but I know that I'm right. There's
Now you can't, ladies and gentlemen, you can't know if you haven't investigated and actually do any measures. That's not knowing. That's believing and hoping and wishing at
No,
best.
it's knowing
When you
because
actually
I
go out
know
and
if
try to
I'm
measure the
right.
curvature of the Earth with the specific numbers that they give us, the specified numbers, the specifications,
I
and
know
you're
if
finding
I'm
the
fucking
horizontal constant in your face all over the place, what are you to deduce, ladies and gentlemen? No curvature, no drop over distance.
right. What about the radius?
That's where we flat earthers come from. We come from actually taking the numbers we've been given and try to confirm and validate that. And we're
Yeah,
finding the horizontal constant. So we know, see, we can say
it's
we know it's
just a
flat.
big joke.
We can say we know it's flat and we know you don't know that yet.
Galileo proved it like about 500 years ago.
Galileo has got nothing to do with the Earth being flat or a ball. Because you can
Well, he
ascertain
did
nothing
prove
from a tube and
that
a
it wasn't flat.
couple of lenses that weren't of good standards back then. Get out of here, man. Come on.
A couple of lenses, what were they dusty or something?
Well, the thing is, we're talking about the specifications of the supposed oblate spheroid. That means that somebody has
But
gone out and done the measurements. Because you've got to measure the Earth to do that. You can't be looking out. You can't look through the telescope, look out, and say, I'm on a globe. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, it does to me.
If Galileo had pointed his telescope horizontally across a large body of water, he would have seen that that it's flat and level.
Yes. And do you know why that is?
Because it's flat and level.
No.
Why? Why is it? Why is it flat and level but not flat and
No,
level?
I want to
Tell us.
know. I want to know if you know before I say it, because I know the answer.
No, I don't know.
It's
You
not
tell us.
flat and level. It's not flat.
It's not flat and level. All right. Okay. Tell us why it's not flat and level.
No, I want to hear you tell me why you think it's flat and level. Why?
Because when we go and investigate the surface of large bodies of water, we find that it's flat and level.
Water. Okay.
Yeah, the surface of water is a
liquid.
standard for establishing level. It's been that way for centuries, right? It's the gold standard for establishing level.
Ah, yes,
Horizontal.
yes, okay. It's okay
Yeah.
if you okay, so okay, if you're looking at a lake, I get you. Alright. What about a river? It's in constant movement. Do you think that's flat?
It's dynamic. It's in the process of seeking equilibrium. So it's like it's running because it's not level, right? And it's uncontained at one end. So it's rushing downhill till it meets the lowest point, in which it will begin to fill up that lowest point and establish a flat and level surface.
So that's. I'll rephrase my question. What makes you guys believe that Earth is flat? It's a simple question.
The flatness of it?
No,
the flatness
just
of
what
it?
makes you believe in the first
The flatness
place?
of the Earth. The
It's
flatness. The flatness that both you and I and
I
everybody
like
else observes and
it's flat.
experiences and measures and
Almost a
uses.
conspiracy theory, etc., etc.
Well, if you'd have stopped talking when I answered you, you would hear that I did not mention the word conspiracy.
Yes, I did. I'm allowed to talk, as far as I know.
Not while I'm talking, you're
Until
not.
someone mutes.
Yeah, that's
me.
going to happen real
What?
soon if you're not careful.
Yes, okay. I don't
Right, being
really
drunk
care either
or
way. I
having a
asked you a
speech impediment is no excuse for rudeness.
I'm not being rude. I'm just amazed.
You're amazed that despite how flat the Earth is, right, that it's flat? What is it you're amazed about?
Oh, and I'm being rude. Okay.
What is it you're amazed about?
No, I'm amazed that someone like you can't even answer a question properly. That's what I'm amazed about.
Actually,
Right,
the question was answered coherently and perfectly. And if you look in the side
No, it
chat,
wasn't.
I've responded. Hang
No,
on.
it
If you
wasn't.
look in the side chat, now you're interrupting me.
I never look
If you
at.
look in the side, hang on. If
I
you take
never
the time
look
to
at
look
the
in the
show.
side chat, if you look in the side chat, I've responded
But
to T Dub's answer. So if you look in the side chat, you're going to see a lake with a perfectly mirrored image right there, and that can only happen on a flat lake, because if there's any curvature there, the picture would be distorted. And I'll give you an example of that in a minute. So no, T Dub answered your question correctly. You're not of the acquired intellect to understand the answer, because your brain is under some kind of slowdown. That's what it seems like, because you do sound a little bit worse for the weather. You know, drunk, in other words.
You sound like a complete cunt.
Well, that's what you sound like. You see, I'm sounding like you then, because you're a cunt. All right? What a fucking lemon.
Oh, let's
Honestly.
not
Shut up, you
let's
two
not
bob
go
cunt.
around the bush.
Shut up, you tuppence halfpenny wanker. Shut up. Fucking lemon.
In short,
No, it's okay. Do you
in
want
short,
curry
Sean.
sauce with that?
Fucking lemon.
So Sean, in the short, we say that the Earth is we say the Earth is flat because there's no curvature on the
Well,
surface of
that's
it,
your
right?
opinion. You're perfectly fine.
It's not an
with that.
opinion based.
I'm
yeah.
not
Okay,
trying
that's my
to.
opinion.
I'm not
Whatever you
trying
say, buddy.
to convince you otherwise.
It's not opinion based. That's the problem you got there. You don't understand the English language. He's not giving you an opinion. He's giving you a
And you're
fact
going to
of
give me
life.
lessons. Okay.
It's a fact of life through the investigation that he's put down, which you haven't done yet. Are you
I
looking
mean,
in
there
the
is
side chat?
curvature. There is curvature in the form of like hills and valleys and
It's
things like
not
that, right? So
fact.
and waves and that
I'm
sort of thing.
sorry.
But
I'm very
overall, the
sorry.
surface isn't displaying the curvature that would be required for
But
it to
you're
be
wrong.
considered a sphere, right?
You're all wrong.
No, we're not. Have a look at the natural images that are there to help you along. Why don't you look in the side chat? What are you scared of? Look in the
If you're
side chat.
right, I
Look in
will
the
donate
side
everything
chat.
I own.
Do look in the side chat, because there are images there for your digestion. Okay? Or are you so constipated that you can't look? Go and have a look in there. And you will see that I'm
Oh,
posting
I'm hungry.
images.
I'm getting hungry now.
I'm putting images in there that are going to help you along to
I don't.
understand that. You
No,
mentioned the
no,
word
I
lake.
don't want to look at
You
your
mentioned the
stupid
word lake,
photos.
and I'm giving you the characteristics of what lakes are like. Have a good look.
Okay, have you got a Lake Geneva picture?
Have a look at it. It's all there for you. Go and have a look. You're not looking, so you won't pick it up.
So you don't even know your lakes. Okay.
Yeah, I've got loads of lakes. Don't worry about that. Loads of lakes. Lake Erie,
Yeah,
Lake
lots
Michigan,
of leaks.
Lake Ontario. There you go. Lake Huron, Lake Erie. All right. There's a
I've
few
never
lakes.
heard of any of
Oh
those
shit,
apart from
they're all in the
video
United
games.
States, or parts of Canada and the United States. They're in North America. Let's get it like that. There you go. See?
Okay, so no UK. Okay.
Yeah. So there you are. You don't know any fucking lakes, so shut your fucking mouth, retard.
Well, you never asked me to name any.
I don't have to name any. You should have been naming them. I don't have to ask you. You should be telling me. You don't even know your own place. You can't even measure the curvature of the earth. Have you measured the curvature of the earth? No, you haven't. Shut your mouth then. Start measuring.
Well, have you been down
Yes,
to
that's why we're here. That's
the
exactly
core,
why
to
we're
the
here.
core?
That is exactly why
Or
we're here.
have you been
Yes.
to the core? No wonder you're so
Oh, the
fucking
core?
stupid.
No. We don't go to the core, because the earth is not a oblate spheroid. There is no core. Thanks. Of course, you wouldn't know that because you haven't done the investigation yet.
Oh, you?
Meanwhile,
Of
back to
course
the
you
rocks.
wouldn't
Are you looking in the
wouldn't
side?
have been talking
Are
about
you
it
looking
with
in the
me.
side chat
Wow.
for you? Are you actually looking in the
Just
side
betrayed
chat?
yourself, you fucking retard.
There you go. What a fucking lemon. Look, Two Bob fucking lemon. Look, hasn't got a clue. We're posting the images.
Lemon.
We are
Lemon,
posting the images
I'd
for
like
him
to
to have a
look
look at,
at. I'd like to.
right? So he
I'm
can
not allowed
understand
apparently
that
to
a
put my
level
camera off.
surface can be the
Fuck
perfect
you.
mirror. Okay, but he's not picking that up. See, he's not picking any of that stuff up. He wants to know whether or not we've measured the surface
That's
of the Earth. And
probably
that's what we're here.
because you've ordered Nando's.
Yeah,
You
we know it all.
you
That's
fucking
right. We
fat
know the
cunt.
narrative, and we know not to follow the narratives that the government's putting
Oh,
down.
fuck this.
Okay, there we are. I've done a complete set of images. Please look in
was
the
a
side chat.
complete waste.
Please look in the side chat. I've given you a complete set of images from nature and then one from a circus to show you what happens on flat surfaces, particularly lakes, and then what happens on a circus mirror. Go and have a look. Okay? You can see that the Earth is indeed not a ball Earth. Definitely not a ball. Have a look. Oh, honestly, these people come in drunk, drugged up, and they want to have a conversation. Bad show, ladies and gentlemen. Bad show.
That's the globe. You got to be drunk to believe it.
Exactly. Yeah.
To feel the spin.
That's right.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm pressing home the truth a bit harsh on this young man, but he deserves it. And I'm also helping him out as well, giving him some real images of real locations where he can actually check out what's happening in nature since he hasn't gone there to look. So, we're trying to help him out. But he did get a bit of that. I'm the best abuser here, not you. You can't abuse me. What a waste of time that would be. But anyway, yeah, any more globers? Claiming you have to be a glober, you haven't checked it yet? Go ahead.
I like the reflection argument. I like that.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a strong one.
I haven't thought about that one in a long time. Yeah, that's it would be.
It's clean, isn't it? It's clean.
It's
clean.
And if curved, it would be a funhouse mirror.
That's correct. It should be distorted, so it's clean. You see, nice presentation right there. Right?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I've got loads of those. Yeah, I can really. Okay, let me put the two more images just to put the in stone and seal the deal, as they like to say in business. Yeah, and totally drown the fucking globe out into infinity. Yeah, let's drown the fucker now. Yes, because I'm a bastard like that. Take no prisoners, Gin CBR1. Yes. Hang on a second. I'm looking.
Hamudi, you're up.
Okay.
You're up, Hamudi.
Yeah, how you doing? You in a good mood, are you?
That guy doesn't talk.
Hamudi.
Oh, he's moody. Oh, so he's moody then.
He's moody.
He closed his mic. Never mind.
Oh, okay. So he must be moody.
Yeah.
All right, he's moody then. That's it. That's what he's moody.
He's in a mood.
Yep. Okay, there's another image I've just posted into the side chat. In there now. Look at that. A little bit characteristics of water. And I'm going to capping stone that, and then that'll leave the globers reeling us totally triggered by the Gin CBR1 onslaught, unrelenting, unceasing facts about the earth that we live on. Yes. Keep pressuring them put them under pressure. Incoming, duck and dive. Too late, there you are, bang. Facts. There's the last one. And then that's my little presentation gift pack, I call it. That's my gift pack to the globers. That little presentation of the lakes. It's a gift packed special. Middle of the year.
I like it.
End of summer package. There you
Early
go.
Christmas
and that's
present.
the last. And there's the last one, yeah. Just before, we're moving towards the, what's it, the Thanksgiving? Well, there you go.
But you see how you posted that first one there with the tanks with the water in it, right? Okay, so that's too small of an amount to see the curvature, right? Or detect the curvature.
Oh, yeah.
And the last thing you posted, right? So you say go to the ocean then. Oh no, that's too big. So my logical conclusion is that the curve can be found somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, it's silly, isn't it? But what we're doing now, what we're trying to show you is the characteristics of how water actually is, isn't it? You know, it doesn't do what's happening on the right side. The left side is the correct behavior of water as we know it. And on the right is the pseudoscience dogma of the globe and anyone thinking in that kind of cognitive pattern. Okay? So the right side is all wrong. It's not what we're accustomed to. The left side is what we're accustomed to with water. So the scale is fine. It's just showing you exactly how water behaves. We know that, don't we? Because we've seen it. We've seen it when we were kids. Yeah, it's not a new thing. If you haven't seen that, if you didn't see that when you were a kid, then you can be forgiven for making mistakes. But boy, no, that's impossible not to know that. Impossible. You have to be blind.
I wonder if it would do any good to combine one of these reflective lakes with a distance observation somehow. Then you'd need something that's like 10 miles high or something. Hmm.
Woo. They are the champions. So I think he's stunned, isn't he? He's stunned by the stunning footage or photographs we've given. Yeah, good. Stunned by the presentation. Yeah, goody goody.
Hamoudi's posted some diagrams. I'm sorry, Jen, your photos are ruined because Hamoudi posted diagrams.
Oh, what a load of crap that is. All the while never measuring the curvature himself. Instead of to waste time here, Hamoudi, why don't you just go out and measure the surface like you said you were going to do the other day? Still haven't done it yet. See? You're scared.
Oh, he's posted some photos, Lake Pontchartrain.
That's a very tiny Earth, if that's the curvature. Very small.
Right.
Earth. Wow.
I like how
Nice.
it's curving one way but not in the other axis.
Yeah.
That's classic. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a symmetrical. It's not symmetrical, is it?
No, we must live on a cylinder or something.
Exactly. A sausage roll or something like that, perhaps. Who knows? Fucking hell. Yeah. There you go. They still won't go out and measure it. That's the thing. They won't go out and actually have a look properly. Yeah. That's why we beat them easily. That's why they lose. That's why they've lost for 11 years straight. You know? And when they've lost.
Now he's crying about mutes and all that shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you just go and measure the curvature and save all this crying? It's embarrassing, man. Go measure the curvature and bring that to us that you measured. Then we might shut up. Perhaps. Possible. But no, they won't do that. They won't do that at all, you know? Throw insults, cry in the chat, and that's all they can do.
Stop
Meanwhile, we
laughing.
take
Stop being so funny.
Yeah. Okay, let me just do a takedown. I'm going to do a body slam. I'm going to give him my body slam shot. Hang on, there's my body slam shot that I use when they're being silly like this and childish. Let me give him the body slam one. Yes, hang on, where is it? Yes, hang on. Aha, here it is. Here's the body slam shot coming in now. I do feel sorry for the Globers, because when it comes to meme wars, I never lose. I've got so much material, their fingers get tired. They can't keep up with the pace and the ferocity at which I deliver them once I'm on the move. They don't. They never have enough material. Never. And then it's the quality of the material as well. There you go. Here's my body slam one. Boom. Take that. Okay, and look at all the other little pictures in there, just to remind them. Packed with pepper punches. Nice. Nice. Nah, they can't beat me, man. You're out of your mind. Yes.
I like the first meme. It's really good to console your ego as a glober. Listen to this. Flat earthers like to use visibility of distant objects to disprove Earth curvature. Usually they fail to account for observer height and atmospheric refraction, or make other mistakes. Once all accounted for and mistakes fixed, everything will be consistent with spherical Earth.
What a load of crap that was. No measurements of actually measuring anything. Terrible, isn't it? See how they do, because people are in an indoctrinated state of mind. They're going to swallow that hook, line, and sinker.
Oh,
See?
phew. Everything's consistent with spherical Earth. It says it on the meme.
Yeah.
We're good.
Oh, what a lifesaver. Yeah. Yeah, that is funny. That is funny.
Everything's consistent with the globe Earth except the surface having curvature.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You haven't fixed all the mistakes yet. Once all the refraction and mistakes are accounted for, so we can all go home.
Yeah. Well, they better start doing their maths. Get on with it. Because I don't know how they can account for the molecules in the air that we breathe in that is continuously into flux. Every nanosecond, there's no way you can tap in and bring on a refraction. It's impossible. Impossible to calculate. And it doesn't happen within one medium. It has to be two mediums. So if you're talking about the air, it's impossible to account for it. You cannot count every molecule in the air over a 28-mile laser beam test. No computer can do that. The computer will blow up.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
And
it would have to lie.
Standard refraction is BS, but
yeah,
any kind of refractive
refraction
or lensing effect, I think it's more like a lensing effect what the atmosphere does. But
that's true.
What it can never do is let you see around an object. That's never been reproduced in a lab, even with like chemicals that are like when they use chemical, they try to use air to see around an object. You can't. You can make an object stretch the image of it or shrink by extreme temperature differences. But that's the best you can do. You can never see around an object. That's just not ever been.
It's against natural law.
It's not a natural thing unless you've got a periscope. You know,
it's not a natural phenomenon. That's right. I like the lensing fact. The lensing, because that can magnify the sun and make it look bigger, and the moon as well. So that, and I like that. That's true. Yeah, that's absolutely.
It's more like lensing than refraction, because, like you said, refraction typically deals with two mediums.
Mediums, yeah.
But if we're going to invoke standard refraction, which is just never been proven, and it was like reverse engineered to make a globe work, really.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
It's nonsense, and there's no demonstration where you can see using air that we breathe around an object. There's just no way to do it. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, and I'm glad you used the word the air that we breathe, because that's what we're talking about. They seem to forget that, don't they? These globers. You know, they forget that what they're talking about is the air that we breathe in. That's why sometimes the air that we can breathe, the air that we breathe in can block your visibility. Of course it can. That'd be silly.
The interesting thing is I've shown Hamoudi a lot of these measurements and how there are, bulges that are way too big to see at a ground level to see these laser observations or see horizons. There should be a bulge in between you and that other position.
Absolutely.
And now he's just giving us like Pontchartrain and with no measurement values or anything to go off of just an image, which I I thought you understood the argument, Hamoudi, but
yeah.
our memes down. We've introduced him to this stuff before, so that's why I'm like pretty disappointed in these memes.
Yeah, very disappointed. You know what? Hamoudi's in trouble because Allah, God, is watching him right now all the time. God is watching his behavior because God knows God didn't create a ball earth, yeah, right? He can see us trying to help him along and he understands exactly what we're telling him. He hasn't made any efforts in trying to prove the globe by going out to investigate, but he's got the time to put this rubbish material in here. So God's looking at him and he's going to ask him when he passes away. When he passes away, he's going to say, what did you do on the flat earth that I built and created for you to live on for free? What did you do on that? Yeah. Do you remember those guys that were in the Discord? They were trying to help you along. What did you do? Yeah. And don't lie because I saw you. Yeah. I feel sorry for the guy. You know what I mean? He wants to call himself a Muslim. Good luck. And if he follows any religion and this is how he's behaving, well, God is going to be very, very disappointed. Very disappointed. You lied about my creation. Yeah. So, don't mess with God. God doesn't take prisoners, man. Don't start lying about his creation. That's for sure. Not that I'm religious in any way. I don't pray 5 times a day, even though I was born under the Islamic religion. I do have a glass of wine occasionally with my meal. Okay. So I don't do drugs and anything like that. I'm 64 years of age, good, robust health, very healthy, very fit. And again, I praise God for that. Thank you. But I don't lie about his creation.
I like it.
Yeah. But I don't don't lie about his creation, that's for sure. And I drink the best drink, water, alkaline, clean, chilled in the summer, room temperature in the winter. Big kid. Yeah, I've been very fortunate, very fortunate. I thank God again because I go to the supermarket. I can collect 15 liters of alkaline water, 0 pence, 0 pennies, $0, 0 yen, no money. It's free. As long as you buy the container from them, which I bought years ago, each one costing about $5. So I've got 3 of those, 15 liters, and the machine. And you know that the supermarket appreciates your custom because when the machine broke down twice, they repaired it, and then finally they replaced it when it broke down the 3rd time. So clearly they do appreciate your custom. Yeah, what supermarkets can you go to that give you clean water to drink? The building blocks of life, water. Okay, clean.
I saw a story about a Japanese girl taking a train to school, and they were going to shut down the train line, and then they heard that she was using it for school, so they kept the whole train line running.
Wow.
Just so she could get to school. This is Japan for you, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Respecting the custom.
And then they closed it down after she was done with school, after she graduated.
Yeah, yeah. Isn't that good, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it?
They're thoughtful people.
Yeah, they really are. They really are.
Well, I heard you can't even, it's like bad manners to, like in US, you can get a hot dog and walk around with it and eat it. But in Japan, if you walk around with food, it's frowned upon. You're not supposed to
yeah, it is. But again, they're polite to a fault. They don't say anything if they see you doing that anyway, because you've got kids who are eating stuff on the streets and that. Someone might come out of McDonald's. But it is frowned upon, especially if you're on public transport, in particular.
I want to try some of that Japanese fried pizza. That looks really good.
Yeah,
sushi
I don't
pizza?
think. No, it wouldn't be a sushi one. I think it's okonomiyaki. I think he's talking about there. Yeah, that's quite interesting. But again, it's very high in calorie. That one, I don't really eat that. I haven't had okonomiyaki in years. I haven't had that in years now. I think 1999. Oh, it's a long time ago, isn't it? Yeah, maybe once after that as well. But no, it's not something that I eat. I don't think that's too high in calorie, that one. I call it the Japanese pizza, okonomiyaki.
Are you fluent in Japanese?
Nihongo shabarimasu yo, mochiron.
Okay.
Chikyu wa taira, chikyu wa taira mo.
I'm just a baka. I don't know anything.
What did I say? I said, yes, I can speak Japanese, of course, fluent. I can argue the flat earth case.
Plus, he lives in Japan, right?
Yeah, I've been here 27 years now, yeah. So, Nihongo de shiraberu yo. I can read a little bit of kanji. I can read hiragana. I don't read kanji very well, but hiragana, yes. But conversation, and let's get going, yeah. Hold a conversation for a couple of hours, I can do that easily. Yeah. Any topic.
You meet any flatties out there?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
And then I've introduced a whole heap of Japanese people over the 11 years to the flat earth. Yep. In the places I like in particular is when I'm camping. Because, I'm the guy that comes up and says, okay, ladies and gentlemen, foreigner in the house. I say, gaijin, you're gaijin. Okay, chotto jikan arimasu ka? Do you have a little bit of time? Sorry to intrude. Chotto jama suru desu, sumimasen ne. Chotto hanashi kaketai desu kedo. I'd like to have a conversation with you, if that's okay. And then I asked him, what's the
Isn't
second
gaijin like a bad word?
No. You see, when they say gaijin, it means foreigner. Okay?
Okay.
So when I say gaijin, wait till you're gaijin, I'm saying gaijin in the house. Foreigner in the house. That's all I'm doing. So they can see that this guy, I'm using their language, their terminology, and I'm trying to appeal to their attention just for a short while. We're on camp, we're enjoying each other's company. Let's see what they know. Right? And I've got all my
Tokyo
memes.
Drift was wrong.
Say that again?
So Tokyo Drift was wrong, the movie. That's right. They act like gaijin is a cuss word.
It can be used as that. Yeah, it's the intonation, isn't it? Obviously. Okay? Because kids also say gaijin.
So I don't know.
Yeah. What I enjoyed most is when I'm like in Hawaii or Guam or when I've gone to England and the Japanese are there, I say, "Hi, gaijin," like that. See, now it's their turn, you see. And they say, no, Nihonji. No, but gaijin is you're a foreigner in this country. Right, gaijin, shut up. You're gaijin. So I tease them that way, get my own back. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
you
when
sound
the children,
very fluent.
Thank you very much. Yeah. The Japanese children, that's what they learn. So their little finger we point goes, oh, look, gaijin, son, look, gaijin. And then I say, hello, Africa kara kimashita kedo. And I say, well, I'm an African, and that's where I'm from, And they say, nande koko ni kuru no? Why are you here? I say, I'm here to teach you English. Ego oshiete no tame desu yo. Yeah, and then you're having a conversation with them. Yeah. And I can still learn from a little kid because he'll say something that I'm not fully aware of, and then I ask his mum, what is, and then I say, so name it up. Right, and then so I've learned something from a little kid. You see, you learn from everybody as a foreigner. Don't mind it. But yeah. So at camp, when I'm camping, I really do enjoy talking about flat earth to people, especially as I go to the lake and they're there. And we're saying, look at it, look at how level it is. No curvature there, is there? Right. Where have you seen the curvature? Anybody flown to any countries? Yeah. Taira, they saw it. Level, wasn't it? The flight? Yeah. They said, yeah. Right. Then I showed them the pictures from the memes that we have. The memes speak 1,000 words. And then they always ask me, how did you find out about this? How? I said, by looking. And then listening to the people who produce all these memes and the videos. They're the people that showed me. Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? It's there. It's just that you're not looking properly. Onto that. And they say, yeah, that's true. I say, that's right. The brain is recording everything. Yeah, no wa zenbu there. No ni haitemasu. I just said that everything you see is in your brain, recorded. So and then the conversation goes on. They're asking questions. What about the moon landings, etc., etc. So then you tell them about that. It's not possible. And then Jack says, lying to them. Japanese space agent says, yeah, they're all liars. Can't do any of that stuff. It's all a lie. Giant firework. Dekai no hanabi desu, rocket wa. So hanabi means fireworks. It's just a giant firework. That's all it is. The technology is easy to do that. We can make one. All of us here can make a big rocket and power it and have it go up in the air and explode up in the air and come back down. That's nothing fantastic. Okay. It's not that difficult to put a firework up in the air and bring it back down. That's all they're doing. Remember that, yeah? They like to make it like it's all very, very technical, this, that, and the other. Make it more difficult than it really is. When you actually examine it from an engineering point of view, it's not that difficult.
Again, can you say, in Japanese, say raw wheat, raw rice, raw egg?
Okay. Nama mugi, nama gohan, nama
Yeah, okay, say it really fast.
Difficult that's going to be there. Nama mugi, nama mugi, nama gohan, nama tamago.
What about in the garden? There are 2 chickens.
Niwa no naka ni nippiki no mendori ga imasu.
Okay, this says niwa niwatori ga iru.
Yeah, iru, yeah. I said imasu, iru. Same thing. Niwatori means chicken. So I said niwa, yeah, niwatori.
Another one is Tokyo Patent Approval Office.
Say that again?
Tokyo Patent Approval Office.
Oh, I wouldn't know how to say that. Tokyo
Kayoku.
Kayoku.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, Basugasu Bakuatsu.
Bakahatsu? Say that again?
Basugasu Bakuatsu.
Basugasu Bakuatsu. What's the second word?
Gasu.
Yeah, and then the next one?
Bakuhatsu.
Yeah, see, Bakuhatsu, gas bomb, something like that?
Yeah, bus gas explosion. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost got it, yeah. Gas bomb. So bus blowing up. Bus bomb. Wow. Yeah, basu, you see. See, it's bus, but they say basu, don't they, instead of bus.
Right,
I have to say to my children,
It's,
I said bus. I didn't say
it's
basu.
kanji, isn't it?
Ooh, wa iranai. I always say ooh, wa iranai. Bus.
Is that kanji? When they do that?
No, that's just it's kanji. It's going to be katakana. That's katakana.
Katakana, sorry. Right, yeah, katakana.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, katakana. So you say to them, basu wa no, hatson to dame de bus dake. U wa iranai. We don't want the u. So cut the u off and then you got bus like that. Bakahatsu means explosion, bomb. Yeah. And I wasn't sure if he was really meaning that. I thought, is he talking about a bomb here? Because unless it's a word I don't know. But okay, let me go with that. Bomb. And I was right, yeah.
Yeah, they're just popular tongue twisters in Japan.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you think? I'm pretty good, yeah?
Yeah.
Cheers, man. Yeah. You see, niwatori is chickens, basically, right? Mendori, which is what I said, put nippikina mendori, that means hens, because you said hens, you see.
Oh,
yeah. So if you say hens, they're female chickens, and niwatori, there would be the cockerels, cockle-doodle-doo, rooster.
Oh, right.
Yeah. You see, when I've been here long enough to know that much. Okay, so mendori means that the hens. Niwatori, yeah, that's they're the roosters. Nibiki. Iru ka.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Peace be upon you too. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Subhan Allah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Hola, hola, ¿cómo está? Hola, ¿cómo está?
So, do you speak multiple languages to teach other people about the flat Earth?
No, I speak these multiple languages because I've traveled to these places. And if I can teach flat earth to them, well, that's very good. But yeah, that's the reason why, because I've traveled, you see. Japan, I've been here in Japan now 27 years. So that language, I've learnt it very well now. Okay. But Spanish, Greek, a little bit of Italian, Yoruba, Nigerian, Yoruba language, yeah. These I've learned over the years. What about you? What languages do you speak?
Arabic.
Oh,
Only.
yeah, of course. Oh, well, that's okay. That's the main language. That's okay, man. Yeah.
Try and get with the globe proof.
Yeah. Do you have any proof of globe? That's the good question, you see. Any physical
Only,
proof of the earth being a globe? What's that
no,
proof?
I don't have any physical proof.
Okay, good. So if you don't have any physical proof, that question should worry you. You should think, why don't I have physical proof of the earth being a globe? Why is that? If I'm living on a globe, there must be physical proof of it, obviously, because life is physical. So where is it? Steve?
I have a hypothetical proof.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Go ahead for what?
Huh?
For what?
You said you had a hypothetical, I think you said.
Yeah.
Okay, what is your hypothetical?
The different stars. Why do we see different stars in different areas on the Earth?
Oh, that's clearly obvious. Remember, when you're looking up at the stars, that doesn't prove the shape of anything, okay? Because you're looking up now. In order to know the shape of the Earth, you look at the surface of the Earth and you made a surface. Now, the reason why in different locations on the surface of the Earth that you see different stars is because of your location. Clearly obvious. You're not in the same place to see the same thing, okay? You see how easy that was? That was very easy, wasn't it? Yeah. It doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, though, does it? Because you're looking up.
So, Jin,
Yeah,
are
that's
you
totally
implying that the what we see in the sky is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth?
absolutely 100%. Yeah.
So, what is looking in the sky good for? Is it good for anything?
It's just for your entertainment, your pleasure, and you can use your imagination. That's why God put it there for you as part of your entertainment. And you can also use it to navigate, of course. You can navigate
What
the
if I
surface
want
of the
to?
Earth with the
What if
stars.
I'd like to try to explain what's going on up there? Is that a
You wouldn't be able to do that because you don't know everything about it. So you could only
right?
talk to about their movements, but you couldn't talk to how far they are, what they are made of, how long they've been there. You couldn't talk to that. You could only talk to the movement of it. That would be it, really.
Let
What
me
if I
ask you
wanted to
this,
try to come up
Matthew.
with explanations for their
Why
movements?
do you need an explanation?
Oh, I don't. I just don't want to throw up my hands and say I have no idea why that's happening. I'd like to, study
Well,
God's green earth and figure out how things work. And I think
well,
Yeah,
that's
you
not
wouldn't
Earth
be
up
able
in
to
the
know that,
sky.
though. Yeah,
That's
you
not
wouldn't be
Earth
able
up
to
in the
know
sky.
that. Yeah.
right, but
Why is it important to have explanations for things that you cannot go and touch and
Yeah.
I think
figure out?
first of all, it's interesting, and second of all, it's hard to know if it's going to be important or not until we know more about it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, don't you think it would be important to go there if you want to
No,
figure it
not
out?
necessarily. No, so for example, people figured out how to calculate prime numbers for centuries just for the fun of it. It turns out it is important for cryptography. So there's an example of just the pursuing something for the pure fun of it or the knowledge of it ended up having
Cryptography is just for people who want to keep secrets.
right, like me.
Right.
I don't want to
Well,
send my credit
only
card number
people
to Amazon with hackers being able to get it. So I'd like to keep that secret. If it's okay with you.
only
Okay.
people who want to do things hidden and they're usually up to no good. They're the ones with secrets.
Oh, not me. I'm just buying things on Amazon with my credit card. That's not. I mean, it's secret. I don't want anybody else to know it except for me and Amazon. But why? What's wrong with me encrypting my credit card number as I buy on Amazon?
Yeah, with all due honesty, Sheepdog, I don't know if I'll second you on that, man. There's a lot of stuff a lot of people want to do privately, and it's their right to do it. And if there's a technical way to preserve that, I think they have every right to do that.
Yeah, 100% right. That's right. Yeah, so he's entitled to do that. Fair enough. But when you're talking about the stars and those planets, you'll never be able to confirm your hypotheses. You can form again. It's your right to form your hypotheses, but that's all they'll ever be. They'll never be the fact. They'll never be the truth because you can't confirm anything. You see what I mean? That's why I don't put too much energy into the stars as such when we're talking about the shape of the Earth, for example. Okay. For learning and that, fine, and investigating. But again, what am I going to? I cannot prove anything regarding the planets except for their cycles that we observe, and that's that. I don't feel them having any actual effect on my body. Yeah, do you understand? Does that make sense? Okay. Never mind.
I just think it's useful to know things. It's interesting to explore. So, for example, there's no good reason for understanding how octopuses live and what their life cycle is like, but it's an interesting thing. And so I think marine biologists are justified in studying how octopuses behave, even though it's not going to
I
affect their
think
lives.
that's very important because of the pollution that's coming from the chemical industry, for example, polluting the environment. So we need to know that, and we need to know that very well. So now that's a very useful occupation to be involved in, to be quite honest, because we are polluting as we speak.
I'll say this though, Matthew. You can actually directly interact with the octopus. You can't
there you are.
interact with the stars, man.
I can see the stars. That's not interacting with them.
Yeah, that's not interacting, man.
Well, okay. I mean,
If you want to know why an
I'm just
octopus is changing colors, there's lots of things that you can do to it to give it external stimuli and make it do whatever it's going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in the way things appear in the sky. I mean, there's a partial lunar eclipse happening in like 2 days. That's interesting to me. So you're right; it doesn't affect my life, but it's interesting, and
It doesn't prove the shape of the Earth either. That's the other thing.
Yeah,
It's
I'd
not
like to
proving
speculate about why it's happening. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, speculation is all very well. I do wish, what I really wish, I'm not sure if you know this, but there's an aeroplane called the Sophia, which is a reconfigured Boeing 747, which has the just slightly different lens, I think, is there. And that exists. I'm surprised that they don't put that up in the air when these events happen. They can get the plane up.
I think they
have a
retired that.
decommissioned one.
I think
Yeah,
they
I've seen the
decommissioned that like
decommissioned
a year
Sophia
ago.
at the Air Museum in Arizona, in Tucson. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Okay, yeah. What, you've seen that plane, yeah?
Yeah, I've seen the Sophia plane.
Okay, yeah, right, yeah. So I'm always wondering why they don't fly that and put it up into the air so we can actually see that eclipse at a closer, closer than we are, for example, up in the air. Let's see what happens. Why don't they
Like
fly it up there?
7 miles closer? It's not that much closer, but yeah. I mean, I think we can. I
Yeah,
think
but
we can
you've
see
got
it
the
plenty
lens
from
that
the
can
ground.
zoom in, can't you? You can zoom in on it, on the event. It'd be
Yeah,
nice
that's a
if
good
they could
question.
do that.
I mean, I think for lunar eclipses, you can see the moon just fine from the ground.
Well, yeah, but I'd still like to see more close up, get closer to it, and watch them move. Watch the moon moving.
I don't know if this eclipse will be visible in Japan. I think it might be, but I'm gonna get up and at least watch part of it.
Yeah. What time would that be for you then?
I believe it starts around 9 p.m. and goes till about midnight. I should look it up.
Okay, you got 3 hours viewing time there. Oh, that's good. And whereabouts in the United States will you be able to see that from?
The whole continental U.S., I believe.
Ah, brilliant. Okay.
Post the link.
But you must always remember that the eclipses do not prove the shape of the Earth at all. Nowhere near. Okay, doesn't even begin.
Right. Yeah, it's just an interesting observation that if you would like to try and explain it, then be my guest.
Well, like I said, I don't know how these moons and suns can be up there in the first place. What their constitutions, I don't know that. Okay, we see the patterns they make through their movements, but that's all we can document, if you will. You know. Yeah. So there's no way of actually knowing more than that for me. What else could you not learn? Right? To be honest.
I just looked at the map. Sadly, it's not visible in Japan, but all of Europe, we'll see at least part of it, and all of North America.
Yeah, more often than not, that's the case
Except Alaska.
for now. But yeah, you know, it's an interesting phenomena. Of course, it is. I'll give it that. But yeah, it doesn't go to prove the shape of the Earth. But what purpose does it serve? That's the question. Well, one thing. It's a reminder that only the Creator has put this in place. No man has control over it. So the sun and the moon are never late. You can't say, oh, they're late. You've got to wait 20 minutes. They're running a bit slow. That's never going to happen. That goes to show you that the entity that put this flat Earth in place and those sun and the moon are far superior to we're ever going to be. Okay? That's something that I can. Reminder.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but Jin, you're breaking up pretty hard now.
questions have run out already? My.
All right, good, you're back. Sounding
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying your audio's coming back.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I didn't realize it had gone in that. But I was just wondering, no more questions? Any more Globers? Got anything to say? Prove your model? Yeah? No? Okay. Probably because they know they can't prove it.
Yeah, I'm a Glober. I don't think I can prove it. I think there's good evidence to believe it, and I have good reasons for believing it, I think.
Well, you'd only have good reasons to believe it because you want to believe it. If you can't prove your globe, because there's no evidence for it, I don't know what evidence you would have. What evidence would that be?
Oh, well, like eclipses, sunsets, moon phases, seasons, stuff like that.
No, they don't prove shape of Earth. Sorry, that's
right. They're not
again,
proofs. They're evidences that the best explanation of which is the spherical nature of the surface of Earth.
No, because everything's happening on a flat Earth. That's the thing. Remember, the number one gold standard, okay, is to take the specifications they've given us, those numbers, and try to validate those numbers on the surface of the Earth where you live. Okay, and now we're not able to do that. You're not able to do that. That's why you're looking to the stars, and that's the worst place to be looking. The most inaccurate way to do that is to look up. Okay, when you're living on the surface of the Earth, so you can easily prove this to yourself. So I would say that you are deliberately, your freedom of choice, not wanting to look at the surface of the Earth for that curvature. You're hoping for the eclipses and that, and they will never ever prove shape of any Earth that way.
Right. They don't prove it. It's just that that's the best explanation for our observations.
Well, what explanation are you going to give me that's going to make it seem like a globe? Go ahead.
Sun's set, and a good explanation for that is that it goes behind the curvature of the ocean if you see a sunset over the water.
Yeah, but then we've told you before, and I'm sure you've heard it, it's just that that's not the case, is it? It's because the sun is actually moving away from your perspective. Right? As it moves away, it's an optical illusion that appears to be going under the Earth, but it's not. It's just moving to another country. And you can actually prove that scaled down. A flat table can obscure an object on the table.
Right. So that's a competing explanation. So now it's up to people to decide which of those two explanations makes more sense or is more likely to be true.
Oh yeah, well, there's more ways of proving it than that, though, isn't there? You can measure the actual surface of the Earth drop over distance. Laser beam test,
I don't think you can directly measure it. You can do laser tests and stuff like that, but as far as direct measurements, like slapping a ruler on the curvature of the Earth, you're never going to be able to measure the curvature of the Earth.
That's exactly what the laser beam is actually doing. That is my ruler, so to speak. And we're hitting targets 28 miles away. Now, if you want to claim refraction, the problem you would have there is that you would have to be able to calculate every single molecule within the 28-mile distance as it's continuously in flux and changing. You could not computerize that and calculate it. It's an impossibility.
Yeah, you're right about that. You couldn't calculate it, but I think that I'm free to speculate that it might change the
speculating doesn't make it true. No. Speculating doesn't make it true. What makes it true is by measuring and confirming. You don't speculate a truth. You prove that truth and you confirm it. Don't speculate. You don't assume.
Right. Yeah. So I'm speculating that there might be a change in the path of light, and you're saying no, it cannot happen. Is that right?
No, because the laser
I'm not willing to say it can't happen.
No, it's not happening because the laser beam.
I'm just not willing to say laser beam is going that straight. That's all.
Well, I am. It's a precision instrument that the military use in their applications to actually paint the enemy and then destroy the enemy where they sit in their ships and boats and stuff. Okay, so they use it. It's been used. It's such a precision instrument in industry. So no. The laser beam has more than proved itself to be an accurate instrument. So I'm afraid that's not going to be cutting it here. You know, that laser beam is an accurate instrument and it's been used by the military. So if it's going to be refracting all over the place, then they wouldn't be able to use that. It'd be a headache.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. I'm just not willing to say it's perfectly accurate. That's like all.
Unfortunately, that's because you don't want to be on a flat Earth. You want to be on a
Right.
spinning board. You want to be on a spinning board that you cannot prove. How is that
Right. I
logical,
can't
ladies and
prove it.
gentlemen? You can prove that the Earth isn't a ball, but you'd rather not do that and believe that you're on a
Oh,
ball.
I
That
no, I don't
doesn't
think you can
exist.
prove the Earth is a ball. I think you believe it or don't believe it.
Well, again, so if you can't prove it, then it doesn't exist. You see,
No,
ladies
that's
and
not
gentlemen,
true. I can't prove that water is H2O, but I think I'm justified in believing the water is
water
able
isn't H2O
to.
actually. Water is not H2O actually. There you are. You see,
So water? What are water molecules made of?
water is water. To be quite honest,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
that's all it is. It's not H2O as
But
such. There isn't two.
but
What is it? H2O. So there isn't two hydrogens and two oxygens in that. That's not how water is. When they've actually analysed it through these two characters, Peter and Pick, when they analysed it, they proved that water is just water.
of course, yeah, water is water because that's what we treat it as. But I'm saying to describe some of the chemical properties of water, it's useful to know what makes up that molecule, what elements make up that molecule.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find hydrogen and oxygen in it. That's the thing. Even the fish as well. They don't breathe. Yeah, they're just breathing the water. That's what they're breathing. There's no oxygen in it.
Right.
Actually,
Yeah, the oxygen that the fish get is sort of free floating oxygen. They don't get it from the water. I mean, they don't get it from water molecules. And
no, it's not there. Yeah, it's not there. It's just not there. So the point I'm making is that you can prove that the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid. That is provable. In so many ways, it's unbelievable. We can use, ladies and gentlemen, we can use radio waves, radio signals, radar, sonar, GPS, long-range telescopes, short-range telescopes, submarines, torpedoes, aircrafts, hot air balloons, hovercrafts. Let me see what else. Hovercrafts, ships, and what are they called? What it's called now? Yeah, okay, we'll leave that one out for now. They take your pick. Right? Laser beams. That's what I forgot. Yeah, laser beams. So all these instruments, ladies and gentlemen, don't work on a globe. There we are. So I've just mentioned a
how
whole bunch of
instruments. How would the instruments know the shape of the ground beneath it?
Well, what happens if you try to use a radio signal, for example, ladies and gentlemen? Radio signals propagate horizontally. So if there's a curvature of, let's say, a distance of 10 miles, and then there's a 66 feet of curvature blocking that, the radio signal will not be received by the guy 10 miles away. The Earth's curvature would block it. That's what I mean. Yeah. Okay. Tests have been done, and they've proven that the Earth is flat through that particular medium, through that instrument. Radio waves, sonar, radar. Yeah. Radar systems seeing 2,000 miles away. There should be 5,000 plus miles of curvature blocking that radar's ability to go 2,000 miles, but yet it goes 2,000 miles. There you go. Yeah, there's no escaping it.
I
We're
don't know
living
much
on a
about
flat
radar.
Earth. Yeah, sorry.
I would say the opposite. I say there's no escaping the fact that we're living on a spherical Earth.
When there's no escaping, we're living on a flat Earth because there is no curvature. You have to have the curvature experience, unbeknown to yourself, or maybe you do realize your brain hasn't recorded any curvature on this Earth. Nothing. You have no experience of that in your memory. It's not there. And I said that to those who are listening in the live stream as well. None of you have ever recorded the curvature of the Earth because it's not there. Your brain has recorded horizontality where you live, flat Earth. It's all you've brains. None of you have got that experience of curvature at all. It's not there. And then if you want me to, and if you want to prove it to yourself, should I say, go and look at your parents' photographs, and then your grandparents' photographs, and then your great-grandparents, if they're alive and they had a camera at the time. Look at the images. What's going to be missing? Curvature. Go and have a look. I kid you not. The brain, unbeknown to yourself, is doing you a service, recording nothing but flat Earth, unbeknown to you. Yeah. And like I said, you should be able to measure it. If you're on a globe and they've given us the numbers, it would be impossible not to validate that. After all, they've given us the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. How can they give you numbers and you can't validate it? How can that be?
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to directly measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface.
That's impossible. They've given us the numbers, so surely someone has done it. They can't give you the numbers and you not be able to measure it, okay? That's an impossibility. You want to buy a Lamborghini, you're looking online, you're checking it out, it's giving you all the specifications. All those specifications should be validated when you go to the showroom, and you can validate it all because it's there. It cannot be that they give you the numbers and then you can't validate it. That's wrong. So no, if they've given us the specifications, it means we should be able to measure it. Okay? And we're living in modern times where we've got modern technology, so we should be able to do it very easy. Much, much easier than they did thousands and thousands of years ago. No, you're in a conundrum there, mate. Sorry, self-induced. You've entered that for yourself. I'm just keeping it real for you. That it is provable. The words "we can't prove the globe" is true because the Earth is flat. See?
Well, the reason I say I can't prove that the Earth is a globe is because I think in the realm of science, it's not about proof, it's about explanations instead of proof.
That's wrong entirely, because that's not science. This is science, first of all, doesn't deal with the shape of the Earth, first and foremost. And if you want to prove it, you have to measure it. That's an activity going on there. That's action. You're taking your instruments, you're trying to validate the numbers. So it's not about I think this or I think that. It's doable. Okay? It's doable. It's not impossible to do that. Very easy. When you speak the way you spoke, you don't want the language you use is of someone who does not want to measure it. That's how you spoke. That was the nuance, your implication. The intention is not to measure.
Right. I don't want to measure. Yeah, I don't want to directly measure the Earth, the curvature of the Earth, because I don't think it's possible to do.
Again, that's not true because the numbers were given to us. And like I said, using the Lamborghini analogy there, you're looking at a Lamborghini online, you want to buy that, and you look at the specifications, and by rights, what you're looking at online, you should be able to go to the showroom and validate every single specification that's on this Lamborghini online.
Right. I guess I just distinguish between measurements and calculations. The size of the Earth has been calculated, but it's never been directly measured.
They've given us the numbers to give us the size of it. That's what they've given us.
From calculations, not measurements.
The numbers are there, though. That's the thing. The numbers
they're
are there.
calculations.
The numbers are there.
For calculation.
The numbers are there. They're there for us to actually validate if it is true. Okay? And we've got the technology to be able to do that. It was given to us when there was hardly any technology. So we've got lots of technology now to bring to bear. But the idea that it's impossible to measure it, that will never wash. Not on this server. Or on this channel, the politics. No, that's not. I'm not going to accept that. That's unacceptable. Especially as they've said they've gone to the moon. Yes, ladies, we can go to the moon. We can go to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. We can hang on a minute. We can go to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. We can send things to Mars. We're planning to put a new telescope out there in the Lagrange point, and yet another telescope to go with the the Hubble and the James Webb and the Himawari. We've got satellites orbiting the moon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and then there's Voyager 1, Voyager 2. They've gone well out beyond the solar system. They're communicating, but we can't measure the surface of the Earth. Get out of here. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah, we can't directly measure the curvature of the Earth in the same way that we can't directly measure the height of Mount Everest. But that's okay. We can calculate
Why can't we directly measure the surface of the Earth? Why?
It's too big to measure. It's
that's
hard
ridiculous.
to get a straight edge.
No, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Because we can measure it over the miles, nautical miles, statute miles. We can do this. It's definitely possible.
I agree. Those are calculations, not measurements.
No, they're measurements. They're not calculations. They're measurements. I'm an engineer,
Well,
so
okay, so
don't be telling me that I'm not
maybe they were
measuring.
measurements that were calculated. I'm talking about direct measurements, like slapping a ruler on the
You
height
can do
mount
that
like
using the
somebody
laser
was doing.
beam test, like I just said.
I
You
don't
can
know.
do
The
that
laser
using
beams
long
are
distance
fickle and they can
observations.
bend a little bit.
No, they don't bend at all. They diverge outwards. But today's laser beams, you can get laser beams that converge and keep the potency of that beam all the way for 28 miles and beyond. Yeah. Okay. We've got that technology in place now. You can have them specially customized so they don't diverge outwards. We've got that under control. We can see through a camera 275 miles. Should have been 9.5 miles of curvature between the observer and the object it was looking at across the French mountains. Okay? Now we can do it. It's easy. We can easily prove the Earth is not a ball. Yeah, you have to remember that, when you put yourself in a situation where you don't want to measure it, I can understand why you're trying to defend that position, but you don't look good doing that. My point is, I want the listeners to understand. I'm saying to you that you can. He's saying you can't. The only reason he can't because he doesn't want to do it. Okay, then you have to ask yourself, well, why would you want to do that? Why would you not want to know the truth? What is the state of mind you have that's making you want to be like that? That's up to you.
Oh yeah,
Your privilege.
I do want to know the truth. My state of mind is to pursue truth.
Well, okay. Well, you've got a funny way of doing it. That's for sure. You're doing it by not doing it. The art of fighting is not fighting, as Bruce Lee said.
Sorry, Mr. Jin, let me just ask Matthew a question real quick. Mr. Matthew, do you think that it's possible that the calculations of the radius of the Earth and circumference are slightly wrong, or like how much of a margin do you think there is between the calculation and reality?
No, yeah, you have a good point. Obviously, any measurement is going to have a measure of error. I mean, even if you take a ruler and try to measure a piece of paper, you can get it fairly accurate, but not infinitely accurate. As far as the measurement of the radius of Earth, it's probably within, I don't know, 0.1% or something. And also, scientists have said that the measurement of the radius from the center of the Earth to the pole, the North Pole, is different from the center of the Earth to the equator. So it's not, they differ by 40 miles or something, or 60 kilometers, something like that.
So you don't believe it's possible that it could be wrong for, let's say, 10, 15%, right?
Probably not that much. No, that'd be a lot.
Yeah, well, we can be accurate up to thousandths of an inch and less. You know that?
Yeah, for some things.
Right, well, that's pretty accurate. So, I mean, if we're going to measure the surface of the Earth, the margin of error could fall into those thousandths of an inch.
So my dick.
Ah. Technology and instrumentation we have now, we can really definitely work out whether or not something's curving at 8 inches per mile squared. That's for sure. Plenty of room there to measure the curvature, and it's not there.
So my dick.
And water characteristically always lies level. at rest. It's another massive clue. Water doesn't adhere to curved surfaces because the surfaces are not level. So water tends to roll off and accumulate on the floor level. That's what we experience in the natural world that we live in. So there is no core at the center of the earth, never been proven to exist. We have no technology that can go 4,000 miles into the earth's surface and tell us there's a core there. We don't have any instrumentation, anything that we can confirm can do that. It's a story that they told us, just like the story of the size of the globe ball that we cannot measure on the surface, yet alone 4,000 miles deep. And then we have this, what is it called? It's called the Kola, Kola super bore hole in Russia, 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers deep. Took them 20 years to drill that hole, 20 years in the making, and they were making predictions as to what they were going to be encountering all throughout the 20 year there, and they were wrong every step of the way. So if they're wrong every step of the way, and it took them 20 years, how can they then begin to tell me what's 4,000 miles deep into the Earth's core, supposedly? Impossible. Yeah. Let's forget that completely. You know, we're not a ball. There is no molten core. That's not a thing. It's a story. Flat Earth totally destroys that into a gazillion pieces. Yeah, there's just too many anomalies for the globe to exist.
Well, you're one to talk. I mean, I think there's too many anomalies for the flat Earth to exist. In fact, I think there are way more.
Oh, really? Tell me, give me two of those.
The sun doesn't change angular size throughout the day, and the moon doesn't change angular size throughout the full moon, the night of the full moon.
Unfortunately, they don't prove the shape of the Earth, so you failed both times. Bang, bang, they've got.
Right, but there are anomalies. If you're going to say the moon is coming towards you as it's rising and going away from you as it sets, then it's just wrong.
They don't prove the shape of the Earth. They've got nothing.
I was saying
to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, they do.
They're not the shape of the Earth, so they're not anomalies.
Right.
Sorry, they wouldn't be considered anomalies.
As the moon is rising, it's because it's coming towards you, right?
Oh, well, hang on. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. Got nothing to do with the sun. So every time you mention the sun, I'm going to say to you, not the shape of the Earth. Nothing to do with the Earth.
I'm saying that the sky has these
so you
anomalies.
can mention the sun at the same time, and it'll be. They're not anomalies. They're not nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Nothing at all.
Observations that don't fit.
Okay, we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Right.
Flat Earth is not a model, so we give you. We don't know the Earth well enough to be giving you models. But what we do know is that the sun and the moon don't prove the shape of the Earth. So they're not anomalies. Have you got any other anomalies? Those two failed. What other anomalies do you have?
Oh, they didn't fail. You just
anything to do with the stars has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So there you go. Yeah, can't use those. They're not anomalies because they don't prove shape of Earth. Yeah. Aha. There are too many anomalies in the globe model. No curvature, no spin. Yeah. Not hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles. We're not doing any of that stuff. Okay. The seasons don't work on the globe.
The idea of seasons is internally consistent within the globe model. It is not true that they don't work.
No, they don't work because when the sun is at its furthest away, that would be when it's like in the Tropic of Capricorn, Cancer. In the Tropic of Cancer, those who are having a winter have recorded their hottest temperature according to the globe model. So that, you know, and then when it's at the closest, right, that's when they recorded their coldest coldest temperatures. So the model doesn't fit reality, the experience. So the model is totally flawed. Another anomaly
You're right. If
there.
the model
See,
were that the temperature depends on the distance to the sun, if the temperature did depend only on the distance to the sun, then you'd be right. But that's not our model. You must be talking about some other model.
no, the globe is reliant on the temperature of the sun and its proximity, of course. Of course it is.
No, it doesn't.
That's how you get
It
your
has
weather and your summer. Get out of here, man.
on
Now
the
you're going
globe
to
model,
start
the proximity of the sun is
arguing
a
about that.
minor factor.
It's not a minor factor. It's part of your daylight and your timeline and everything else. Come on.
It's
You're always talking
the
about it just
proximity
now.
on the globe model. The proximity of the sun changes less than 2% throughout the year. 3% maybe.
It's mentioned to be 93 million miles away. It's an important part of your model. It's part of your framework. Without it, you don't have a model. Get out of here. You don't have a model
It's about
anyway.
93 million
Let's get
miles
that out there.
on average, but that doesn't.
It's
That's not
not
what causes the
93 million miles. How
season.
did you prove that? How did you prove that? How did you prove that? You haven't
Oh,
proven that.
I
Thank
was
you.
talking about whether
So
it's
you don't.
internally consistent, not about how to prove it. You were trying to claim that it's not internally consistent, and I was saying that it is internally consistent.
Well, it's not, because the seasons are skew-whipped, because it is dependent. It's dependent on the position of the sun. The seasons. Come on.
Yeah, the position, not the
Getting
distance.
silly now.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, we were talking about the
The
distance of the
position would
sun.
be the distance.
It's part of
The
it.
distance and the position are all in one. It's part of it. Yeah.
They
It's an
are
anomaly.
related, but they're not.
Period.
They're not simultaneous.
Example, and that's something.
It's an anomaly. Yeah. Go ahead.
Leaf is
It's an
watching a
anomaly
movie
in model.
parts of it through his hot mic.
Mr. Matthew, if I can ask you another question. So when you mentioned these calculations about the radius of the Earth, like in your understanding, what kind of methods, like, or tools are used to achieve these calculations? Are we still talking about the shadows of the sun, stuff like that, or in the modern day we have other ways to calculate that?
You're right. There are probably several different ways to do it, but Eratosthenes did the original calculation allegedly, and that idea still would work to get a rough number. So, yeah, as you know, Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth was infinitely far away from the sun. He assumed the Earth was spherical, and from those assumptions and the calculation of shadows and distances, he was able to calculate a radius of Earth, and it seems like he got fairly close, within 10% maybe. These days, they more precisely measure sizes and locations of the surface with satellites doing radar off the oceans and land. So that's a lot more complicated way to do it, I suppose.
Yeah, no, that's a begging the question fallacy. You haven't proven that the Earth is a globe, and you've gone to satellites.
Right, I'm
So
not
you
proving
can't
it.
use
We're just
the satellite
describing.
thing, because you haven't.
You
The
keep
very
mentioning proving.
idea you mentioned satellites means
Right.
you're using it to prove your globe that doesn't exist. So you can't use satellites. Begging the question fallacy right there.
No, he was asking about the
object.
calculations. I was saying how we calculate the size of.
Yeah, but I'm objecting. I'm objecting to the satellites. Okay, I'm objecting to that. You don't have the right to say that. You can't say satellites. I'm objecting. Thank you.
GPS is from satellites. How about that? I can't say that.
Again, I'm going to object against that as well.
Are
Objection.
we
How about
fully
satellite TV is from
understand
satellites?
GPS? Is that
Say that again, that stick.
we full GPS? I mean, we're out there, dude. Fucking, we're having GPS on our cars, dude.
Right.
That was a thing, right? We're fucking
Yeah,
satellite.
I
now,
use
dude.
I use
We're
GPS in my car.
Satellite, dude. Fucking straight satellite.
My
GPS.
GPS receiver in my car receives signals from satellites in space.
No, it doesn't. That's a lie. It's a lie right there. No, it does not. Your
Where
GPS
are
is
the
not
signals
receiving.
coming from?
It's coming from cell towers, and that's it.
No, it's
Okay,
not. My
ladies and gentlemen,
GPS doesn't
you've
use
got your
cell
cell towers,
Well,
right?
it's
Ground
from
positioning
space.
systems. It is not coming from any machine equipment that is in space. That's not true at all.
Mine is.
Taking the question
It doesn't
fallacy
use cell
again.
towers.
Then I'm going to ask you, how did you validate that?
Because it works far away from cell towers out in the
No, that's
desert
not
or
the answer.
mountains where
How did you
there's
validate that? Question still stands. How did you validate that?
by noticing that it works all the time, no matter how close I am to cell towers.
That's not an answer. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? He hasn't validated
It is an
it.
answer.
You can't validate it. The only way you would be
Yeah, I
able to
can't prove
validate
it.
that, the only way and standard that you would have to use is to go to space to see it there for yourself. And as you can't do that, you're using a belief system. That's
Right.
not
I
the truth.
believe that satellites are in space.
Right, well, they're
Based
not
on
there.
my
That's not
observations.
the way to prove anything. So you haven't proven it. And like I said, we know the Earth is flat, and we don't have satellites giving us GPS for my car. That's not how it works. That's what I used to think.
If it's not doing it, what is it doing then? What's it up
It's
there doing?
GPS as it's known as.
No, dude, there's not that many. How many are there out there, dude?
How many what out there? How many watts are out there?
GPSs.
Well, you've got cell towers and fiber optic cables. That's where it's all coming from. And then you're using military radar systems. You're not using satellites. That's not at all. There are no satellites in space the way they've been described as, machine with solar panels and sending signals to Earth. That's not.
Have you ever seen this the Starlink go across?
Again, it's not. That's Satelloons, as far as I'm
It's kind of
concerned.
amazing, dude. It's kind of
Satelloons, ladies and gentlemen, they're not really satellites with solar panels. Okay, that's not a thing. We don't have that.
Well,
and they're at 350 odd miles from the Earth's surface, something like that. Those Starlinks, supposedly.
If your upload's fucking slow, dude, we're gonna get it there. We're working on it, dude.
Remember, the GPS was going around before Starlink. Starlink is relatively new, isn't it? A couple of years.
We're trying to get over it, dude.
Starlink is a new system. Yeah. Well, satellites don't exist in space at the moment, ladies and gentlemen.
Have you always hated satellites? You guys remember the first?
No, I used to believe in the satellites until I investigated it, and I've learned that they're not there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, right. It's not how it works. The Earth is flat. It's not a ball. Right. We're not
Mr.
a ball.
Jin, you do agree that there are machines overhead, right?
Helium balloons. Yeah, helium balloons. I'm going to post a little meme of all the equipment, a little collage of all the equipment that is up there of the modern times right now. Hang on, you may not be aware of it. Some of you may be aware of it. Okay, but let me see if I can get that for you now.
I fucking know.
Okay, let me just give me about 20 odd seconds. Give me about 20 seconds and I can get that for you. What's up there right now that you may not be aware of? Here it is.
Fucking tell me, dude.
Just give me a couple of seconds now. We should have this ready to go.
Is it 6-0?
No.
It's not, maybe?
Okay, there it is. Nice. Okay, coming your way now. Bang. Right. Now, if you look at that there, you'll see a whole bunch of equipment. Yeah, those stuff are up there. Yeah, that stuff's up there in the sky. Yeah. Okay, fine. Satellites.
What is out there in the fucking sky, guys? Come on, dude. We gotta fucking figure it out.
Well, the only way we're going to find out is to fly up there and investigate it. Okay.
Well, we gotta fucking put our minds together, and maybe get a fucking like a telescope of some sort. Maybe like a fucking like a sweet ass swan, dude, or whatever. Somebody's got like a big enough backyard or whatever, and fucking just put that shit, and we gotta look at it, dude. Because we got look, dude. We gotta look.
Yeah.
We gotta look.
Yeah. Yeah.
We ain't looking, dude. Who's looking?
Well, I've looked, and the knowledge I've gleaned over the last 25 years. Yeah, no, there's no way that we got satellites up there. We can't go to space. Second law of thermodynamics violation. So anything that's going on is like, if you look in the side chat, I posted a little image there. There's some equipment that's being used. Yeah, that's what's being used. Okay, there you go. Satellites being deployed by rockets. It's just a BS story.
Yeah. Well, we'll figure it out one day, dude.
Yeah. We maybe. I mean, I've already figured
I've got
it out.
it figured out already.
Yeah, so have I. It's not satellites, but go on then.
What did TV satellite dishes point to since the
They
late
don't point the
1980s?
satellites up in the sky. That's for sure. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen,
parabolic
I'll give
dishes that point
it
up.
to. Okay. I'll do another thing. I'll post in the side chat a video that explains to exactly how we're communicating right now. Okay, and it's only like 15 minutes long. You can watch it for yourself and you can learn. Okay, we're not using satellites the way you think it is. No, that's not happening at all. Your TV satellite dishes are just antenna receivers, and it's all to do with, like I said, cell towers, fiber optic cables, wind turbines, which are now used for communications, ocean buoys, and we also have the carnage of all these drones and blimps and that they're up there, helium balloons, and also we also use the military system. Piggyback off of that. That's what's going on at the moment. We're not using any rocket type deployed into space. They're being deployed, and then solar panels get deployed out, and now they're geostationary around the globe. That doesn't exist. That's not happening.
Yeah, most internet communication goes on fiber optic cables under the ocean. I'm talking about satellite TV communication.
That's the same. The satellite TV as well. It's all the same stuff. They're just lying to you. It's all the same. With the cables that I'm going to post in the side chat in just a minute, 10 trillion financial communications happen every day. 10 trillion. Not one of them goes to any satellite up in the sky. Financial communications. So where are the satellites? We're getting 10 trillion a day communications all across the flat Earth. Yeah. No. You have to be very careful. It's easy to be duped. Very easy to be fooled, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to be careful. Lucky that we the flat earthers have been looking into it, so now we can help you out. Who knew, eh? Who knew? The flat earthers know something. Yes, we do.
But Mr. Jean, in that case, when you, for example, observe stuff like the ISS or the Starlink chain, what do you make of that? In your mind, for example, the ISS,
The ISS is definitely not up there, the way it's been configured, not traveling at the speeds they tell us. It's just some kind of a machine flying across the sky. That's all it is. It's not. There's no human beings in there doing their scientific experimental nonsense. That's not true.
Right, but it would be hard to imagine that it would be a machine of the sorts of the ones you
I don't know why. That's easier. That's easier to imagine. I can imagine a letter H shaped aeroplane. It could be. Could be. Okay. A machine configured into the letter H. Go ahead.
But all those machines you sent in the side chat, they're like lighter than air kind of technology. They're balloons. They are. Wow.
They can go up as high as 31 miles off the Earth's surface. You're not going to see it in the nighttime or the daytime when they're up that high. You're not going to see it. Okay. So no. They can go up 31 miles off the Earth's surface.
So
don't
Jim, I've got a
underestimate.
fixture at 50 past the hour of some satellite dishes. I'm curious, what's your analysis of that? What are they pointing at?
They're receiving a signal that's coming from the fiber optic cables or the cell towers. That's it, really.
No, this is in the 90s. Before cell
It would
towers
be
were
the same thing. It will be the
ubiquitous.
same thing. It will be the same thing. It
But
will
these
not
are
be satellite.
parabolic antennas pointing straight up. They're getting
Yeah,
all the
it doesn't
signals
matter.
straight up.
I've said it once. I've said it twice. I've said it 3 times. I'll say it a 4th time. They're receiving a signal. They're not receiving it from a satellite. Been lying to us all along.
Well, okay,
Remember, they've never
so
been
yeah,
to
this
space.
doesn't prove that they're
They've never
receiving
been
it
to
from a
hang on.
satellite, but
They've
it
never
does
been to
show that
space.
they're
Hold on.
receiving a
They've never
signal
been
from
to
straight up.
space. What? They've never been to space. The Earth is not a ball, so they're lying. Okay, they have to lie. You've bought into it.
Except
That's
that
the only
satellite TV actually works. So
No, it doesn't work. Actually, you haven't validated it.
satellite
You haven't
TV does work.
confirmed that. No, it doesn't actually.
You can't
It's
get
not the way, not
satellite
the
TV?
way you think it does. Not the way you think it does. It's not coming from a satellite in space. Okay.
Then why
So
are
it's not
these
the way you
antennas
think it
pointed
is.
straight up?
Like I said, they're there to fool you. You've been fooled. There you go.
So people
That's
spend
why.
people spent thousands of dollars back in the 90s just because they were being
Yes,
fooled.
they're being fooled. Exactly. Yes, and they were
And
unaware
then
of that.
if you bump that antenna off by a half a degree or something, you stop getting the signal. So why would that be?
Oh, that would be because you the alignment to where the signal is coming from has been breached.
Right, because it's coming from straight above those
It's not
antennas.
coming from straight. I guarantee you, it is not coming from a straight above satellite.
Then why is it pointed straight above?
Again, like I said, we're
So
on
the
a
point is,
flat
these
Earth.
are pointed straight above, and if you bump them off by a degree, they stop getting signal. You can't watch satellite TV anymore, and you have to get out there and.
He wanted to see if he could line up his theodolite and line the 2 poles up so that they would appear level, right, in his field of view. And he found that he claims that what he found was that when he lowered the theodolite so that the crosshairs in the theodolite matched the top of the furthest pole, that the middle pole appeared to be higher than the furthest pole, indicating that there was a curve there, right? So there was, and then right, with that, because Robotham had challenged anybody to produce proof that the Earth was curving and debunk his own observation, right? And he'd offer like a prize or reward, right? And so Wallace, having done his test, right, and felt that it was proof of the Earth curvature, approached Samuel L. Robotham and demanded his reward, right? And Robotham contested that it wasn't a legitimate test, and it went to court. And the court ruled in favor of Robotham and didn't give Wallace the money. So, whatever however you want to think about that, you think about that. But that's what went down. Apparently, that's what the history books say. Anyway.
You heard about the one thing where that YouTuber he
Wait,
offered
so you
a
just
reward or
disproved the
whatever.
flat Earth? You just disproved flat Earth.
Well, not according to the judge. The judge did not rule in favor of Wallace. He ruled in favor of Robotham, and Wallace
So law
didn't
is
get his
not
money.
science?
Well,
Law is not science, my nigga.
well, okay. So what says that it wasn't what says that it wasn't refraction that caused Wallace to get his result and not Robotham? I mean, there's going to be an argument there as to what light is doing over the surface of the Earth, right?
Because he accounted for it.
How did he account for it?
Did they just leave?
No, Bozo's still here.
I was
I
like,
don't know the
there's no way they just
experiment.
left.
I can look it up.
You don't even know the experiment. How are you gonna say they accounted for it? That makes no sense.
Because it
It'll
was
simply
part
say
of the
that
finding. It was written. It's what he found.
Yeah, he can't just get a result and say that there was or wasn't any type of atmospheric distortion, right? His
Well,
argument would have been that
okay, well,
because,
every scientific experiment was invalid then.
well, they're not exactly scientific experiments, right? Because this is about geometry.
Everyone is though.
This is about geometry. It's not really about science, right?
How do we know
But
H2O is water then?
that's
here we
not a
go.
geometric claim, right? That's a claim of chemistry. That's a chemistry claim, right? So that's something that you
Geometry
can
is science.
test in the lab, right?
It's all related.
Geometry is not science; it's a branch of mathematics. You could employ it within the field of science, maybe,
Yeah,
but
mathematics and
they're
science are
two
two
different
different things.
entities. Yeah, they're two
Math and
two
science go
different
hand
fields
in
of
hand.
study.
Yeah, it
They
doesn't
don't
matter.
necessarily.
Just because it uses math doesn't mean science is math. That's ridiculous.
You can
to
do
say
math
that.
without science, and you can do science without math. So
Exactly.
they are
Yeah.
separate entities.
Sure, give me the mathematical formula of like that equals like the atmospheric fraction. Yeah, what's the equation for it?
Not sure what sort of modeling they use to like now, because they found that the old one was really insufficient to be able to explain the observations. So, but the standard one that was used for centuries, or well, for decades, right, was 7/6R. That's called standard refraction. So that's not even that's not even an optical equation. It doesn't even have anything to do with optics, right? That's just that's actually just increasing the radius value of the Earth. Right? It's just in making the Earth larger, right, to account for your observation. You could, yeah, it's simply just saying light behaved in such a way that it made the Earth appear to be this big. Right? There's not even any. There's nothing within that
Sounds like
equation that
science
even
to me.
that's not science. It's not science. It's very unscientific. Right? It's actually ad hoc. It's an ad hoc hypothesis, right? Where you're gonna make an observation that doesn't meet your expectations, so you're gonna make
Well,
excuses
listen,
for it.
science is recording experiments, doing experiments, and then recording those results. Is that checkmate or what's this happening?
No, like I said, you don't make an observation, right? And then when it doesn't meet your expectations, you don't just get to make up excuses for why you didn't get the expected result so that it fits your bias, right? That's not science. That's pseudoscience.
That's not what happened though.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. We show people observations, right? That destroy the globe geometry, contradict the globe geometry, and people make up excuses and say the light must have been behaving in a way that made the Earth look flat and measure flat. That's what we get. And oftentimes they won't even have the slightest
But that's
clue
provable though.
about what's causing it. Okay, then that's up to the person that's
That's
making
not
that
made
claim
up.
to demonstrate that the conditions existed in a way that would produce the results in the way
Why
that
is
they're
the sky
saying it
blue?
did. Right.
Bug, why is the sky blue?
Why is the sky blue? What has that got to do with anything?
Yeah, it's like
What has it
irrelevant.
got to do with what we're talking about?
Atmospheric refraction.
That's not why the sky's blue.
No, it's not refraction. It's got to do with scattering.
No, I think it is atmospheric refraction.
Did you say it's scaling? Is the atmosphere
Scattering.
reflecting the water? The
No,
oceans?
that's not true. Ask Einstein. Implement it.
Okay, well it's true, but why is the sky blue though? Maybe it's because of like all the blue food dye that we put up there.
That's I mean, you're discrediting yourself at this point if you're gonna make claims like that.
It was a joke. It wasn't a claim.
I mean, yeah, but you know, most of the things that that one guy said were just claims. So
True, they were just claims.
well, if you'd like to give us some empirical evidence you used, right? And we'll explain
Okay,
to you.
sure.
Well, I'll explain to you why it wasn't empirical evidence. So, what empirical evidence did he use to make these claims about atmospheric refraction?
Are you talking about the sky being blue?
Yeah, no, we're talking about the
Yeah.
the other guy.
No, if you're talking about the sky being blue, it's pretty simple because blue light has the shortest wavelength, and you know it gets scattered, and um, that's why it reaches our eyes, making it
But
look
what
blue. I
scatters
think
the light?
tiny particles.
The light interacting with the particles of the air.
Tiny what? Particles? Tiny particles?
Yeah, air
Yeah,
Particles of
molecules of
what?
air.
of gases, dust, like all sorts of different things. Water vapor, which is a gas. But yeah, the atmosphere. People
Water
call it the
vapor.
atmosphere.
Okay.
Gases,
It's water,
gases,
dude.
and
No,
gases and
not water. It's
other things.
air molecules.
Yeah, water vapor is a gas, right? It's less dense than the nitrogen and oxygen and whatnot in the air, but you know, it's a certain percentage. Yeah, and all of these things
True,
scatter
but
the
it's still
light.
water though.
It's not still well, it's still
Ice is
water,
still
but
water.
it's in a different state of matter. It's in a gas form.
That is still water. It's still water, dude. It's
What's
still
your point?
H2O.
What's your point? What's your point? Yeah, it's water in gas form. It's called water vapor.
So DJ Bozo here brought up the whole Bedford level thing, right? So I went through what Rowbotham did and versus what Wallace claimed he did, right? And went through the story. Do you have any more to add to it? Like because yeah, cool.
so-
Because Bozo here said that Wallace somehow accounted for the refraction.
You know how Wallace accounted for refraction by putting the optic up a little bit higher above the water, and then they said that that's accounting for refraction. So if anyone thinks that that's how you account for refraction, then the globe is completely cooked, because we have documented observations from much higher than that that completely destroy the globe. So, right, some observation we have little
Like
to
what?
no,
Like what?
like what? Like what? What do you mean? Like what observation?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's hundreds. Like, you want one or? So what's your
Yep.
claim first? Are you claiming that if
Give me
you
100.
lift
Yep.
up if you lift something up above a certain height, that's how you account for
Claim
refraction?
is
Is
the
it?
Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, but what's your claim with refraction?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere, then it should have a certain amount of curvature. When we go out and observe the Earth, the curvature is not there. If you're, what's your reasoning for that? Refraction? Is that it?
The curvature is there though. Have you ever flown a
Okay.
plane?
Yeah, I just flew from Europe to Sri Lanka. There's zero curvature, and even if it was a globe, you wouldn't
Did you
see
look out the window?
cur-
Did you see the
Yes. Yeah, I've flown all
curvature?
over the world. You don't see
Oh,
curvature
you
from a
saw the
plane.
curvature?
No, okay, so when I say you don't see curvature from a plane, you reply, so you saw the curvature. And your name is
Oh,
very fitting in this situation.
you do see curvature though. You can
You
see
really
the
don't.
rounded horizon line.
You literally don't see curvature from a plane. And even if it was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from a plane because you only see
There's mathematics that rule aviation.
you see 0.1%
Don't
of
work
the
on a flat
surface
earth.
area. Don't interrupt. Listen.
No, you interrupted. I
Do
was
you want to
talking.
do you want to hear it from an astrophysicist that hates flat Earth and hates the Earth's globe, right? That even from 10 times the height of a plane, you wouldn't see curvature. You want to hear it from them because you don't seem to trust the mathematics for what I'm saying. So do you want to hear it from an astrophysicist, or what would that do?
I'm still waiting to hear any like actual mathematics.
Oh,
You
okay. You want some actual mathematics? All right. Let's put a test in the side chat. Just a moment. We can go over some actual mathematics and let's see how well you handle this. All right, so here's an observation done at Worthing in the United Kingdom. We have a windmill farm out in the ocean called Rampion Windmill Farm. It has a series of windmills that are 200 meters tall, and they range from 8.4 to 11.2 miles from this observer. Based on the spherical Earth, right, at 11.2 miles, there should be around 80 feet of curvature, just raw curvature. Okay, now, the professor, Dr. John D., who did this observation, set his camera up at 1 meter high, which is 3.5 feet. Okay, so once again, based off the spherical Earth mathematics, the geometric horizon should be at 2.3 miles, which is 3.4 kilometers. Right, all of the water beyond that should be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And the bottom of the windmills should also be partially obstructed behind that horizon. Now, in the video that's uploading at the moment, you'll be able to see that the curvature must be there if the Earth is a globe isn't there. Right, so here's the Earth curvature calculation as well. And you can double check any of the mathematics if you like, and if you have any questions, let us know, because this destroys the globe.
Hi.
Up.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. What you got?
Buzu, I send you do me a favor. Please accept my ad.
Why? Why?
Maybe they're gonna try to save you, save the globe.
Yeah, they're gonna send you some globe evidence.
Say this. Say this.
If you use this, it
Not
might
right now.
help them.
Not right now. We're talking.
Buzu, I send
Alright, so I
ad.
just
Please accept it.
alright, Heba. Right, you've already asked. Right, so if they accepted, they accepted. Right now, they denied you and said that they're talking. So I just presented some mathematics along with a physical demonstration. Right? What do you have in response?
$200 isn't high enough.
The height of the windmills is 200 meters, yes. But the height of the windmills doesn't matter because we can see the whole windmill. So even if the windmill was 1 foot tall or 1,000,000 feet tall, we would still see the entire windmill. So the height is irrelevant.
It does matter. The
Okay, but we
surface
can
of
see
a
the we can
basketball is it's like really flat when it's zoomed in.
Not really. It's actually filled with lumps. It's not flat at all.
Okay. So mountains and valleys are
you're
flat.
avoiding.
Is
Oh,
that
look.
logic?
Here's right. So you just completely ignored the observation and the mathematics that you requested. Right. Here's a zoom in of a basketball to debunk that silly claim. Do you want to get back to the observation,
We
or are you
rejected
hand wave?
the
Are you hand wave dismissing the mathematics and observation that I just posted?
math is wrong though. You
What's wrong
hand
about the
waved
math?
off
Okay, what's wrong about the math?
atmospheric.
Not. Okay, so yeah, let's get into that. Let's get into that if you want. So what about the math is wrong? Explain to me what about the math itself is wrong. So you're saying the globe is wrong because the math that I gave you is the globe math.
The globe is correct.
Well, that's the math I
Your
gave you was the
formula is
globe
wrong.
math. Okay, what's wrong about the formula? Explain to me. Right, look at the result,
200
right? It said
meters is
200 meters is the height of the windmill. The height of the windmill is 200 meters up into the air. The distance of the observation is 11.2 miles.
I thought they were going from the top of the windmill.
No, he's standing on the shoreline he's standing on the shoreline. His camera is 1 meter high, 3.5 feet high. If the Earth's a globe, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles, which is about 3.4 kilometers. And the bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon, which is also 16 meters.
I need
All
to
of
see
the
that
water.
formula.
Okay. Okay, so the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's going to get us the distance to the horizon.
$1.225? Why
Yep.
1.225?
It's in relation to the radius value of the globe. So why are you saying it's
How do
wrong
we
if
know
you don't
that?
even?
How do we know that?
Well, they tell us the size of the globe, right? Would you like a citation from Washington University?
How
Do you
does
trust
the
Do you
flat
trust
Earth have a
Washington?
radius?
We're testing the globe Earth. See, you're not even following along with the argument at all. We're testing the globe Earth here. We already experienced the Earth as
We're
flat.
disproving the test logically.
Okay, so what's your debunk for the test? What's wrong with it?
A flat Earth.
We're testing the globe. It's testing the globe. Just pretend the Earth's a globe, right? And then we're going out to test to see if it's real or not.
How did they get the number then?
Okay, because we're given the number.
For
Okay, it's
assuming
based off.
for assuming the Earth is a globe, and for assuming
No.
the number is
Yeah.
2225.
So people think
There's no proof
think
there.
that the Earth. Some people think that the Earth is a globe, right? So they tell us how big it is.
It
Okay,
is.
they tell us that gravity pulls everything towards the center of mass, and that means that there should be a certain amount of curvature
True.
over a certain distance. Yeah, so we're testing to see if that
Gravity
curvature
pulls light
actually
too.
exists. Gravity doesn't pull light, right, to make the Earth look flat, though.
Yes, it does.
Really? Do you have a citation for
It
that?
does pull light. What are you talking about? It
So
does pull.
gravity pulls light to make the Earth look flat and hide the curvature. Thank you.
Look at black holes. Look at black holes.
No, I prefer not to look at black holes. It's kind of disgusting.
Okay. So you're just rejecting a claim baselessly.
No, you're rejecting the claim and trying to talk about black holes for some reason. So what's wrong with the actual observation that I presented?
It proves gravity we're talking about like black holes because
Yeah,
gravity
so
pulls
so
on
okay,
light.
so if you claim gravity pulls photons, right? And what's that? What's the point in saying that? Does that debunk this observation showing that there's no curvature?
Gravity pulls on light.
And is that why there's no curvature in this observation?
That's why there's no curvature because there is.
Because gravity pulls on light and it makes the Earth look flat? Is that your argument?
Correct?
All right, do you have a citation that shows that gravity can make the curved Earth look flat?
Logic doesn't need a
Because
citation.
you're just making shit up.
We're taking an example of black holes to. Are you rejecting like the
We're not talking about black holes though.
existence of gravity?
We're talking about a simple observation at the shoreline of the ocean where the curvature that has to be there on a globe isn't there. And you're claiming that gravity is doing what to light?
The curve is there. It just looks like it is not there.
Okay,
Because the
so
gravity
where's
bends the light. When you
okay?
see things, you don't see the
How
object.
how
You
do,
see the object bouncing off. The
that's not
light bouncing off. The light bouncing off
this,
of it.
see when you make such poor arguments like this is how you create more flat earthers. Because people will listen to this and they'll know that your argument's completely ridiculous. Right? You could just Google your own argument right now
How
and
is
it's
it
going to tell you that it's
ridiculous?
completely
How is it
just Google
ridiculous?
it. Just ask Google if just present Google your argument, right? And ask if it's ridiculous. And it will tell you it's ridiculous, even though it is programmed to
But
preach the globe,
so your
right?
strong
And
point
hates
is
flat
Google
earth.
it.
Yeah. I can't be bothered like because your argument is so bad, right? I don't know if I can be bothered teaching you, right? Also because you're being arrogant about it. Right? I could explain to you how you could possibly try to argue
All right,
against it
here we
on a
go.
globe.
I cited this on NASA.gov
No
right here,
arrogance here
and it
convinced me.
says that gravity does not pull light to make it the Earth look flat. It's off of NASA.gov. I even double checked it.
Yeah, so I just typed
Let
this
me
into
check real
Google as
quick.
well. Does gravity bend light in a way that makes the Earth look flat? No, Earth's gravity is far too weak to bend light in a way that makes the planet look flat. Why the Earth's gravity does not bend light visibly? Weak mass. Gravity bends light only when an object has a massive amount of weight, like a star or a black hole. Tiny effect. Earth's mass is very small compared to stars. It bends light by an amount so tiny that human eyes cannot see it at all. Right? So do you want to abandon that silly argument and have some humility and just admit that you were maybe making things up? Or avoid having to say that you don't know. You can't explain the
I
observation.
can concede that claim.
That's good of you. Thank you very much.
How do
What?
satellites work then?
On the satellites.
Flat Wizard, you can take this one. I gotta go on mute for a bit.
Who am I taking over? Satellites? What are you asking about satellites?
How do they work then?
I mean, there's a million ways we
How
could say
do
that they work, right?
satellites work on a flat Earth?
The same way they would work any other way. Like, are you making the assumption that satellites wouldn't work if the Earth is flat?
Mm, yes. Yes, let's say yeah.
So would you like to give an explanation why satellites would not work if the Earth is flat?
The gravity would be different because of the different mass of the Earth. The Earth, like the flat Earth, there's a different mass for the flat Earth along the
And
satellite,
then how?
like
What
that.
what would lead you to believe that, right? That's a claim, right?
We know big
In
objects
actuality,
have
right?
mass.
If we don't even know what a flat Earth would be like, if we're only considering that the Earth is round, then how would we even know that's how gravity would affect the Earth if it was flat? Right? Because you only know knowledge
Different
about
amount of
a
mass.
globe Earth, right?
Different amount of mass.
Different mass? Is that what you're making a claim?
Amount of mass. The fact that we don't have any. Oh, what?
We don't have any what?
The amount. The amount of information that we
I
have
got.
on the mass
I've
of
got
the
a
flat
question
Earth
for you. Do we
is
have
much
mathematics
less
for
than
a?
a sphere like the mass of the Earth.
I've got a question for you. Do we have any mathematics for the flat Earth?
No.
Like in generalized science. So if we don't have mathematics for it, what leads you to believe that you can make assumptions about how mass would be affected if the Earth was flat? You know how ridiculous that
We don't
sounds?
have math. We don't have math because it doesn't exist. It's
Okay,
unabsorbable.
it's
Absorbable?
unabsorbable.
No,
Absorbable?
absorbable.
Are you good?
Unabsorbable. Sorry, my English.
Right. What I'm saying is you're making claims, but you have nothing in actuality to back your claims up because there's no supporting evidence for your claims. You could say something, right? But you don't
There
have
isn't
any. You
no
don't have
supporting
any
claims.
evidence for your claim.
There's no supporting claims for the evidence.
Sure, there is. There's plenty of supporting
Against the evidence. Against the
experimentation that
claim. Against the claims. I meant against the claims.
I just
against the
debunked your
claims.
claim of gravity. I just debunked your claim of gravity on the globe with this
Let's see.
observation and many other observations. It completely debunks it because gravity means that water would have to be curving by a certain amount. It's not doing that. It has to be. It has to be because all of the water would be pulled towards the center of mass, right? Towards the core of the Earth. And it's not doing that. Every single time we go out and test for the byproduct of your claimed gravity, which would be the curvature, it doesn't exist. Right? So if the gravity would cause the water to be curving and the water isn't curving, right, then your claim of gravity on a globe, it doesn't work. Right? And also you don't have any empirical evidence.
We're talking about satellites right now, not water.
Well, satellite, you don't know anything about satellites though. What coordinate system does satellites use?
That's a
You don't
crazy
know
claim.
that. Just admit when you don't know something, right? What coordinate system do satellites use? I know the answer. Do you know the answer? What's the baseline coordinate system?
We don't need to know the coordinate system of the satellites to know like how NASA puts them
Satellites.
up in space.
Yeah, you can just trust NASA, right? But that's all you'll be able to do, right? So you can never go and check any of the information that they give you. You just have to believe it, right?
It's
So
an
it's faith.
experiment that is testable.
It's faith-based. Okay, pick
It's
any
an
satellite.
experiment that is testable.
Can you
It's
validate? Can you
physics-based.
validate this? Can you validate that there's
Physics-based.
any satellites in space? Pick one satellite and then validate how. Like, tell me how you validated that it's where they're telling you. So basically, all you're doing is
You
you're
can
getting
see
you're getting a
satellites.
signal.
First of all, you can see
Satellite
satellites with
that.
telescopes. First of all,
You can't see. No, you're not. If you see anything, you'll see a little light up in the sky. That doesn't mean that it's a satellite in space orbiting around a globe. Just because you see a little light in the sky.
I have absorbed the International Space Station and used
You absorbed it?
observed with a
He's absorbed it,
telescope
bro.
and saw and saw a satellite. So
So
Right,
did you
but you
see
don't know how
a
far.
satellite, or did you see what looked like a satellite?
Yeah, you saw something in the sky, and you get told a story about that it's in space orbiting around a globe at 17,000 miles per hour, and there's a bunch of chicks up on there wearing hairspray.
Oh, that's great. The hairspray.
Hey,
Oh
I'll show
my
you some
God.
NASA footage. Hold on, here I got a fun game.
you can
Just give me a
see
second.
you can
Hold on, I got.
test the orbital mechanics by throwing a ball.
Oh yeah. Oh
So,
really? How are
hey,
you gonna test that?
Bozo.
Yes.
So, is there bubbles in space?
Define space.
Is there bubbles in the vacuum of space?
No.
Okay, great. So, how are we seeing bubbles in the vacuum of space if there's no bubbles in the vacuum of space?
We aren't seeing bubbles in the vacuum of space.
We are, yeah. And then they get questioned about it, right?
The
And they
vacuum
always
is
change
the
subjects
vacuum of space. The vacuum of space like
and
implies
have
it's
bubbles,
empty.
right?
Hey, let me
Oh, so
explain
it's
something
empty?
really quickly. Just some context. Let me give some context. Right. So Bozo, NASA has two life-size ISSs that are exactly like exact models of the so-called ISS up in the sky, and they have them in pools. Right. One of them's in Houston. It's called the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, and it's basically a life-size model of the ISS inside a giant pool, and it has big giant green screens that
Pool
pull
of
down
what?
around the
Well, what's the pool of? What is it?
water, pool,
A
like
pool
a
of water.
pool,
Okay.
pool of water. Yeah. Anyway, they say that they do all of their training for the ISS inside the pool, and when you look at the footage of them in the pool, you see bubbles, right? Bubbles floating around. But if you look carefully at the so-called spacewalk footage, when they're outside of the actual ISS up in the sky, we also see the same bubbles that we see in the pools, which is interesting, right? I'm not saying it's like a definitive proof of anything, but there's so many videos where you can see obvious bubbles, right? Bubbles rising upward, just like they do in the pool. And then there's also footage of when you zoom in on the astronaut's face mask, you can see a scuba diver in the reflection.
Yeah, the
wearing
scuba diver, bro.
Wearing the exact same scuba
Shit gets me
diving
every
suit that.
time.
Yeah, so look, there's a lot of evidence that NASA is faking the footage
Scuba
from the
diving in
International
space,
Space
bro.
Station. There's hundreds of examples of them faking
Beautiful.
footage, potentially, from the International Space Station.
Or
So,
let's say they are. For what end?
why are they doing it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Entertainment.
Well, I don't know about that, right? But they get like $70 million
Oh.
a day, $70 million a day of taxpayer money, and they also faked the moon landings as well, right? And they have to uphold that lie.
Good.
But yeah, we know that the governments lie, right? Nobody thinks that governments don't lie for money, for control, for power, right? There was something called the space race, and they have to uphold that lie because they said that they beat the Soviets in the space race, right? And that they were the first people to land a man on the moon, so they could win the space race. And they get seen by all of the other people in the whole world as this country that's so great that can do things that no other country can do. Like, we can put a man on the moon, we can do this, we can do that. We're so powerful and amazing, like, so it's money, control, power, and maybe they're funneling that $70 million a day and using it. using it for all sorts of things. I don't know, secret weapons programs.
Propaganda.
What? Propaganda.
Propaganda.
Propaganda. Propaganda.
Yeah, I just propaganda though.
Yeah.
So, Bozo, I'm not sure you're aware of like the physics of things, right? At least when we're talking about these like laser tests. Do you know how far those lasers should be able to go?
I don't know.
Okay, so I've personally looked up the math behind it, and at most, even if we're talking about refraction, it can only give you about 2 times more distance. So
that question doesn't make sense.
right. I'm going to explain to her why it's physically not possible to go to distances that we're seeing these lasers go. I looked it up, and after about, even with like some insane amount of refraction, even after 6.5 miles, it should be completely impossible from ground level to see those lasers. But what he said, what was it, 11 miles and
Wait, what does that even mean?
Yeah, we have 36-mile laser tests.
Yeah, exactly. 36 miles, 11 miles. It should not be possible from like standing like on the ground at the height they're putting it at. It should be completely impossible, even from 6 feet.
What do you mean? Impossible on what?
What do you mean? It would just be up in the air.
It should be physically impossible. How far we're viewing it.
But what are you arguing against at the moment, though?
The curve of the Earth.
Oh yeah, well they could.
The laser should be moving away from the curvature of the Earth, right? So the laser should be gaining in height, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
we're
not
able
really
to
a
see
distance.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry,
I'm talking about the actual legitimate like horizon and all that stuff, that it should be obstructing it.
Yeah, okay. If you're pointing it at the horizon, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm saying like the physical horizon, it should be obstructed after that amount, even at like these crazy 2 times refraction or whatever. It should be completely impossible at 11 miles.
Yeah. You just worded it funny, so we were confused about what you meant.
Yeah, it's all
But
good.
yeah,
I
exactly.
see how I might have worded it a little funny, but it says after 6.5 miles, we shouldn't even be able to see this laser. It should be completely impossible.
Dr. John D, in peer-to-peer, right? Dr. John D's main laser test, he put the laser down to 6 inches above the water. That means that the
6 inches
horizon
above the water.
Yeah, the
Holy
horizon
crap.
should be at like a mile or less.
Yeah.
Or less than that. Yeah, right. So, and if the
We're seeing
laser
it
were
like
to bend
30
down,
miles.
if the laser were to bend downward just a little
I
bit,
don't
right?
really have
It would just
scientific knowledge. I can
it
see.
would just hit the water. Yeah, you're right, Bozo. It's all good. At least you're not like
Okay, Bozo.
getting triggered. That's the main thing.
Or making insane claims just to try to back up
Insane claims like gravity bending the light that makes the Earth look flat. But she did concede that one as well, so
gravity bends
that's
the
very
light,
admirable.
the Earth looks flat.
Bozo ran off. That was
That's
fun.
so mean, bro. Hey, gravity bends the light, so the Earth looks flat. That's actually the funniest thing I've heard so far. No, actually, I take that back. The funniest thing I've heard was I was watching this one guy. He does like these TikToks or whatever, and he's like a big flat earther guy. And this one guy comes on his live and says, if the Earth was flat, then we would be breathing clouds, bro. That's the funniest I ever heard, bro. I'm breathing clouds. Yeah, if the Earth's supposed to globe, birds will fly backwards. I wish this one Glober would come on here and debate me about gravity, bro. They'd get like absolutely smoked. The refraction and the gravity proves the Earth is a globe, guys. The refraction. That's so good.
And now flat wizards in politics butchering the arguments in there.
Yeah, man, that guy needs to be I don't know, something needs to be done.
Been saying that for a while now. No, I don't think he just repeats what he thinks he said, and you go, what?
You know, a bunch of people have told him, look, just sit back and listen, you know, and sit back and listen for a while. You know, like D-Town came in here with a few outlandish arguments and he got corrected and he sat back and listened and, you know, now he doesn't do that anymore. He has very solid arguments and
Yeah.
doesn't bring up the speculation stuff at all anymore. And, you know, I was hoping it would go the same way with this Flat Wizard guy, but doesn't seem to be happening. You know, I've seen some improvement, but I mean, yeah, it's, you know, maybe a little bit, but yeah, all right. Well, I'll bring it up in the mod channel. We'll come to some kind of solution.
Hope.
Yep.
Maybe if we just quietly mute him every time he starts talking out of line, you know.
Yeah, I might even
Well, not out of line, but when he starts making dumb arguments, just put the mute button on, you know.
Yep.
It's making us look silly. That
I
Matthew
told
the
him
other
that.
day, he fucking cringed.
Exactly, man. I told him that. You know, I tried to explain that. Look, you're representing us because this is being live streamed, right? And when you talk as a flat earther, you're representing all of us. If you say dumb shit, that makes us all look dumb.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
I'll have
wanted
a
to
word
let
to
it.
him.
I wanted to let it go as long as possible, so he could realise how dumb he sounded. But I think he came off that thinking that he sounded really smart because he started talking about his IQ and stuff, right?
Yeah, that's what I noticed as well. Yeah. It's like the you've seen Idiocracy, right?
Yeah.
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 Cool.
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me? Is anyone in the online? Hello.
Yo, what's up? We got anyone in here? Anyone free to talk?
Hello. Oh, there. Hello. Whoever joined. I can see you. I can see your mic moving. Your name starts with the letter Y. What you doing here, baby? What do you say? Is the Earth flat or a globe? Well, for me personally, I do not think neither. I think the Earth is a cube, just like Minecraft. Because why not? We might be living on a cube instead of a big flat thing.
I'm on it.
You let's go back.
Hi, I came for the challenge. Anyone present?
He wants free nitro. He smelled it. You know, last time I was in here, I got muted and I literally said nothing. Or
Yeah,
that was,
well,
right? Or is that feminism or veganism?
I don't know. Don't remember. Senna, Ref, are you any of you the
Bro, we
so-called
want
flat
free
Earth
nitro.
representatives?
Where's the nitro?
I don't think these are actually present people. They're just here to keep the VC going permanently.
The server definitely buys bots.
Yeah. Like, there's always people here that never speak.
No mutual servers with anyone in here. Interesting. Very interesting. Where they created 2026, August 2026, July 2025. Interesting. Very interesting. I'll add that to my data points. Flat Earth music. What are we listening to? How do I play it? I want to listen to
It's
some
not
Flat
playing
Earth
anything. It's
slash
what they
play
used to play, like seminars.
slash play.
Like they were
You're
playing
not.
some Antarctica stuff the other day.
Anyone got free nitro?
Place you happen to be a flat earther.
I want to listen to some Flat Earth music. Google's probably gonna give me that fake shit.
Kanye.
Yeah. Flat Earth Radio. This looks like some bullshit. I need that Flat Earth music. Damn.
Dude, I don't understand.
Feelings are the facts of it. This place is bullshit. Let's go somewhere else where they're doing something meaningful. You want to go to fights equals out?
Here, where is that?
Should we fight them?
Where is it?
You scroll up a little.
I don't see it.
I can send you the link.
I mean, scroll down. It must be down. All right, go there.
The link.
Wait, see. Is nobody talking here? Do what?
how you want we take it for take it this way, for instance. Now, say I have 2 points on a map and we have top.
The wars, the shake.
I mean, there's so many different directions that we could go in this conversation, just because a lot of us have researched a lot over the years. But typically in here, like we can expand a little bit on Sundays, but typically in here we like to stick to the nature of the earth.
Mm-hmm. So, like, is it like a recurring sessions that you guys talk about stuff, or like?
Oh yeah, no, we probably have about 100 people a day coming in here, different people. Some people are repeat people, but we'll have anywhere from like 20 people one day, and then we'll have like just people all day long coming in and having conversations with them. And we live stream 24/7, just so you know. There's not always a bot in here, but whenever there's a conversation going on, there's a few of our guys that own these accounts that say YouTube on them, and they bring those bots in here to record and live stream out to YouTube. We do it for other people, as an outreach, so other people who are on YouTube can watch us and find us. But more importantly, like, you wouldn't believe how many people actually lie in these conversations, and we have to go back to the YouTube bot and screen record what they said, and then come back and show them what they said. So, and it's there for your protection too. If you think we're lying, you can go to the YouTube bot, rewind, and find out where we were lying at.
Hey, Sonic. So I kind of go by Occam's razor on things. So when I'm looking at the sun and moon, there's a couple things that I see them. They measure the same angular size. They cause objects to cast shadows that are the same size. They cross the sky at almost the same speed, and they leave the same analemma patterns over time. So what would you tell me to prove that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away from Earth than the moon?
Okay, so about the first, I said start point by point. So you mentioned the speed is the same for sun and moon in the sky, right? You mean it's during the day, right? So during the day, if you like during this day, like sun almost moves with the same speed as the moon, and this is not just for these two. Like during the night, all the stars and the moon and the sun, they all move with the same speed. Like that's why, because they're not moving. Actually, the Earth is rotating during the day. So, but in like general, like
larger scale, we also are rotating around the sun. So that's why the speed of sun is not exactly the same as the speed of the moon. And also the moon is rotating around the Earth. So that's for the speed. So if the speed during the day it looks the same because we are rotating, they're not moving. For the angular size, I don't have any reasoning why the angular sizes are the same. Like I don't think there's that much. It's more like a coincidence, which is fine. That's why I say that. But angular sizes like just depend on the size and the distance. So it happens to be that the distance of the moon is such that the angular areas become the same. And there was another point you mentioned. What was the other one?
That if I have a tree out in the front of my house and the sun and moon are at 45 degrees angles in the sky, and if I measure the shadow that they cast at daytime and nighttime, they're almost identical, the same size on the ground.
The shadow of the moon and shadow of the sun, right?
Yeah. When the moon's light hits a tree, it'll cast a shadow of the tree on the ground. And during the day and during the night, that shadow is almost identically the same size.
Yeah. So let's say you have a light bulb in your room, and like you put it like an object on the table, and you cast a shadow with the light, the flashlight, whatever. And as you move away the flashlight, the shadow becomes smaller, right? Because of the angular area, right?
No,
but as you
shadow
move,
get larger. They don't get smaller. I've never seen a shadow decrease in size. You'll never cause your hand. You can never cause your hand to cast a shadow smaller than your hand. That's what I'm saying.
No, not a smaller. No, exactly, not smaller than your hand. But it's always bigger than your hand, right? But as you move with the flashlight, it becomes closer to your hand. So, but the thing is that when the flashlight is closed, the difference is large. So, like you move the flashlight a little bit, and the shadow decreases. The size of the shadow decreases a lot. But as you go away, the difference becomes less. So, the farther you go, the relation between the distance you travel and the way that shadow gets smaller is becoming smaller. And at the like a very large distance, almost infinity, let's say, not infinity, of course, but at a very large distance, you don't see the difference in the shadows based on the distance because they're so far away. Now, if you move like sun, like 1 kilometer away, you don't see change in the shadow because it's so far away that the shadow of your hand is almost, if it's also present, is almost the same size as your hand because it's so far away that the light rays you see, they're not angled, they're parallel. So you almost see light as a parallel line. So all the shadows are the same size.
So if I like put a flashlight above my hand, 1 foot above my hand, and I look at the shadow of my hand on the ground, and then I do the same thing with a street light that's like 30 feet up, they're not going to be the same size, the shadow of my hand. I've done this.
Yeah, but if you continue, you said that it's not going to be smaller than your hand, right? The shadow is not going to be smaller than your hand, right? Always.
Right.
But it becomes smaller and smaller. It is always bigger than your hand size, but it's going to become smaller and smaller. So let's say I take the lamppost and move it like thousands of kilometers, like vertically. So it's like far, far away. The shadow still is bigger than your hand, right?
Yeah, so you think it'll be the same size as if the flashlight was a foot away? You can think it's possible for them to cast the same shadow size of my hand? Is that what you're saying?
No, but when the lamppost is 1,000 kilometers away, and when it's 2,000 kilometers away, the difference is very, 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 very small. Because as the farther you get, the difference in the distance, the difference in the shadows becomes smaller. It is still becoming smaller, but because as I said, it can't get smaller than your hand, it should change less and less. So it's not a linear thing. It's not that like, oh, if I moved it like 1 meter away, the shadow became like half. If I do it again, it's going to become half again. No, it's going to become like two-thirds. Like the ratio is going to be closer to 1 every time. So at the limit of very, very large distance, the ratio is almost 1. Did I make my point?
Sure, I got you. So I wanted to ask you a question after this one, but are you familiar with the Anum Lima patterns of the moon and sun over time?
I have to, and well, how do you spell it? I'm not sure if maybe I heard about it.
ANALEMMA. It's like the sun and moon, they'll create a figure 8 pattern in the sky when you do a time lapse. You take a picture every day at noon for like 6 months.
Back and forth. I know. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I mentioned it when I was talking about Mars. I think similar to that. But yeah, go ahead.
So the sun and moon create the same Anum Lima patterns and basically pretty much the same size. So considering those 4 things I said to you, why should I believe that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away?
That's a very good point. Let me just look at the anima. History, attribution, globe.
Yeah, like the moon will create that figure 8 analema once a month. It'll do it like 12 or 13 times a year, and then the sun will do it once a year. But they're the same size.
Okay. What's the reason behind showing the position of the sun? I have to look up the moon one. Here is just the sun's equation to. Okay, let me just check the. This is just sun. I have to check the moon and Lima.
Because I'm a simple guy. I like Occam's razor, and those 4 things lead me to believe that these 2 objects are about the same size and crossing the sky at about the same speed.
Yeah. So the problem with that is that also you have eclipses, right?
Sure. You mean like when the moon turns red? Is that what you're talking about? An eclipse?
I care about the sun version. So the solar.
Well, there's problems with that, with the 2,000 mile wide moon only casting a 60 mile wide shadow on Earth. That's kind of that's not possible for something to cast a shadow that is about 20 times smaller than its size. It would, for example, that would be like me holding up a bowling ball and then having it cast a shadow the size of a marble on the ground.
Because it's so far away. Because it's so far away. It's all these values are astronomical, no pun intended.
Well, I mean, you're saying the light rays from the sun are parallel when during the solar eclipse. So then the moon should be casting a 2,000 mile wide shadow across Earth, but we only have a 60 mile wide path of totality.
So you have the sun, you have the moon.
But hold on, we got a little off in the weeds. I was just, did you check out the Analema patterns?
I'm reading about this to my.
You see how they create that same figure 8?
Yeah. So here it says that this is because of tilt in the axis of rotation of Earth. So again, this is something about the Earth rotation. So if it's going to affect everything within the sky the same, because it's about the Earth rotating differently. There's a tilt in the axis of rotation.
Okay, well, there's quite a few assumptions there that are unprovable: tilt and axis rotation. And you also said the moon that we were rotating around the sun. That's 3 things you said that are all assumptions. But my question is, why should I believe that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away, considering the 4 things that I said that would lead me to believe just the opposite, that they're very similar in size and velocity across the sky?
Yeah. Okay. So you guys sent a lot of videos. I try to watch some of them. I'm gonna send just one video, and I would appreciate if you want to watch it. This interesting video is from a math guy. Is you know Terence Tao is like probably, I'm not gonna glaze him, but he's probably one of the smartest people alive. But he talks about distances in cosmos and how do we measure. And I know like you guys have problems with this type of reasoning, but I just would love you to also watch this one.
Fair enough, I'll watch it. But you don't actually have anything to prove then, right? You want me to watch a video? Is that what you're saying?
Guys, you sent me like 20
Did you
videos.
see the one
like,
where he fucked up the?
come
Did you see
on.
the Terrace Towel one where he fucked up the math when talking about Al Baruni? It's pretty.
No,
It's pretty hilarious.
Sonic, you're
Have
gonna
a
love
Fields
India.
medal with it that can't do geometry.
What? What are we talking about?
Yeah,
you can.
Yeah, in this little series he does about the heliocentric cosmology nonsense. So it's a whole series that he did. And in one of it, he talks about Al Baruni measuring the radius, and he fucked up the geometry.
Terry Tao or
yeah, I'll find it. Yeah, Terrence Tao. Yeah, guy you're idolizing.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, Sonic. If the first cosmic rung is wrong, or is the rest of the cosmic ladder completely wrong?
Yeah, of course. It just breaks the. So yeah, all of this video is based also on the coverage of the Earth.
What's the first cosmic run?
It's the radius of the Earth, which also I have one for that. Have you guys probably heard of it? It's like the most famous one. I want to hear your opinion on that. But it's the the angle of the shadow thing, that different places have different angle of the shadow. So if you assume that
about Eratosthenes?
Yeah, probably yes.
When Eratosthenes did the observation, was he on the same latitude or the same longitude?
I believe he did it in two cities on the same. I'm not sure what he did, but he was close to the value we have, and now we can also do that every position we want. Like we have the map, and we can look it online, like what are the angles of the sun at a given point, and we just can do it ourselves. But
yeah, they don't use a globe for that, though. They don't use a globe for that. There's a lot of things I've been listening for a while, and there's a lot of things you believe to be true which actually aren't true. So if you use like time and date or sun calc, there's no globe in the mathematics to figure out where the sun's position is.
No.
And in fact, latitude and longitude has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
So no, he mentioned the cosmic ladder, and he said, what if the first step is wrong, so everything else is going to be wrong?
Radius that no one ever measured. Yeah, that. So the first step isn't even known because no one's ever measured the radius.
So I'm saying you can measure it with the angle of the shadow, right?
Yeah, how are you going to measure the radius of the Earth from the angle of the shadow?
So you see the light.
You have to presuppose a couple things.
Okay, let's start. Okay, first.
Do you have to presuppose a couple things?
We talked about.
You have to presuppose a couple things, dude. Yes or no?
Can you talk in like a human? I'm getting
yes or no.
I'm getting it's obnoxious. Okay, what do you mean by that?
Do you have to presuppose things to measure a radius if you're just measuring? Because what you're actually measuring is right? The length of a shadow, and then calculating an angle that triangle creates, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But you have to assume certain things about the source of light.
Yeah. So okay, I'm gonna say I'm gonna say my assumption. I'm gonna say my reason for my assumption. So I'm gonna assume the light ray is casting. It has almost parallel light rays. And the reason for that is that the shadow argument, right? At the noon, if you look at the shadow of your hand, it's the same size as your hand.
That's circular reasoning, dude.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna show you an image. Go ahead, Indio.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, you're saying the shadows demonstrate their parallel because they're different angles? But that's the thing you're trying to prove in the first place.
No, guys.
I'm gonna show you a picture of my countertop in my kitchen, and I just want you to tell me whether or not my countertop is spherical or flat. Hold on, I'm almost got it.
Okay, that's interesting. I want to take a guess.
Here we go, right here. If you could do me a favor and tell me if because the shadows are 3 different lengths on my countertop.
Yeah.
We're presupposing my countertop is a sphere.
No.
Can you tell me the radius of my countertop?
Okay. The thing I said about the different size of the shadows, I was first saying that the light rays on the surface of the Earth on our scale, human, that we see are flat, are also almost parallel because.
How do you know that?
Why would you?
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Okay, Okay, so I say it's okay. So how do you know that like there's a relation between this as
That's not
one
an
that we're
answer,
talking
dude.
about?
How do you know they're parallel, bro?
I'm saying there is a relation between the distance and between the light rays being parallel and the relation between the shadow, right?
Yeah, how do you know that? How do you know anything you're saying? You're just jumping assumption. You're piling assumption on assumption on assumption.
I can't go back. I can't draw lines and triangles and do some
that's great.
crazy
Light's
math.
not, light's not rays, and the light doesn't pass through the air in a straight line, right?
No, if the area, like if you're at like on the surface and you're looking at constant density, is not gonna refract, so it's fine. It's only when you are
constant density. Where's that at?
Here.
I want to go do some laser tests there.
Yeah, you have to do laser test. Yeah, but it's almost a line, right? Like when you point a laser at the back of your yard, like it's line, like it's already enough. So
look, all I'm saying is there's a lot of things that are happening here, right? So you're presupposing a lot. You're presupposing that the rays of light are parallel, and you're getting the distance. See, this is the problem with the cosmic distance ladder. You're getting the distance to the sun from the radius of the Earth, and you're getting the radius of the Earth from the distance of the sun. Circular logic. The rest of the cosmic distance ladder is built off this the astronomical unit, right? Parallax, size of the orbit, Cepheid variables, the redshift. You know, all these things are built upon. They're founded on the radius, right? But that radius is not actually known. It's never been measured and can't even be measured in principle. Has to be assumed to exist. You have to assume the Earth's a ball and presuppose there's a radius.
Okay, can you say anything about Earth without pre-assumptions? Like I can say something about Earth.
Earth looks flat.
Why?
Why? Doesn't matter why. That's what it looks like.
So you see something, I think it's flat. Why do you think the light goes
this
straight?
This is a qualitative description. I don't need to know why.
So you believe that qualitative description only, like there is no quantitative description that you can have about.
Well, we have that too. We have that as well. We can measure the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving, and if it's not a ball. It's pretty simple. Doesn't matter what the star, suns, moon, and the whole thing you've been talking about. I've been listening to 40 minutes of this puke, right? You talk about tilt of the Earth and orbits and distance of the sun. I hate to tell you, no one in the history of mankind has ever observed an orbit of anything ever, not even once.
That's what they do.
Okay. Show me. Post a video of actual video of a full orbit right now.
Post orbit of the
anything,
like the planet.
Literally anything.
Okay, dude, lawyer, like you don't have to yell, okay?
Dude, I said anything.
I'm looking it up. Okay, we want to orbit of orbit of Mars, let's say, time lapse. Should be good, right?
Yeah, so you're gonna show Mars orbiting the sun.
Okay, I'm not on the sun. That's the thing. I'm not on the Earth.
Where would you have to be to see that?
You never see it because you're on the.
Okay,
on the
exactly. That's what my point is. No one's ever actually observed an orbit, ever. No one's seen the Earth orbit the moon. No one's seen the Earth orbit the sun. No one's seen a planet orbit the sun. No one's seen a moon freaking orbit a planet. No one has ever seen and observed an orbit. Period.
I mean,
that's not an opinion.
Moons of Jupiter also orbit, but whatever. But you don't
see a full orbit, do you? You see you see lights pass in front of Jupiter and then disappear. You don't see them go back the other way. You don't see them go behind Jupiter, right? You only see them for a period of time going in one direction.
But again, it's
for all you know, they could be in a big circle in front of Jupiter. You have no idea.
Yeah, but it's like
the fact is, no one's ever observed an orbit. That's a fact. It's not my opinion. But you take it as holy writ that there are orbits. But science is empirical, right? It's based upon empirical observation.
Okay. Have you looked at the rings of Saturn? They do that's also light, right? Although it looks like that's also light. I'm just gonna make sure like everything is just a light source. on this model. Even
what model? We're not talking about models.
The flat Earth model.
There is no flat Earth model.
So what's
in fact,
flat
there's no
Earth?
globe Earth model.
So there's a model.
What we're talking about right now is a heliocentric model. Right?
Yeah.
Which is a model of planets and orbits and all that crap. All circling the sun or orbiting or making elliptical orbits around the sun, except for the Earth is making a circle and the moon's making a circle around Earth, kind of weird. Those two things happen to be circles, but everything else is ellipses. But never mind that. The point is that the fundamental claims of the Keplerian model has never actually been observed, not even the first thing. Now, you can construct a mathematical model assuming that these things orbit the sun, but there's other ones. So Travis just posted epicycles. There's another one called Tycho Brahe's model, in which the sun orbits the Earth and the planets orbit the sun, which also works. So for any data set, there's potentially an infinite number of models.
Yeah, that's correct. But there is like some I don't want to say philosophical, but there is some reasoning that we believe some. So let's say I'm on your house, like you use electricity, right? And if I ask you why do you use electricity, like how do you believe in electricity? Like how do you think this works? Like what's electricity? Like do you have explanation of electricity?
I have access to electricity.
Okay, what is electricity?
I'm not looking at my wire from a billion light years away.
No. So what's in your wire? What's in your wire? What's creating the current?
Well, technically, the electricity comes from outside the wire.
So what's in the wire?
There is no current in the wire. It's on the surface.
So what's on the surface? What's current? That's what I'm asking.
Well, depends.
Like on what?
What's current?
Pressure.
Yeah, what's current? Pressure of what? Do you feel the pressure?
Well, there's electrical potential created between a positive and a negative.
Mm-hmm.
And that creates a force. Well, this is just a model. So this model, it creates a force that makes all the electrons pull in one direction. Okay, and that flow creates a current. Now, the drift velocity of the electron is pretty slow, but it's the combined action of all the electrons, which are in probably quadrillions in a 10-foot wire.
Yeah. Have you seen an electron?
No. What's that got to do? You're making listen, okay? You're not going to construct this false equivalence nonsense. The fact is, no one's ever observed an orbit, okay? People have observed direct electrons. We have access to the things you're talking about. We have physical access to them where we can touch them, manipulate them, do cause and effect experiments on them. You can't do any of that with the heliocentric model or any of the other models. They're purely observational. We're going to sit there and say X causes Y when we can't even do the experiment to figure this out. And you know what? Copernicus admitted this way back when. It's only the modern people that are denialists and claim they have causes.
So we also have our understanding of orbits is that the gravity.
Understanding? You don't understand anything. You don't understand anything. You just tell yourself you understand. You understand your own bullshit. That's what you understand. Or somebody else's bullshit because you didn't invent this stuff.
I didn't invent this stuff. You didn't invent this stuff.
Yeah, I know. That's what blows my mind is that you guys white knight for ideas that aren't even yours, which is crazy.
I spent my whole life with these ideas. That's the thing. I believe in them because I spent my life with them, and
me too.
See how some of them explain some stuff and some of them they don't. But I think because the reason that we have electricity is that we believe in that the electrons exist, that the magnetic field exists, that the electric field exists, and we never see them.
We don't need electrons to have a theory of electricity. It predates when J.J. Thomson discovered the electron. We had whole theories. We had models of electricity way before. We don't need the electron for it.
So who invented
J.J. Thomson discovered the electron with a cold cathode back in the late 1800s.
But you need electric field and magnetic fields, right?
It's just a model. That's Maxwell's model.
Yeah, Maxwell's model. So he believed
there's
that
other ones. There's other ones as well.
Yeah.
So there's the Weber model where there's no fields and it's all particles or whatever.
Yeah, there's Weber
charges.
Model. The problem with Weber model is that I'm an study on that, but I believe that it doesn't predict electromagnetic waves. For waves, you need fields. So radio waves.
It doesn't predict what? Doesn't predict radio waves?
Yeah.
Why would it?
So radio waves, light, all of these guys can be explained with electromagnetism. So that's how radios work. Like you just have a wire that takes the oscillation of the field, which is the radio wave, and it becomes a current. And when you measure the current, you get the signal. So you need the EM theory. You need to believe that there's a field because you can send radio waves with it. You can listen to the radio with it. You never see it. You will never see the field.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's more modern versions of it. Weaver's model has been worked on, so there's more modern iterations of it. I don't know where the state of that's at. A guy that's been working on is a physicist named Andre. What the fuck's his name? Andre Agassiz. He's a Portuguese physicist. He's written multiple volumes on this shit.
Sorry, man. Andre Agassi's a tennis player, Indio. All right.
Oh no, dude. Fuck you, bro.
I can't believe
it's the same name, dude. Telling you. Hold on, we find.
Yeah, if you read Maxwell's work, starting on mainly he mentions Weber economics predates Maxwell economics, and he actually praises the model. He's it's a very nice mathematical theory, subconcept. But Maxwell believed that he didn't like the idea of particles having action.
Because he believed in an ether.
Each other. Yeah, and actually he believed in ether, and he wrote a theory based on ether, and now we don't believe ether.
Yeah, so that's the funny thing is now here we are, and all this came down to my whole point. Maxwell made a model, based upon a mechanical model of the ether. The model is correct.
Yes,
but nobody think that model is physically real anymore.
So we take the same idea, but without ether. So Maxwell couldn't imagine that it's possible to.
Doesn't the model's existence but listen, because the model works and it's based upon a physical model of an ether, doesn't that prove an ether exists?
That's a very good point. But if you were Maxwell, you would believe ether exists.
I'm asking you, doesn't it prove ether exists because we have a model with it in it?
So
that makes accurate predictions?
It doesn't prove it.
Oh, why not?
It doesn't prove that the ether exists. But when you see the contradiction, it disproves the existence of something.
Okay, you're not getting it, dude. There's a model. The model has a mechanical model of the ether. The model works as in it makes accurate predictions, but you're saying even though the model has this component in it, the model making accurate predictions doesn't prove that the model's physically real, namely the ether part.
Yeah. So it turns
what do
out
you think I'm saying? I'm saying the exact same thing about the heliocentric model and the Tycho Brahe model and the epicycle model. Just because you have a geometric model that will predict where the planets look like in the sky doesn't make that model physically real. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's a good point. But the thing is that we are improving. We are getting closer. About the thing about Maxwell theory is that he didn't believe it makes sense without either, and now we're doing it without either. So it's like he built a car, and he believed that he needs car muffler for the car to work, and we removed that. We're like, oh no, you can actually remove the car muffler, and the model works. So I mean, it was bad analogy, sorry, but what I'm saying is that you should. It's not that if you see the model working, you should believe that the ether exists. It's just that you should gain trust in the reasoning. So we are making progress. At some point, we didn't know why. Like there is lightning. Then we said, oh, it's because of the potentials, and we said, oh, there's a field in the ether, and then we said, oh, actually, sorry, there is no ether, but there are waves. We found the waves, and we understand electricity, and we made everything. We made this. Like the fact my Discord is working is that I'm on small data, so I'm connected to Cell Tower, which works with Maxwell's theory.
Well, they're not using Maxwell's theory for any of that crap.
No, you need to need antennas. You need to that's what electrical engineering people study.
They're not really at the engineering level, and they're not using Maxwell's theory. They're not.
I don't know. You like
stupid. It's simple. It's overly simple, but they're using basically electrical engineering that like they would use in the electrical industry. Right.
Yeah, but
they're using imaginary numbers. They're using like the square root of j. The square root of minus j. They're using that crap. They're not using Maxwell's.
Okay. So. I think also imaginary numbers is an interesting topic. We can talk about like a different tangent. So let's put that aside. But I think they also do a lot of it depends on the university, but
in antenna design, right? Like so they they'll. It's hard to do. So you'd get an app called Ansoff Maxwell 3D or something, right? So you'd get that, and it would model, it would do discrete element analysis of all the fields, right? The E field and the B field and the H field, and you would model it all out, but it's super complicated. It's idealized. That's what I'm saying. You can make an idealized antenna from that, but whether you can actually engineer one to work like that in reality, that's another story altogether.
Yeah, but also the people who wrote those stuff were probably somewhere along the line, someone should understand the Maxwell equation to fully understand what's happening with the antenna. That's all I'm saying. That's why we didn't figure out radios before that. That's because we did.
They were doing 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918.
1918.
Yeah.
It's so when Maxwell was born.
But Maxwell didn't invent radio though. Tesla did.
Yeah, but Tesla is after Maxwell.
Yeah, I know. He didn't use Maxwell's equations to invent radio. He was an experimentalist.
Tesla. I'm pretty sure he studied something at some point.
Tesla, so there was a big lawsuit that lasted way past Tesla's death.
Yeah.
In the on who invented radio, and it turned Tesla won the lawsuit, even though he was dead in 1947. But the lawsuit went on for something like 30 years, 40 years, or something. So it was like Marconi, Tesla, some other guys.
Yeah, but not the radio itself, first person to generate radio waves and prove show that radio waves move behave like light, if they refract, they deflect. It should be Hertz, which is someone who studied Friedrich Hertz, right? It's before
he
Tesla.
Credited with it. That it's doubtful.
A lot of people did it.
Tesla had comments about because Tesla. There was a lot of guys all doing this. Tesla said, I think that crap was well known. So what he did was create a spark gap, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he picked it up. He got an electrical current, makeshift antenna some distance away.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just making a high voltage spark real fast, and he gets a current, some distance away. Tesla said it was a bunch of bullshit. Now I keep bringing up Tesla. The only reason I'm not a big freaking huge Tesla nut, I'm just because he was operating at that time. You know what I mean? When all this electrical engineering was first getting off the ground, like radio and all this stuff. That's like the late 1800s. Right? So a lot of things happened in that very short time period.
Yeah, but
hey, Indio?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Indio, do you know of any other 2025 radio transmissions going 10,000 miles? Anything like that?
2025. What was the question? The radio going to Mars?
Nah, probably not, because I think they don't have big antennas anymore. Not as far as I know. I mean, maybe. There's so much interference now. Frickin' good luck even. So the 1918 one, there was no, there was it was done. It was Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia. 1918. The guy, so there was not a lot of radio interference. So amateur radio operator was picking up radio broadcasts from Germany and Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
And then he told the Australian government, and the Australian government told, because they were a British colony, told got together the British government, and because it was World War One, they decided we're going to use this for a military application. We'll be able to, like, hey, send more troops. We're all dying. Let's go send your boys to die too. So they set this whole thing up. But the war ended pretty soon afterwards, so they didn't end up having to use it other than to test it.
Do you think radio waves can follow the curve of the Earth, Sonic?
On Mars?
No, we're talking about something else. We're talking about that why mathematical approaches make sense, even though we don't see the fields. We make use of them and we believe in their existence because we do the math and we do experiments. Like,
yeah, but fields are abstractions. You know that. You know fields are just abstract objects.
No, actually, no. Like,
you think fields are real? You think there's little frickin' points everywhere?
Okay, if I say what I believe, you're just gonna, like, I don't know, what's the reaction?
Are you a Platonist or something, or a Neoplatonist? Like, you can't believe fields actually exist.
Have you
they only
heard
exist
about
in mathematics. They don't exist in physical reality.
So the reality is a field. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness gracious, dude.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You're a Platonist, dude. You're definitely a Platonist. Do you think math is reality?
No, I don't say that. I mean, actually, it's
I'm asking if you think that.
I had this conversation with my colleagues about what is reality. I was saying, so I don't have a concrete viewpoint in a sense, because, like, as you said, some people believe like math is small, but like people who do theoretical physics, I think many of them believe that math is reality. And I don't have a reason to, like, I agree, like, there's no way that we can say that, because how would you prove that, like, something like a field exists or something, a mathematical construction exists, that it's reality? But my idea is that when you see all this stuff explained by math, you can make use of math. Sometimes that's
where we differ. I do not think math explains anything. I think you can describe phenomenon using mathematics. There is no explanation. If I have a whole bunch of equations, they don't actually explain anything. They just they describe what's going on. Yeah. The explanation comes from us, where we give little stories to the variables, right? And we make it into a cool story that we, like, tell the kids.
Yeah, no, that's
they don't understand the math.
But
so here's a cool
story. Go ahead.
I want to hear a cool story. Keplerian orbits.
Okay.
Keplerian orbits is a kinematic model with no forces. But everybody thinks that they're calculating the force of gravity everywhere and that they're using the inverse square law. Well, they are using the inverse square law. Not because they're calculating forces, but because it's a consequence of elliptical orbits. That if there's a force at a foci of an ellipse, it'll fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And this is where Newton came up with it in the first place. Didn't come from experiment. It didn't come from anything. Came purely from a geometrical relationship. That's it. Okay. So even though you have a kinematic model of orbits with no actual forces, you can pretend that you're actually calculating forces because of this geometric relationship. Now,
but that's the thing. Like, go. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I'll just. The point is that the way things actually work versus the way people think they work are quite different, and we make these little explanations because it sounds cooler. Like, there's a force that pulls all the planets together. That sounds cooler than, if we calculate the time and the period and the speed, then we'll, in a certain period of time, it'll be back at that place, right? That doesn't sound cool, right? It sounds cooler when we say there's magic rubber bands pulling everything together, right? That's an explanation. But that's not what they're actually doing. They're just basically doing data fitting of a pattern.
Yeah, so that's a very good point, actually. So I want to also give you this viewpoint. So let's say we have the Keplerian, like there's a geometrical construction. As you said, there's no force in the Keplerian orbit. And Newton count is like, I think there are forces. So if you assume the forces, you will get the orbits. You get the ellipses. And one of the criteria of the mathematical models and like scientific models is when you explain something, then you also need to predict something. Otherwise, you're just like explanation is not enough, because as you said, you can just feed the data and it explains it. But you also have to make predictions, and it makes predictions. It can predict the orbit of the Halley comet. So I think I'm not sure about this, but I think Newton was the first guy who calculated the orbit of the Halley itself. I'm not sure actually, but you can continue the math. You can be like, okay, if I understand gravity, I can understand the motion of stuff on the Earth. Like when I throw something, like I can calculate how fast I need to throw. Sorry?
That's a leap of logic.
Yeah, it is, and you have to take it. If you want to do science, you have to take a lot of logic, and it works. That's the thing. You have to believe in the logic.
Didn't they try to calculate the transit of Venus a couple of times, and they missed it based off of the globe model, heliocentric model?
Yeah, so Kepler made a calculation that was actually wrong. So, but there was error in his calculation. So some other guy called Jeremiah something did the calculation, and he did it correctly, and he saw the transition. So it was Jeremiah.
Yeah. So
you can make errors,
brother. You did the exact same thing I just said people do. You just did it. They're not using forces to calculate orbits. These are mathematical equivalent. They're mathematically equivalent, right?
So that's the thing. Now,
if I use Keplerian orbital elements or Newton's laws, as long as I don't use too many bodies, they're mathematically equivalent.
Yes.
So,
but now
you're only lying to yourself saying you're using Newton's laws because you're actually not.
So the thing that, I think the thing that usually, when people are talking about like Newton gravity, they usually mention the Apple story, which is not real. Actually, it never happened. But the thing that, started this imagine the apple fall on the head of Newton, and he was like, "Oh, there's an apple, there's a gravity." It's not real. Like it's a made up story. It's a fun story. But I think that I heard that real story that Newton looking at the orbits of the moon, and it's like, what's keeping moon up on the sky? And it's a realization that if you explain the orbits of the moon and the solar system with the gravity, the same gravity explains the movement of objects on the surface of the Earth. So it's that this.
But it's not the same.
Maybe. No, you can.
You're conflating big G with little g. We know little g empirically. We don't even need a big G for any of that.
You can actually, if
I need to make a correction on how Newton came up with gravity. He came up with it, and demonstrated the equivalence using conic sections. Now, there's actually, if you go on Google and type in Feynman's Lost Lecture, he goes through the whole thing of how Newton came up with all this. There's also one on 3 Brown 1 Blue, which is pretty good. It's called Feynman's Lost Lecture. Richard Feynman.
It's a brilliant video.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But he goes through how partially goes through it. How Newton came up with it had nothing to do with Apple. Had nothing to do with anything falling.
Yeah.
And to get to an object falling, right, from this other thing, this planet orbits, that is a crazy leap of logic, dude. Like, because you can actually, because this is a common thing that comes up. You guys don't believe in gravity. Yeah, gravity, what's that? Oh, drop something, that's what gravity is. Okay.
Yeah.
How do I go from I dropped something that fell to the ground to Earth as a ball?
I don't want to say it, but it's math. The path phase of something.
A logical progression. Yeah, but a logical progression. I make the observation. I see something fall. How do I just from seeing something fall, go Earth as a ball? People have been seeing shit fall for a pretty long time. Okay,
Yes.
so they were all watching shit fall down. How come those people didn't go, Earth is a ball?
Because it takes, as you said, it's not just huge leap in the logic, it's also huge leap in the calculation and the logical reasoning. So it takes so much effort to make a model that explains shit falling and shit orbiting around the sun. And that's what Newton did. Like, he connected these two different geometrical construction. One is for objects falling. So Galilei found that.
How was that connected? Wasn't done in his lifetime.
Yeah, he's asking you how.
The connection between things rotating and shit falling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what's the logical connection between the two?
So if you assume the Newton's law, you say, okay, mass.
So there goes the logic part.
From somewhere. So that's the way science works. Okay, that's
if you assume. That's not how science works. You don't just make assumptions and then say, I'm gonna try to figure out how to make it true. It's just begging the question.
There is the bias, but you give up the idea when it stops working. That's why we give up Newton's idea and stick to the Einstein idea, because we're like, okay, now we're saying that Newton didn't predict.
Where did they get the mass of the Earth from? Because this is the crux of the problem. Where did that come from? The mass of the Earth.
Right.
Okay, that's a very good question. You can estimate it if you have the size and also the density, but the density is not uniform. So
it's not.
But you can do it with
actually
a small g and big G, right? We can do it with small g and big G.
Yeah. So you reverse the equation, right? And then if you assume that 9.8 meters per second squared is a consequence of big G gravity, then it'll get the mass of the Earth, and your equation will work perfectly fine. You could say, hey, we predicted 9.8 meters per second squared, but you actually post-predicted it. You didn't predict the damn thing. You just fit a phenomenon, and you fit a phenomenon into an assumption. That's it. But you still haven't used the scientific method to figure out the cause of a falling object.
Okay, I have a question. Is it possible that after this Discord call, you just wake up and realize that you were in a simulation or like a really accurate dream? Can you prove that? You can't. You can't. You can't prove that you're not in a simulation.
Yeah,
right?
I can prove it that I'm not in a simulation.
So you assume
why do these guys always go there?
You guys always run away. You guys just like, oh, I can't have my globe. I'll stick dynamite in all of reality and blow it up.
No.
All of reality. We don't know what's a globe. We don't know anything.
Exactly. So you have to start from somewhere.
See, this guy, he said exactly.
You know,
You're funny, bro.
Every time they can't prove their globe, they go to, we may live in a simulated universe, or how did you know?
I didn't say that. You say that. Oh, every time you start talking, you guys like, oh, you're making assumptions.
Yeah.
So you don't have any assumptions. You don't have any assumptions in reality. You don't assume reality is real. You just think things are, and you don't assume they're real. There's no reality.
I don't have to assume reality is real. I felt pain before.
Yeah, he asked you 3 times basically to prove your globe, the physical object that you're claiming is true, because you leaping it from things falling on the ground, and he asked you what was the connection, which is basically giving you some observations to show that your point is true, and then you started with, well, assume this and assume that, and here's the math, but you ain't start with any observations whatsoever.
Also, I still have the thing about eclipses, but
why do these guys ignore it when we ask them to prove something in reality? Why ignore it? Can you just address my point?
What's your point? I don't get your point.
Okay, my point is that you're trying to prove something is physical in reality, like Earth being a globe, right? Right. So we ask what is the physicality of it? What physical observation do you have in this first instance before you even get to the math or get to the assumption?
Okay. Let me think. Why would I assume Earth is globe?
Again, assuming again.
Yeah, we're far. Look, bro. Let's just walk it through. So what we hear typically is, like I just said, what's your proof of gravity? Drop something. Okay, how did you get to a globe from that? No answer. Okay, even if, say I just granted, yeah, little g is a derivative of big G. How do you get a globe from that? What's your evidence that gravity forms things into balls? Has that ever been observed? Has it ever been done in the lab? Is it a consequence of the physics?
It's actually Cavendish did that.
Cavendish did what?
He did an experiment. He had two massive balls. And
what fell in that?
Sorry?
What fell in that? What fell in Cavendish? We're trying to figure out why things fall.
No. They attraction. I say there's attraction between massive bodies. So he measured the attraction.
Okay. There's an attraction between massive bodies.
And that's what
what is mass, dude?
That's what you do. You just stop.
Because mass is another shit defined term. And if I ask you what it is, you're going to give me the wrong definition, and then the right definition is resistance to acceleration. And then you go, two resistance to acceleration attract resistance to acceleration, which makes no fucking sense.
What?
Right. Mass is defined as resistance to acceleration.
Yes.
In physics. So when you say mass attracts mass, you're saying resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
So it's called Einstein's correspondence theory, which is not trivial. It's not trivial why the two definitions of the mass are like why the mass that resists acceleration also has to do with attraction. So yeah, it's not trivial.
It's never been proven that they're actually equivalent. So there's that problem.
So
did you know that it's never actually been experimentally demonstrated that the gravitational and inertial masses are actually equivalent?
No, there's experiment. I don't know. I don't know the name of this.
Well, I know there's another physicist that's been researching this for 10 years, and he's got lots of experiments showing they're not equivalent by doing drop tests. His name is Sky Darnos. In case you can watch his experiments, they're pretty interesting. There was also experiments done in the Bremen Drop Tower, which is a 5-story vacuum chamber in Germany, which demonstrates the non-equivalence. It just was asserted, and everybody just goes along with it. So the point is, we're getting way off the point. The point is, people say Earth is a globe because of gravity. Gravity forms matter into balls. Okay, this has never been observed in nature.
Like the galaxy, like the far away, like we look at formation of stars, formation of galaxies. We see dust.
Oh my Jesus! So we watched we watched a planet form into a ball. We have actual observation of it happening. Now you're going to tell me no, it happens over too long of a time scale. We never actually seen it.
So that's another thing. You haven't seen one like a star forming, but because there are 10 billion, 10 trillion stars in the sky, you can see the stars in their different life stages.
How do you know they're in different stages?
Because you see they're different. One of them are just gas, and
they're different.
How are you relating those stages?
All the people on Earth are different. Do we say that they're in different stages?
That's actually
sorry. What? I missed that.
Hey man, that black person's just in a different stage of white, man. It's cool.
Good. Time out.
They were saying that about Michael Jackson for about 30 years. Dude. They're like, you just turned white already, Michael.
But you see like a baby, you see old man, you see guy, you see they're not the same people. But you see the baby grow.
Is Reg here? Reg's gonna kill me. Reg, I'm sorry, bro. Is a black man a collapsed version of a white man?
I think that's the funniest joke I've ever heard you say, Sheepdog.
Funny shit, man.
Guys,
listen, how about we do this, okay? Now, you've admitted that there's a lot of assumptions, and that's pretty much, that's what you're dealing with. Is there anything we can actually just say, yeah, this is 100% true, and we don't have to assume anything.
I say no because assumption of reality existing also is something you have to assume.
Oh my god, dude! What do you mean
You're
the
assuming
assumption of
emotions.
reality existing?
You're assuming your emotions are true. That's your assumption. There's always assumption. You're assuming that the pain is real.
What are you talking about?
The existence. You say reality exists, and you said because
Yeah.
I feel pain, I feel joy.
Yeah.
Why do you feel the pain is real? How do you assume that the pain is real?
It's not an assumption. I feel it.
So it's just about feelings. Whatever
No,
you feel is
listen,
true.
brother.
But
So
they can
the
trigger our
idea. Look.
Mm.
Are you familiar with Thomas Reed?
Sorry, what? Who's Thomas Reed?
Thomas Reed. This
No, I don't know
freaking this bullshit. I don't even know how this shit's still around.
Yeah.
This Descartesian, super skeptic, freaking brain in a jar. I can't prove there's no external world. That nonsense was created 400, 200 years ago.
So that's the thing. I'm saying you're making the same
That
argument.
worldview was
there should
that. No, it's refuted, dude.
You're making the same argument, saying that there shouldn't be any assumption.
No, no. Okay. It was called the ideal. It's called the ideal theory, right? That you can't prove there's any external world. You know, I think, therefore I am. That's the only thing I know is actually real. Is my own mind. I can't demonstrate the external world is real. What Thomas Reed said, they should have known by the place they ended up that they took the wrong freaking path. Because if you spend 2,000 years doing philosophy and you end up like, I don't know anything, you probably took the wrong path. You might think.
Yeah,
because was that where philosophy was trying to end up at? I don't know anything.
Yeah, and
that's where they were trying to end up. Aristotle, Plato, the whole line of philosophy for 2,000 years, they were trying to end up at I don't know anything.
And it doesn't go anywhere. Like if you can just sit, that's like what I'm saying. You have to start from
You're
somewhere.
dodging, dude. No, they weren't trying to get there. That's how you know they ended up at the wrong place.
I'm not really
They start from the assumption that everything starts from the internal world. Okay, where it does not. Everything starts from the external world. Okay, we know this just in biology, right? Have a baby.
Hey, hi guys.
Hi. If you measure the what do you call it? The brain waves, or it's basically a blank slate until the external world makes imprinting on the brain. Right? You can't even have thoughts, conversations, logic, and even talk about having an internal world unless you're using an external world as a reference to all those things. That's how you even differentiate it in the first place. The external world exists, and because you have some separation from it, you're like, well, maybe it's just me. Yeah. Do you have something to say other than interrupt?
Hi
Here's
guys.
your chance. Anyway, the point is that how would you even know an internal world exists if there was no external world in the first place? You think you just think you started at the internal world and self-differentiated and pretended in your own mind that there was something external from your own mind? Well, it would still be external from your own mind, even in your own imagination, thus creating an external world. The very fact that there's a differentiation.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, this fact is makes sense.
And you know, all that shit's just a bunch of fucking mental mind games of people that don't.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, saying I don't want to care. I don't care about philosophy that much. I just saying that
we hear it a lot in this chat, dude. We hear it all the time. As Reg was,
it's the wrong direction. I would say it's not a good direction to. I just brought it up because I was
had a PhD freaking doing that shit, bro. Fucking saying I can't prove I have hands. No fucking hell's angles. I mean, we're way off topic. The point is that. Is there anything we can say for certain about the world? Like, we can find you, right? If we found you, I can take a tape measure. Like, look, he's, freaking 1.7 meters tall.
Yeah.
And I can know that. We're just going to compare you to the tape measure. I don't have to theorize. I don't have to freaking make up shit in my mind. I don't have to have a theory of you being tall or a hypothesis or a model or any of those things. Right? No, my point is there are things we can know. And if we, like, don't you think it might be interesting, like, hey, dude, we're so far down the rabbit hole. Maybe we should just go, like, reconsider, like, go back to the drawing board and, like, okay, we went way into our imagination. We made a lot of assumptions. Let's circle the wagons and go, what do we actually know for 100% certain? And let's lay this foundation and then build from that. Because I think we're often to, like, speculative theoretical physicists never land at this point, where we, because of, Hume's fucking problem of induction, people have settled for frickin' sloppy reasoning.
Okay, so you mentioned the tape measure. So I create the tape measure and measure your height or my height, like it's 1.7 meters. Okay. I'm like neat, like I'm 1.7 meters, and I give the tape measure to you, and I tell you to go measure someone else. Tom, like, is in across the city, like you have to go to his house and measure his height. So you go there, you measure his height, like 1.8, or like let's say 1.7, the same height, and your conclusion is that, okay, so me and Tom are the same height. But I don't like that. I want to be taller than Tom. So I say, how did you assume that tape measures stay the same length when you take the tape measure across the city?
Because it's the same fucking tape measure.
Yeah. Do we need to calibrate it?
Calibrate the tape? How do you calibrate a tape measure?
So you always assume that things don't change when you move across cities. There's still some sort of something like
this
I know
isn't
it's
an abstract idea. This is a physical object. You keep doing this where you're conflating, like, things that are actual physical and concrete with things that are abstract, as if somehow they're equivalent. Like saying, hey, how do you know that actual thing, that brick over there, is real? Versus saying, how do you know the sun has parallel light rays? One is phenomenological, whereas one is just a statement about its existence or not. Right?
Okay, so you know what? Actually, I was right, because when you went to the other part of the city, it was like you did, like, let's say you didn't know about
maybe you went near the speed of light and the tape measure shrunk or something. I don't know.
No.
Is that
let's say let's say you don't believe in the math and the physics that I'm, like, describing as everything, and you don't know the thermal expansion, and actually it was like a tape measure made of, like, a metal that expands a lot when it's, like, cooler or hotter, like when it's hotter. So actually the tape measure was, like, expanded because you were, like, in a part of the city that's hotter. So actually there was something to calibrate based on the science.
Yeah, that would be a measurement error, but you shouldn't make a tape measure off of fucking expanding metal. Just like we wouldn't make a tape measure off of out of a bucket of water. Okay, it's fucking fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Hey,
you know how they
hold on
measure,
real quick.
Wait. No.
Sonic.
Just finish.
I have an image, a GIF, or not a GIF, but a meme, I guess, in the side chat, and it talks about rain on different planets. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Okay, the last part probably is not correct. I can assure you, but the other one is probably correct.
How do you know?
I read in the news, right? They say it. It's a spectroscopy.
There's no semen on
probably. Shut up, man.
Can we ask you? I want to ask you a question. What are you skeptical of in the mainstream narrative? Like claims that just seem to you just so outlandish and outrageous, or shaky and nonsensical, maybe.
Dark energy and dark matter. I don't like them.
Okay. That's. Do you think that they're post hoc hypothesis to save the gravitational theory from being falsified?
Yeah, and I understand them. Like, scientists always do that. They just come up with the first thing that comes to their mind. It's fine. But I believe they're gonna be proven wrong at some point. We probably will have some more elaborate theory that like improves the current theory. I don't believe there is dark energy sitting around like invisible 90% of the world. But at this point,
they can't prove it or disprove it because it's just an imaginary thing. So
exactly, unless I observe it, it's a theory, and it's not a perfect one, but it also has some.
It's not perfect because it's not even anything.
It's
shit, we got this theory of gravity wrong.
Perfectly
so
nothing.
Add some shit in. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say something about the tape measure. Okay, I also want to mention this, but I want to move on. Nowadays they collaborate, like the definition of 1 meter is defined by the speed of light.
Dude, you're so full of shit, bro. Sorry, dude. You're full of shit. When you go to the doctor and they take your height, you don't fucking have this conversation with them.
No, but the definition.
But
that's why you trust in the tape measure.
Okay, how do you torch? And he measures the speed of light to the top of his hand, which is near his head. Okay. And he goes, all right, so I must be this tall because it took the light to get from the bottom of me to the top of me at this time. Is that how you measure?
What does he use?
He measures his height with an interferometer.
He can. I would appreciate it.
But it's a wonder he hasn't started rattling on about gravity, India, how it's less up near his head, so he stretches a little bit.
Oh my God, your head's younger than your feet, buddy.
Well, I think it's ironic. I think it's very ironic that he's willing to consider that all of reality may not exist, but he doesn't like dark matter and dark energy.
Guys, who makes the tape measure? There's a company making tape measures, right? They calibrate it with another tape measure, right?
Yeah, look, I'm in construction and they always say, you know what the problem is? Always use the same tape measure and you'll never have the wrong measurement. All right.
Most of the time, the problem's the idiot operating it.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't read numbers.
Same tape measure. Doesn't matter.
No, it contracted due to the warping of space-time.
Okay, I really need to get some tips. So I want to. I will say something.
You know what? You've been really good, man. So come back anytime.
Yeah, we appreciate your civility.
Yeah, I love this conversation. It was like sometimes really hard to continue conversation for obvious reasons. It was like we had so many different points of view, but I'm happy I did this. I hope you guys also enjoyed it. But all I'm gonna say at the end is that even if we don't believe that world is described by all these assumptions and things that we don't feel, things that we don't see, I think that's what we did as humans. We made some assumptions, we made something work, and
You mean imagine things? We imagine some stuff that doesn't exist.
We imagined the fields and we made the radios.
And we created a computer model and we manipulated that computer model and did.
You didn't imagine anything. He freaking made a spark gap and got a freaking voltage somewhere across the room. It wasn't based upon equations. Most things that are done engineering and experimentally, they're not based solely upon equations. Those are just like starting points.
That's trial and error.
Yeah, they complete each other. So Maxwell wrote his theory based on Faraday, which just did experiment. Faraday didn't know shit about math. He's like one of the physicists that doesn't know it. Yeah, you know that. You're studying enough. But Maxwell
I'll say this, Sonic.
And made it to what, sir?
I'll say this, okay? All of us here graduated high school believing the Earth. A lot of us graduated from college believing the Earth was a globe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we believed the Earth was a globe for most of our lives, and it just comes down to testing.
I was really impressed. I'm really impressed. Really impressed by the level of
if you want, what do you think is going to happen to you if you wake up one day, go out and test the globe, and you find out that the Earth is flat? How are you going to feel about all of the physics you've learned in your life?
I feel bad. I will say that. I will say that. Okay, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm saying that.
Yeah. We're still gonna be able to fire a cannonball on a flat Earth or a globe, and it's gonna go the same way as it would either way. It's no difference.
Like when you're shooting, like you can ask this. Like I don't know. Do you guys have people in the like do engineering for the like Navy or like military, because when you're shooting ballistic
I
missiles,
was
you
in the
have
army.
to.
We never accounted
but
for the Coriolis.
What was the range of the missile, like, or the projectile? I'm talking like about
a kilometer rifle shot.
Kilometer.
So check this out. Iowa class battleships, the big battleships from World War III, can fling a 16-inch shell, 30,000 meters. In the firing tables to fire that gun, which are freely available on the internet, there is no Coriolis calculation. There's no correction for Coriolis. Nothing.
But you do it with the
30 kilometers, brother.
You do trial and error. Like you shoot, you see it goes like to right, you take it to left. You don't calculate it exactly when you're doing it in World War II. You probably
they have firing tables. They tested them. These boats were still commissioned in 1984. They used them in the first Gulf War. Yeah, they're still around. There was three still around. There was the Missouri, the Arizona, or not the Arizona. What was the other one? The Iowa, and there was another one named after a state. But they used them during the Gulf War. But they tested their accuracy off the island of Crete in 1984. And their accuracy.
And you say they don't calculate the Coriolis?
Yeah, they have firing tables to fire the guns, and there's no Coriolis calculation. Now, in the beginning of it, it says there's a Coriolis effect, but then when you look at the actual firing tables, it's not actually in it. A lot of the artillery stuff that you'll see, right, the artillery firing manuals, it'll say in the beginning that there's a Coriolis effect, but then when you actually look at the firing tables, they don't calculate for it. It's nowhere in the mathematics. Because think of what you would have to do. You'd have to know your latitude. You'd have to know your azimuth, right? Precisely.
You only need the altitude. You don't need that.
No, you need to know your latitude.
Yes, you do.
You need to know your latitude, buddy.
You only need the altitude. The Coriolis effect is only
latitude, not altitude. Latitude.
Oh yeah, sorry. So
in your azimuth, the direction you're pointed.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so how are you going to do this under fire? Which way are we pointing? You're freaking running around like a maniac, dude, trying to not get hit yourself, right? And you're like, hey, which way are we pointed? What latitude are we at? Here, break out the side roll.
The more people who shoot, I never shooted like a artillery, but I put armor. But you have a map and you have a compass, and you always are talking about the altitude, like the azimuth. So it's somewhere in the table.
Yeah, you need a direction. Yeah, you need a direction.
Yeah, so you know the direction with respect to the north.
Well, think about it. But depending on what your azimuth is, okay, if you're shooting east to west, right, your round is going to shoot further or shorter. But as you rotate towards the north, now the Earth is going to spin out from underneath the round. Depending on what your azimuth is, you'll get the max left-right deflection pointing north or south. But if you're not going to be exactly north or south, right? So you're going to be, you could say you're freaking at, what would it be, 270 or something. No, 270 would be
that'd be west.
Yeah, that'd be west. So say you're northwest.
You could say that you're 350 or 10 or 5.
I mean, dude, you're basically shooting a freaking curveball and trying to land a shell.
Yeah, I think
that's how it's going through the air, right? Because it's like, say you're firing against with the spin of the Earth, right? So now it's going to land short, but then you're pointing, say, northeast. So now it's also going to hook. So you're going to hook it short. Dude, I'm not good at golf, dude, but I don't think frickin' Arnold Palmer can make that shot, bro.
Look, golf is different from artillery. Like, it's like the scale of accuracy. Like, I found this table. Like, I mean, just I was scrolling the I don't know what website is this, but it's like gilbersecurity.org. I don't know, but I don't have experience in military that much. But I found this table. Like, they have stuff like this. So
it's the spin drift from the rifling inside of these artillery cannons and the rifle. It's so that it'll spin the bullet when it comes out, so it doesn't do flips and tumble over and over like a curveball in a baseball.
This is correction for the rotation of the Earth.
We had these tables also with our headquarters unit. We had our artillery attached, our 16 millimeter artillery, and they never use that shit.
Because it's like really a small correction for a small, like it's not ballistic. When it's in ballistic missile, you have to do large correction. For this one,
Yeah, but if you want to hit your target, right?
Yeah, but like
yeah,
you
but
don't.
you see but that's a range correction, right? If you're firing east or west, where's the correction for the east or west drift?
So to cancel out the rotation effect, right? So if you want to,
because the Earth's supposed to spin out from underneath the artillery shelf, so the shell's going straight, but the Earth is rotating. And at some point they disconnected, even though no one can say when or how or what speed or what height or what air pressure they disconnect at. Somehow they say they're disconnected, so the Earth is spinning out from underneath the artillery shell to be left or right of where you aimed at. Right? There's no correction for that. Is it going to be to the left 10 meters? Is it 100 meters, 1,000 meters? Like,
no, that's what it says in the table. Like you want to shoot something like 2,000 meters away.
It says range, dude.
And the correction you have to apply.
Yeah, the range. Right. Like you have to calculate how far away it is, a different distance, but not the left right. Right? It's not an azimuth correction. Like the direction you should be pointed so the Earth spins out and you land on the spinning Earth.
Yeah, to do with sign before number as measured clockwise from north.
Yeah, like if I wanted to hit a target that was like from my location, let's say 400 meters, we'll just say a kilometer at, let's say 60 degrees, right? So that would be like north. And in order to hit that, you would actually have to aim at 50 degrees, and you would have to shoot at 950 meters instead of a kilometer. And then the Earth would just spin into it.
So you said that you considered that? Like there was a point.
Hell no, bro. Hell no. If we missed our target, we assumed that there was a wind draft, like a gust of wind that we didn't account for.
Yeah, so the effect of rotation becomes larger when the flight time is also larger. So like this is like very small for
our 101s, 151s for account for you.
So what's 101? I'm not experiencing
heavy artillery.
Dude, I just played Call of Duty. I don't know artillery that much, but I mean, I'll play Arma. It has like interesting, realistic.
They don't have artillery in Call of Duty, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, did you have it in Arma, right? Play Arma 3.
No.
It's a really cool game. If you like military stuff, you should play it. It's like, what do you call it? Like it's like a realistic simulator, basically. Anyway, it's not important.
No, I agree.
But yeah, it's a good game.
Really, it comes back to the first Cosmic Day. Right? We gotta solve
you're right.
Cosmic Rung. You're assuming the Cosmic Rung is correct, and then you're going straight to the second Cosmic Rung, the third Cosmic Rung, and you're building stories based off of math equations that you assume the first Cosmic Run was correct to begin with. What if it's wrong?
Okay. So you meant the cosmic wrong? What do you mean by that? Like the ladder?
Like a ladder. The first rung on the ladder.
Yeah. So yeah, if it's the first one is wrong, you also get you find. But if my idea is that if the first step was wrong, I would see inconsistencies. I can't talk anymore. Inconsistencies higher up. So the astronomy wouldn't work, or like the solar system wouldn't make sense. The observation would match. I couldn't predict the eclipses. I couldn't predict the orbits. You know what I mean? Like if
Well, it's kind of like a math
more,
equation, right? Like you have a really complicated math equation, and if
Yes.
you screw up on the first step in the math equation, and maybe the math equation takes like 20 steps to complete, all 19 steps after that are completely wrong. You got
So
them
they
right because if you assume the first part was right to begin with, you got the other 19 steps right also.
Yeah.
But the first one was wrong, so the other 19 steps can't be right.
No, that's a good one.
Yeah, just saying that Earth is flat.
Yeah, someone made a claim in our other call like 4 days ago, and that's really what I've been thinking about. I'm like, you know what? And my brain kind of like branched over from that thought just to kind of your call, and then I'm like, you know what? Well, let me go ask this other question. But what would you say to the claim that the Great Pyramid, like the actual latitude of the Great Pyramid, is the same speed of light? Would you say that that's just
what was the last thing you said? Is the same?
It's the same as the speed of light.
The latitude is the same as the speed of light. I don't.
So the Great Pyramid of Giza is 29.979 2458 north, which is the same as the speed of light. 299,792, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that. It's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about the pyramids and megaliths and things like that, because the ancient cultures, which were all flat earth cultures, by the way, they were obsessed with the sky, right? And obsessed with, they're the people that originated like predicting eclipses and mapping out the stars and where they would be throughout the years and things like that, and how they correlated with the seasons and with natural occurring events and cycles and things like that. So yeah, you'll find there's a lot of crazy alignments when it comes to the way that the megaliths are related to the placement of the stars. But with the latitude, right, that's not something that has anything to do with the Earth being a globe, right? That's to do with the celestial sphere and the way that we have a certain angle to Polaris from that particular point, right? And then that's mapped into like a sky coordinate system based on the angle that we're seeing the stars from different places on the Earth. And that's because they conceptualize the celestial sphere, right, is like a big hemisphere above your head.
Right.
Okay, that's the way that we see things, is in like a big hemisphere above our head for various reasons, including perspective, convergence. Okay, and yeah, that's it's an interesting topic. I don't know, I haven't heard about the speed of light thing that you're talking about, but I'll definitely have a look into that. How do you think it correlates to a globe in any way, or it's just something interesting?
No, it's just something really interesting. That's all. If it is true, it's interesting. If it's not true, of course, it's just a claim. But I didn't really spend necessarily, I would say, too much time. I haven't divulged into it as much as I probably would want to.
Yeah, there's a lot of
something
crazy
interesting.
coincidences. A lot of crazy coincidences when it comes to math, and so and the way that we view the sky, the motions of the celestials and things like that.
Right.
But yeah, we try to stay away from speculation as much as possible. Like if we don't know something, we'll just say, yeah, we don't know that because we can't empirically test it. But we know it can't be happening above the surface of a globe because we can test the surface of the Earth and it's not curving.
Yeah.
And then there's no evidence that the Earth is in motion as well. Okay, we would say that the sun and the moon and the planets and the stars, right? They're like a big clock above the flat Earth, right? Doing particular motions and cycles in the sky that repeat each cycle, and that we can't validate exactly how the sky works, what medium these lights in the sky are actually in, what distance they are, what size they are, what they're made of. We can't validate that empirically. We also just make observations of it. We can observe it, we can log the observations that this does this and this moves in this certain cycle, but we've all been taught this big giant story about how this light in this particular position, right, that is a burning ball of gas, right? That's a sun, a big burning ball of plasma gas that's X size, and it's made out of this particular thing, and this is the exact distance, and it's in a big giant space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 Torr space vacuum, and that kind of thing. So we've been fed a big story which we can't validate. It's kind of faith-based, and it's originated on a whole bunch of presuppositions, assumptions.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then we would say that we're in a contained system, right? Just like all of the ancient cultures depicted. Have you seen the ancient depictions? Yeah, I'll put it in the side chat. Okay, so the ancient cultures all depicted something similar. Even though they allegedly didn't have communication with each other, they all came up with a similar idea of the layout of this system that we live in, which would be a flat surface inside a contained system. Because we have gas pressure, right? Air that we're all breathing, it keeps us alive. And if you start looking into gas law, you'll find that there are a whole bunch of natural laws, rules associated with gas, right? Firstly being that to have gas pressure in the first place, you would need to have a container. It has to be in a contained system because the gas particles, right? The gas pressure is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of the container, right? Or when they bounce off of each other as well. So you need gas pressure to have you need a container to have gas pressure. There's no evidence that the Earth is in motion, right? Because they tell us, like most people don't realize this, right? They tell us the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That's faster than a 9mm bullet. That's faster than the speed of sound. On top of that, it's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. On top of that, right, it's moving in another vector chasing the sun because the sun is shooting through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. And then there's a whole bunch more motions and speeds on top of that, which is hard for the human brain to even comprehend how fast these motions are. So there's no evidence of all of this. It's just a model, a theoretical mathematical concept, essentially. Yeah, so we're just looking for people to provide evidence of this belief system that they have and that we all had growing up, and that what we're all taught. That's all. And we don't get any empirical evidence. We get explanations. We get a lot of feelings, right? It hurts a lot of people's feelings because it's like their worldview. It's their deeply ingrained belief system. They thought that they were going to go to space one day or something like that. So it triggers a lot of emotion in people, but we're just looking for the evidence and trying to present people with our evidence. Trying to give people a better understanding of exactly what the argument is. And that there isn't actually the type of evidence that people think there is about the globe. Most people have never thought about it. They think, oh, some really smart people worked it out. I never have to think about it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Someone said hello. Hello.
Yeah. What's my name?
Oh. Ricky,
I was just
Ricardo?
wondering.
Something.
Yeah, Ricardo. Hi, bro. I was just wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth. If you do.
Wait, you have the same profile picture as an Australian guy that comes in here all the time. What the hell is going on? Is that you?
No, it's not me. I'm a different person.
With the same profile picture, man, that's
Nice.
tripping me out. Yeah, okay, man. What was your question? Say it again.
I was saying that I was wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth theory.
Well, I did just explain all that to Stone. But yeah, because we've gone out and tested for the curvature of the Earth and we can't find any. It's been extensively done. And then when we look for evidence throughout all of history from the globe side, who has actually gone out and empirically validated that the Earth's a globe, you don't find any empirical evidence. You just find assumption-based reasoning and calculations based off those assumptions.
Yeah, but like logically, the Earth has a curvature, and for example, if we move from one country to another, there are some different time zones. That's why.
Yeah.
If
Time
you keep
zones.
going, like for example, if you keep going towards the west, like you will always be in the past. You understand me?
Well, if
Like,
you
for
keep going
example,
west, yeah, you could come back to where you started again, potentially.
Yeah,
But yeah,
for example,
time zones, look, this is what you're going to find. A lot of things can be explained on a globe Earth or on a flat Earth. Now, you probably haven't heard the flat Earth explanation for how that could work over a flat surface, which is understandable. But it's not something that's exclusive to the Earth being a globe. Okay, so we don't think that the Earth is a flat planet, right? So people think of outer space, right? That's the globe Earth version of outer space. Then they think of the globe, and then they try to squish it into like a flat disk, and they think that that's what the flat earthers are claiming, like a flat Earth as in a flat disk planet. We don't claim that. Okay, we would say that the Earth, yeah, is that what you were thinking?
No, there are some narratives in my mind.
What do you have in your
That was
mind?
one of them. For example, some people believe that the Earth has 4 corners. Yeah, I think they believe so because of the Christian perspective.
Yeah, but in the Christian perspective, it says it has 4 corners, but it also says it's like a circle, like the circle of the Earth. So I don't know. It gets, once you get into like religious texts and things like that, sure, they support the Earth being flat, but it's kind of getting into the weeds a little bit, in my opinion, because it comes to like, well, what did he mean by this? What did he mean by that? What does this verse really mean? Like, how could that work? It's, I don't know. We try to stick with empirical evidence here that we can actually go out and test in reality. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming by flat. When we say flat Earth, we don't, like, flat's not a shape. Flat's the description of a surface area that doesn't have any curvature. So that's what we mean by flat Earth. We don't know the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth. I don't think anybody truly knows that because we can't test it at this stage. And then seasons and time zones and things like that, that's just due to the movement of the sun, right? So we would say the sun, whatever the sun is, right, is much closer, it's much smaller than in the globe model. And it takes particular cycles over the surface of the Earth, right? So its circuit will be responsible for daytime, nighttime, and seasons.
But how do you
also responsible for wind and waves and all that sort of stuff.
But for example, if you keep going to the same direction over and over again, you will come back to the same point. How do you explain this in that theory?
Well, because east and west are actually circles around a north. Okay, so if you have like a just a hypothetical. Okay, if you put a magnet down on the ground, right? So you go outside, you have a big magnet, like a bar magnet, and you stick it in the ground. And then you have a compass. Okay, and you stand next to the bar magnet. The compass is going to point towards the north, right? It's going to be pointing towards the magnet, the north.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you want to go west, right, you have to go in a circle. You're going to walk around in a circle and have to keep adjusting your path to the north, right? So you're going to have to keep turning left, 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 left. You're going to go around in a circle and you're going to come back to where you started again. Now, you just did that on a flat piece of ground outside, showing that even on a globe or on a flat surface, east and west are just circles. Now, tons of people have circumnavigated east to west, right? But what wouldn't be possible is if just say think about that hypothetical out on the ground with the magnet. Now, if you wanted to go south, right, you're going to be walking directly away from that magnet south, right? You're never going to come back to where you started again. Okay, that's not going to be possible on the flat surface. Now, nobody has ever actually done that in reality. No one's ever done a north to south circumnavigation and come back to where they started. But east to west, yes.
But how or where do you think we would go if we keep going in the same direction? Like, ultimately.
I have no idea. You're probably going to eventually hit ice, but nobody. It's a hypothetical. Well, I'm not even claiming an ice wall. I said you're most likely going to hit ice if you keep going in a straight line, right? Even if you're on a globe, you're eventually going to hit ice as well. But this is the thing: no one's ever just gone in a straight line. It's not possible. It's not something that's possible to do. Because you're gonna need to use a compass to navigate. Okay, and because you have in the ocean you have ocean currents, in the sky you have wind currents, and it's just no one's ever done that, right? If you try to look up like who's actually gone in a perfectly straight line for the longest distance, it's not going to be a long distance, right? It's not possible, especially when you're going over the ocean or something like that. Okay, you're going to need to use something to navigate because you're going to be getting blown around and.
Yeah, but you can use, for example, the stars for navigation. Like, you can just get it for, like.
Yeah, but you can only use them. Like the stars are also moving constantly, right? As well, so.
No, there are some stars which are like.
Yeah, you might be able to go if you can see the North Star and you go directly towards the North Star. Right, it only moves a tiny little bit, the North Star. So if you pick out the North Star and then you start going towards the North Star, sure, you can go in essentially a straight line, but then it's going to become daytime, right? You can't see the stars anymore.
Yeah, but then you can start back tonight. Yeah, I mean it's not impossible.
Yeah, you could stop, put your anchor down, wait for it to end. But then what are you going to do once you reach the geographical North Pole? What are you going to do then?
Go to the opposite direction from the opposite side. Then I'll come back to the same point.
What are you going to use as your reference to keep going in a straight line?
The North Star, so I can go.
No, you're at the North Star. Just say you're at the North Star. It's directly above you at your zenith, above your head. Now what? Now how are you going to keep going in a straight line?
I think it's not impossible, like even theoretically.
This is why no one's ever done it. What you're talking about, I get, like you could imagine it on like a basketball or something like that. You could wrap a straight string around the basketball or use a ruler or something like that. But in reality, on the actual giant globe that's claimed, it's not such an easy task, right? To go in a straight line. It's actually impossible.
I think I never heard of someone who have ever tried to go to like in the direct direction, a straight direction.
Yeah, exactly. That's why most people just use a compass and that kind of thing. Or you can use a sextant for the stars, but once again, all the stars are moving. The North Star only moves a little bit, so you could use that. But that's not going to help you once you get to the North Star. You're just going to find the North.
Yeah, for example, and I think that most of the theories of the flat Earth, like they're just hypothetical.
The same thing would happen on a flat Earth, right? Just say the Earth was flat, right? Just remove the globe from your mind right now, and just say you're on a flat Earth and you want to go in a straight line. You're going to use the North Star. Okay, the same thing, right? It's the same thing. You're just going to go in a straight line. You're going to get to the North Star. You're not going to, and you're not going to have detected any Earth curvature over that trip, right? You're just going to feel like you're going over flat water. And you're going to get to the North Star, and then you're not going to have another reference point to continue going in a straight line. So it's not going to really determine anything.
Yeah, but there are some groups of stars that are called arcturus. You know them. Like they're always like directing towards the east. So I think you can use them as well.
No, there's no other fixed. There's no other like fixed star. Polaris isn't even fixed. Actually, Polaris is 3 stars. There's 3 Polarises. but they do move a little bit. But yeah, you could think of it like a fixed star. But there's no other fixed star that you can see. Like there isn't a counter star of Polaris in the south, and even if you're at the North Pole, you can't see that far anyway. Like whether even if you're on a flat Earth or on a globe, you still can't see the. Even if there was a South Polaris, you wouldn't even be able to see it anyway. So you'd still be screwed, right? You would have to rely on a compass. And then if you have a look at the magnetic field lines on the Earth, the magnetic field lines don't even match up with the latitude, longitude. They don't match up with the celestial sphere. They don't match up with the globe, right? So magnetic north and magnetic south don't match up with the geographical north and south poles.
Yeah, I get your point. For example, I think these contests of stars are like always stable or like the same place in the sky. For example, Orion's belt, like the direction of Orion's belt is always towards the south. So
this is the problem, though. They're going to be at the same place in the sky at a certain time on a certain day. They constantly.
Yeah, you can use it for direction. That's why, like, almost when back then in time, people who used to stay in the sea, they used to use these stars. Like, they didn't have any portals back then or any device.
Yeah, they used the stars, and they thought the Earth was flat as well, right? But this is the thing: it's not going to help you determine if you're going in a perfectly straight line or not. Okay, they don't. You can't say that you're going in a perfectly straight line.
Well,
no one's ever claimed to have gone in a straight line and come back to where they've started. No one's ever even claimed to have done such a thing throughout all of history, because it's impossible to do that. So I get the theoretical idea. If the Earth was a globe and you went in a straight line, you would come back to where you started. Sure, but no one's ever done that.
It's impossible because the vast ocean. That's why, because like it's impossible to go.
Right, it is impossible. It is impossible. So
yeah, but for example, you can go from Morocco to Dubai, for example, and it's proven. Some flights go to this direction from Morocco to Dubai, from Moscow to USA. This direction is like
proven. You can do that on a flat surface as well. Like I said before, you're going to be able to do things on a globe or on a flat Earth, depending on what the thing is. Perfectly logical to explain on either. Just say you have a flat surface, right? Like a lake, a giant lake, right? Think of it like the world, like exactly what we experience in the world, as if it was a giant lake, right? All of the oceans are actually just one big ass lake, essentially. Right? They're all connected, and then you've got land masses, right? Which are like islands popping up out of the lake in certain areas, and we call them continents in countries and islands. Okay, and then you go from one, and then you go to the other one, and then you can go to a different one, right? And it's all happening over a flat surface. That's the most logical and exactly what we experience.
Yeah, but you know what? For example, like how much do you think the distance from New York to Moscow in a straight line?
I don't think you can't measure that. It's very difficult to measure that. I don't know the exact distance, but you can calculate the distance based off a coordinate system that's based off the sky, right? Which is going to be spread out onto a ground-based map. Okay, so you're not able to measure the exact distance, but we can tell, okay, if we get on a plane and we fly in this direction, the plane flies at approximately whatever speed the planes claim to be flying at, right? And every single time we make the flight, there's a margin of error due to the wind and all sorts of different factors, and we can say, okay, it's approximately this distance away. But you're still using the coordinate system as your reference, so it's very difficult to know the actual layout, like the proper layout and the proper distance, right? To actually know it for sure. One thing that you're not going to find is that it's exclusive to a globe. Yeah, it's not exclusive to a globe. You know what is exclusive to a globe though? Earth curvature, right? Bending water right? So if you had a globe, then over 100 miles, you have 6,666 foot of Earth curvature over that distance. That's something that isn't possible on a flat Earth.
But I think even 100 miles isn't enough. Yeah?
Well, 6,666 foot. Right, that's a huge amount of curvature. Even 10 miles is enough, right? 10 miles would have 66 foot of curvature. 66 foot, that's more than a 10-story a 6-story building. A 6-story building.
How can we measure it?
Okay, so if you have, let's say we have a lake, okay, and the lake's 10 miles across.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, let's use the ocean, and I'll show you a example in the real world right now. So just give me a second. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. I'll just pull up this one observation here. One second. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen tourism?
Yeah. Can you see here's just a clip from a video. One second. Did that GIF work? Can you see the GIF? Okay, right. So let's check that. Okay, so we've got an oil platform, 2 oil platforms. Okay, the first platform is 6 miles from the shoreline, called platform C. Okay, the second platform is called platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. Okay, so this is a good example, right? Because we can use a 10-mile distance, like we were just talking about. So the mathematics is pretty simple. Okay, now the observer is standing on the beach, and his height above the water is 8 foot high.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we can calculate how much curvature should there be over 10 miles. The answer is 66 foot, 66.7 foot. That's just the general curvature over that distance. Okay, now we need to take the observer's height into account. So the observer's height is 8 foot above the surface. Right? Now, what should be present in the observation based off that? Okay, the horizon should be at a certain distance away. The horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. So because we have the oil platforms there as distance markers, now we know that the horizon isn't where it should be or where it has to be on a globe. Okay, the horizon's actually far beyond 10 miles. But on a globe, the horizon actually must be at 3.46 miles, halfway to the first oil platform. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon line. Okay, the horizon line is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of a horizon, the mainstream definition. Okay, and it's a byproduct of... What's that?
The higher you get in the sky, the later the sunset is. Do you know that?
Yeah, because you're changing the angle. You're changing the angle in which you're looking at the object in the distance. Okay, so if you go up higher, you can see further. This is another one of those things that's easy to explain on a globe or on a flat surface. You go higher, you see further. It's common sense, right? On a globe, you would see further over the curvature of the Earth. And the curvature of the Earth is what we're testing here. So if the Earth was curving, then over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of curvature. That means the horizon would be at 3.46 miles, and the bottom 29 feet of the second oil platform would be hidden behind the horizon. But that's not what matches up with reality, right? If you were to watch a sunset right now in this observation, you would see the sun setting behind a horizon that's halfway to the first oil platform if the Earth were a globe. That doesn't happen. The horizon isn't anything to do with the curvature of the Earth because there is no curvature of the Earth. And long-distance observations and laser... So this is what we're testing. That's the claim, right? The sun sets behind the curvature of the Earth. The boats go over the curvature of the Earth. Things are blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Okay, let's test it. When we test it, that's not what's happening. In fact, the horizon is a byproduct of the way that you see. right? It's a byproduct of perspective convergence and the weather conditions on the particular day. That's why the definition of horizon is the apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. They don't say it's where the curvature stops you being able to see further, because that's not what the horizon really is.
But also, you know that according to your position on the Earth, according to the globe, okay, the globe period. For example, in Egypt, you can see the Sirius stars compass, but in South Africa, okay, this star cannot be seen, and the Polaris, the South Star, is appearing there in that location. So in different locations, you can see different stars. Like it's not stable. Like for example, in
that's right.
even the same continent in South Africa and in Egypt, like in the north of the continent and the south of the continent.
Exactly. Yeah, I get you. You see, you stand at different places, right, on the Earth, and you look up and you see different lights in the sky.
Yeah, but it's only like happens in a spherical or like a round body.
No. It can be explained on a spherical Earth, right? And it can also be perfectly explained on a flat Earth as well. It's another one of those things that can be explained on either, right? But the prerequisite, right, the requirement for it to be explained on a globe would require this water that we're looking at here in reality to actually be curving over distance, and that's not happening. So it's impossible for it to be happening above a spherical Earth, okay? Because there's no curvature. You need the curvature to have the spherical Earth in the first place. So yeah, we can explain it quite easily. We have a limited field of view, okay? The atmosphere has extinction, and we don't see forever. You don't see forever. You move far enough away from something due to perspective convergence, right, and the opacity of the air, you're not going to be able to see forever.
But I'm talking about the best conditions, like without any.
Yeah, in the best conditions, you can see 200 miles. 200 miles in the best conditions, which is, we never have the best conditions. It's not even possible, but a technicality, you would be able to see in perfect conditions 200 miles through the medium of the air.
But the moon is much, like way farther than 200 miles. So how can you see?
That's according to a claim that requires the Earth to be a globe, right? That's according to the heliocentric mathematical concept of this place that we live in. It's not something that you're able to validate or that has been validated empirically. The distance to the moon is based off the size of the Earth. It's based off the globe model, okay? The globe model requires the Earth to be curved. The Earth is not curved, right? It requires the space to be a vacuum, and that you have a big rock floating around in a vacuum, right? That's not something that's been empirically validated. It's a belief that you have, and it's an explanation for something that you see in the sky. That's all.
So you're saying that we can see this compass of stars in Egypt because it's kind of close to Egypt and South Africa, yeah?
Yeah, you have a limit. You have a particular way of seeing the sky. Everyone observes the sky in their own unique perspective, depending on where you're standing on the surface of the Earth. But if you're too far away to see what's on a different section of the Earth, right? You can't see forever. You like I just said, you have perspective, and you have a limitation of how far you can see due to the opacity of the atmosphere.
Okay, but there's also one other point that, for example, in the polar, the South and the North Pole, sometimes, like during the winter, the sun can last for about 6 months. How do you explain that? It's moving around the flat Earth.
Well, it stays light for about 6 months, but you can only see the sun in the sky for a shorter period of time.
But how do you explain it? Even if it was just like...
Yeah, so there are some flat earthers that do try to explain it using a model, right? But we don't live on a model, and models usually have flaws, right? Just like the globe model has an explanation for why we can see that in the south, right? But the globe model has big flaws as well, doesn't it, right? Like we just went over in this observation. When we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, so it cannot possibly be happening above a globe Earth. Now, Everything in the sky works like a big clock. Everything runs in cycles. None of us know exactly how it works, right? None of us know exactly what the sun is, what the stars are, what medium they're in, what distance they are. Okay, we've just been fed a big story about them. That's all. That's as far. So you have a belief that it's happening in a heliocentric model, right, which falls apart at step one, which would be actually having curvature to be able to have the globe in the first place. So whatever's happening in the sky doesn't change that the ground is flat.
What about the shadow of the Earth and the Moon during the eclipse?
Once again, it's something. It's like an assumption based off a spherical Earth. Like you're first having to assume that what you're seeing is caused by a spherical Earth. Think about this. Okay, if we can measure a surface flat, okay, it doesn't matter what happens above the flat surface. It's not going to make it curve. Okay, it's already been measured flat. Let's say you have a room in your house with a flat floor. Okay, you've tested the floor. The floor's flat. Doesn't matter what you see on your ceiling. It's not going to change that the ground is not curving. Okay, that's the case with the Earth. So whatever's happening in the sky.
The shadow?
How do you? So you're claiming this is your. I don't try to explain things that I can't empirically validate. Okay, it's not logical to do that. Okay, so I could try to give you explanations, but I don't need to because I'm not making a claim about that. The things I'm making a claim about, I can empirically validate right now. Okay, you're claiming that that you're seeing a shadow on the moon and it's caused by the Earth being a globe. Okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is actually a globe, right? Because that's the requirement for your claim.
Okay. I'll tell you something. The eclipse of the moon, it only happens when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. That's why we see the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Yeah, that's the claim, right? So that's what people do here. They claim that the shadow that we see on the moon is caused by the Earth. And then when I ask them to validate that claim, they just give me the explanation in a different way. So all you did was just make the same claim again. I'm asking you to back that claim up. Okay, so what are the requirements for the claim you just made? The Earth has to be a globe, right? Right? For the Earth to be a globe, what do you need to have? You have to have Earth curvature. It has to be there. Okay, so I just showed you an observation where the Earth curvature that has to be there isn't there. Right? And I could show you one after the other, after the other, after the other, laser tests, long distance observations, over and over again, all sorts of different methods that prove that the curvature that would have to be there for your claim to be true is not present in reality.
Come on, you don't even have an explanation for that.
Yeah, you need.
He doesn't understand the logic.
Yeah.
What?
It's basic logic, right? So if you don't
our logic is failing you pretty badly right now. Listen, for you to claim that the Earth is getting in the way, producing a shadow, you would need to have measured curvature.
Okay, the curvature, we can measure it, I think, by the difference of the shadow at the same time, at the same cities, for example, in different cities. For example, it has, I think it was done 200 years before Christ.
Okay, how did they do that then?
I think the scientist, his name was Artastonus, something like this. He was Greek, okay? He noticed the difference in the length of the shadows in two different cities at the same time. And
well, why would that require a curving surface?
Because it's at the same time.
Yeah, but they're two different angles. Why would that prove that the surface is curved if they're two different angles at the same time?
Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I think if we have...
Think about this. Listen, I'll give you an analogy. Let's say it's really, really dark. It's nighttime outside. You're in a parking lot, and there's a big bright light above you in the parking lot. If I go stand 100 meters away, my shadow is going to be very long. But since you're under the parking lot, your shadow's very short, if any shadow.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not on a curved surface, right?
Well, yeah. I can't say any other thing except that. Well, I get your point, but like you can't say 100% that the Earth is flat or it doesn't have any curvature because in that experiment, he didn't measure the curvature of the Earth, but he measured how do you call it? The circumference. Do you get me? Like
You're not measuring.
the length.
You're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
Yeah, circumference.
No, yeah, but you're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows. From
How
the
did
light
he
source.
circumference? How did he go from measuring shadow lengths to circumference? Can you explain the logic?
I think it's something with mathematics. I don't have anything to do with mathematics, honestly, but I think like over almost 2,000 years, if it wasn't true, like we wouldn't have no day. Yeah.
Well, the logic isn't sound. The reason why is because he's making a deductive claim based off of inference. He had to assume the curvature existed in the first place for him to derive a circumference from those angle lengths.
Fair enough.
Couldn't have done it any other way without first assuming. So here's the other thing. If you were to assume no curvature, then you would be able to conclude that the sun is not very far away and that the surface isn't curving.
But another thing, okay, you assume that the sun is like 200 miles away, yeah? I think
I don't know how far away it is. I have no idea what it is.
The person who was talking to me, I don't remember the nickname, but he said that the sun.
Didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. I said nobody knows the distance, the medium, or the size, or what the sun's made of, or anything like that. That's what I specifically said.
I said it was 75 miles away. I dare you to.
Yeah, so that was just a thought experiment there. The point is, listen, if you're triangulating things, you should be able to get the height of the sun. But we know that you can't do that, flat or globe. You cannot triangulate the height of the sun. You can't do it on a globe because they say that the sun is so far away and the surface is so big that the surface is effectively flat from the sun.
Yeah.
This is why the rays are parallel to a curving Earth that's really tiny. So you can't triangulate that. You can't triangulate the altitude from parallel rays. We say, well, on Earth that is not curving, the angles to the sun do appear to diverge from the sun as a source, but nobody can triangulate its fixed point in 3D space in the sky. Both of these ideas are true. So how do you determine whether or not the sun rays are parallel versus diverging? Well, you measure the surface. If you can't measure the curvature of the Earth directly, then you cannot conclude anything about it being curved.
But even Aristotle, do you know Aristotle? Do you know
so Eratosthenes is out. Is that it? We're going to toss the knees. We're going to toss him out.
Yeah, but he calculated the circumference of the Earth, like.
Yeah, but we just went through that.
And
we just went through why that's not a proof, right?
But even till today's like the present time, we take into consideration these calculators. Like we don't just ignore them.
Well, no, we don't just ignore them. We ask them to substantiate their claims. People accuse us in here all the time. I'm not saying you're doing it, but all day people accuse us of ignoring evidence. When we do the exact opposite, we're like, no, we're not ignoring it. We're demanding justification and substantiation of that evidence. That's not ignoring. This is saying, let us accept your claim for the moment. Now justify it. Provide us the data. Provide us the logic. And when the Glober comes in, right, and they make a claim and they can't justify, they cannot substantiate the claim, then why should we automatically accept the claim?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, this is about using logic and empiricism.
Yeah, I'm open to all theories, honestly, but I'm just wondering. That's what I'm talking about. And also, I have a question about the UV light. If the Earth is flat, like, how do you think we getting protected from the UV light? Otherwise, it would kill us.
I mean, we measure the sun's spectral rays, right? And we get a complete set. We get UV, IR visible. We get gamma, X-ray. We get all kinds of stuff coming off the sun.
Yeah, but how do you
I don't know why.
protected from them? Because in the globe theory, it's because of the polar, like the North Polar and the South Polar. So they kind of like somehow protect us. But what about the flat theory?
So the question is why does the sun emit a full spectrum of radiation as we measure the Earth to be flat?
No, it wasn't like that. I was saying that if the Earth is flat, so why do we not getting killed by the UV light? Because if it's globe, okay, we can clarify that.
Right, so you're jumping back into flawed logic again. Listen, what DJ is offering you is a flat Earth observation and measurement. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of them.
Okay, how do you explain it as a flat Earth?
Why should we have to explain something that is not necessary?
Yeah, there's explanations. Yeah, hold on, sir. There's explanations. Sir, can you hear me? There's explanations that are already given that explain all of the ideas and like the ways that people talk about light and how we interact with the sunlight. That's already been shown. That has nothing to do with the cosmology aspect, like the size or the shape of the Earth. So the UV light and all that you really want to know about, it's already been told to us how that is. We agree with a lot of the particular science about the nature of the Earth, except for when it comes to when people start making claims of the size of the Earth or what the shape of the Earth is. So there's specific claims that we already agree with. They don't need explanation. That's exactly how we understand things like science and the properties of the Earth and which we understand it to be are the same. It's not like a different Earth that we're talking about. It's the same Earth that you understand with applied science, physics, right? So we're not going to go off into like talking about something else with like UV light. It's going to be the same as you. The only thing we're talking about is what people think of the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth. That's what's different. Do you understand? Like that's the only difference. Everything else is basically the same. That you know it.
So the only thing you're against the global Earth or just the globe itself, yeah?
Yeah, well,
like
the claim that it's a giant sphere in the vacuum of space, because that's a huge claim that nobody can substantiate. And that's what we're talking about. Everything else, like the physics of the Earth, like we're experiencing the same thing as you. So it's not like a different Earth. It's the same. The physics are the same. It's just you have an explanation as to what those things are based on a spherical Earth. So we're not basing it on a spherical Earth. Do you understand? Like,
yeah. So the globe is not the consequence of observations. It's not the consequence of measurement. It's not even the consequence of scientific claims.
Okay, but I'll tell you something. For example, people who believe in the like spherical Earth, they believe in the how to say the two polars as well, like the magnetic field. Okay, we cannot have a magnetic field if we have a flat Earth. So how do you explain that?
Again, we measured the Earth. Okay, the surface does not curve anywhere it is measured.
No, I'm talking about
not in accordance with the globe. Point. Okay, so listen, this is the crux of the matter. All of your questions about how things work beyond that point are not necessary to the claim that the Earth measures and is observed to be flat.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking for like.
Oh, listen,
knowledge.
We can come up with speculation, right? Because listen, nobody's ever measured the sun to be 93 million miles away. Nobody's measured the sun to be 400 times bigger than the moon.
I think
nobody's measured any of these.
Because, like, if you calculate the light speed and, like, for example, if we, in a certain point of the Earth, we get light after, for example.
Okay, how do you measure? How do you measure? It takes 8.25 minutes for light to get from the sun to the Earth. Does a photon have a little clock on it?
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay, I get your point.
The reason why people conclude that it takes 8.25 minutes for light to reach the Earth is because people have assumed that Earth is a globe inside of a solar system.
Yep, and that the sun's a specific distance away from the Earth. It's all about calculations. It's not about measurements. These guys are just like making assumptions.
Yeah, it's physics.
It's all assumptions. Listen, and here's one more thought for you, okay? A flat Earth is not inside a space vacuum. There is no space underneath the Earth.
I don't know, bro. I think
Maybe.
you have
We don't know that
a
yet.
certain claim. No, I tell you something. If you have a claim, I think you have you have to have like narrative for that claim. For example, why do we get protected by the magnetic field? If we don't have a magnetic field in the flat Earth, how do you get protected then? Okay, that's the point. Another one.
Hold on. How do you get a magnetic field if the Earth isn't a globe? Listen, we already measured the Earth. Why is this question necessary, logically or just philosophically?
But literally, even people who
do you think they know why Earth has a magnetic field if it's a globe? They don't even understand that.
Why? But they literally have the magnetic field.
We're actually working on that project.
The flat earthers.
Why can't we have a magnetic field on a flat Earth?
Exactly.
Yeah,
why can't we? When nobody knows how a magnetic field is created in a globe, why should we have to answer how it's being done if Earth isn't a globe?
Because the magnetic field is like formed by the iron in the bottom of the Earth. That's why, like the nucleus of the Earth.
All the things, guys.
That's why. But for example, in the flat Earth, you can't explain that.
We can explain it, okay? You just wouldn't like the explanations.
Okay, how explain to me?
And your
I don't care to.
Look, your explanation is just wrong and can't even be right. You understand that metal like iron loses magnetism at high temperatures. It's called hysteresis. So why don't you explain how you even have a magnetic iron core when it's supposed to be thousands and thousands of degrees and a liquid? So the magnetic domains can't even line up in the first place.
That's right. You need dipole alignment. And when everything is vibrating because it's excited due to heat and friction, those dipoles can't align and suspend a magnetic field. That's right.
And it's liquid.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no structure.
I understand.
See, but hey, you got an explanation.
I don't know, honestly, but maybe I need to think about it.
You know what they say? The Earth is a giant electromagnet.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, what kick-started it in the first place?
I don't really know.
Right. Well, we demand an explanation. I demand an explanation from you.
No, I'm telling you, I'm not like.
Well, they say the magnetic field creates an electrical current, and that electrical current creates a magnetic field. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you guys, I'm not embracing a certain theory. I'm just open to like talk about it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you.
We're only concerned with one thing: what does the surface of the Earth measure? Because then we can figure out if the Earth is a ball or if it's flat. Looking in the sky and just imagining the Earth is like those things or should be like those things or other phenomenological ideas, that can't even prove the Earth is flat as a matter of logic. The only thing that can prove the Earth is flat or a ball is to measure the Earth. That's it. It's your only choice. There are no other choices. If I want to know how tall you are, I'm not going to look at the lights. I'm not going to look at the ceiling. I'm not going to ask your neighbors. I'm not going to look at other people to figure out how tall you are. I'm going to take a tape measure and measure you. That's it. It's really simple. People overcomplicate this.
Okay, but you know what? Even the flat earthers, they have some measurement of the Earth space. You know what? You know that?
Measurement of what?
The Earth space.
The airspace?
The Earth space.
Earth space? Are you talking about Jaren? Are you talking about that stupid Netflix one, dude?
Okay, I'll tell you what. For example, in people who embrace the flat, the spherical Earth, they believe that the Earth has 510 million square kilometers.
Yes.
And they're divided into like land area and water area. You know that, yeah?
Yeah.
The water is about 71 and the Earth is about 29. So they literally explain that.
We don't care about the surface area. How does that tell us the surface of the Earth is curved? It has to be curved, right? Not a straight line.
Okay.
The surface area don't matter. Okay.
I'll tell you something.
Let's do this. So if you were do you know how much the Earth is supposed to curve?
Yeah, he just told me about 66 feet. Yeah?
Yeah. Do you know how much that is?
About 10.
Like in meters? Like 20 meters? Is that it?
Yeah, he just told me. I just
yeah, so like 20 meters and 15 kilometers. It gets worse than that. So at like 30 kilometers, it's like 120. At 30 kilometers, or not 30, like 40 kilometers, it's 127 meters.
Okay, we're back to that point
again. Think you're like 3 times farther, but the amount of curvature increased way more than 3 times, right? And of course, it increased 6 times.
Look,
this is an exponential, brother. What I'm trying to tell you is the curvature is an exponential function. It should easily be visible from the surface of the Earth, or measurable, in fact. But nobody measures it or sees it.
But bro, how could you calculate it? The curvature that you're claiming. If it's 66 feet, how could you calculate it? You should have some physics for that, yeah? So how do you get it? Hello?
So we're not the ones claiming this. This is the geometric. This is the geometric constraint of the globe.
What does it mean?
Okay, so if Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles on average, then we can use the Pythagorean theorem to derive the distance to the horizon, and also we can derive the curvature rate and approximate it. Right? So we do this by using math, by using geometry, and we can fact check this by visiting astronomy websites, by visiting NASA. They will tell you the same thing that we're telling you right now.
NASA would say that.
Yeah, the drop. Yeah, that over 10 miles, the drop is about 66 feet.
Could be.
Okay.
Not actually.
That's why the further you go in the sky, for example, in a tower, that's why the further you can see, like in the vision field. Yeah. And the later the sunset was, is it the same reason you're talking about? The same thing.
Oh, I mean, you see farther because your angle changes. I mean, that's just obvious. You didn't ever climb the tree because you were trying to look over the curve of the Earth, okay?
Well, but even it's not.
But you could
It's
see
not only
farther from
about
the top of the
angle.
tree, right?
But now we're not talking about the angle itself. We're talking about the later the sunset. Like
What
the
about the
sky
sun?
is already. The further you go up in the sky, the later the sunsets will be. The sun
Yeah,
is
and
already up there. Like we're not taking an angle over it. Yeah.
no, but look, but what's the sunset? It's when the horizon chops the sun in half, right? Cuts the sun in half, but the horizon is not the edge of the earth. It's not the edge of the ball. It's not any of those things.
Okay.
You know how we know that? You know how we know that it's not that? Because the horizon moves without you moving. You can stay in the same place and go to the ocean and watch the horizon and see it move around, as in it'll be 3 miles, then 2 hours later it'll be 6 miles, and 6 hours later it'll be 30 miles. So if the horizon itself moves around, that can't be the Earth, unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Why you interrupt me every time I talk? This 3 times in a row. Unless the Earth is changing size. Do you understand? Do you think the Earth is changing size?
Of course not.
Okay, then why does the horizon change?
What do you mean the horizon change? How could the horizon change?
One day it'll be like 3 miles away from you, and then another day it'll be 10 miles away from you. Now, when you calculate the curvature of the Earth, the first calculation you have to do is you calculate the tangent, which is the horizon distance. Okay? Now, if the first part of your calculation is moving around,
okay,
then what do you have? You can say, hey, man, we watched the sunset. It was cut in half by the horizon. Well, okay, what's the horizon? Well, that's the edge of the Earth cutting the horizon in half. Well, your horizon's moving around. So how's it the edge of the Earth? Is Earth changing size? Is it? No one thinks it's changing size. It just shows that what you think the horizon isn't true.
What is it? Okay, you're keeping moving.
The horizon is purely an optical effect created by a shallow angle of view to the surface of the Earth and the meteorological conditions of the day. That's it. Different weather, different horizon. Different elevation, different horizon. At high elevation, in fact, NASA says that the horizon is not well defined and that it's impossible to measure the distance to the horizon from like an airplane.
Okay, I get your point. I get it, but it also doesn't explain, whenever I say that the further you go into the sky, you say that you change the vision angle, like you see further.
Yeah.
But
dude, I think you're looking at a checkerboard, right? Think of a giant checkerboard, right? And there's squares everywhere. And then the higher you go, the more squares you're going to see down that checkerboard. Right? It all depends on how high you are. If you go really, really high above this infinite checkerboard, you'll see more and more squares. But if you're really, really low, you'll see less and less squares.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt there, guys, but nice one, guys. Hottest man, his name is. When you say you get the point, can you please acknowledge that that is an anomaly against the globe? Okay, it means the globe has a problem. You're getting the point, but you're not acknowledging it and you're not registering it. Please, that's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
I just told you that I'm open to all theories, so that's why I'm talking here. If I'm not open,
you don't have a theory, dude. A theory is something like for cause and effect relationships, phenomenon.
Yeah,
we're talking about what is, not why or how or any of those things. We're just talking about what is, right? Whether something exists or not.
But you don't have
a different type of question. That's all I'm saying, brother.
Okay. Anyway,
right. Theories are for like how and why. Scientific theories are for how and why. How does this happen? Why does this phenomenon happen? It doesn't concern itself with whether something exists or not, unless that existence of that thing is testing a theory of how and why, such as a Higgs boson or something like that. They want to test a theory like the standard model of physics. They go, okay, we need this Higgs boson to exist. Let's test to see if it exists. Okay. So we don't have a theory. We're just saying, hey, dude, you observe the Earth is flat and motionless, and we don't measure any curvature. So now what? And we're not telling you to trust us over NASA or anybody else. We're just saying this, that if you go out and you take what they say the globe is, and then you go out into the natural world and you test what they say is there, it's not there. That's what we're telling you. Now, you can do whatever you want with that. You can ignore it. You can stick your head in the sand. You can do whatever. But we're telling you, if you go out into the natural world and test if the Earth is a globe, you'll find out that it isn't.
Okay, bro.
And this is where the rub happens, because people get afraid to test it. They don't want to know.
Yeah.
Because the consequences are too scary for them.
Yeah, I understand you. But also,
well, what if you went out and did a test tomorrow, right? And you could, like, you went to the ocean and you watched the boat, and you watched the boat sail like 50 miles away, and you could 50 kilometers away, and you could still see the ship.
I don't have explanation for that, honestly.
Well, I've done this myself. Yeah. I tracked the ship. I tracked the ship for 3.5 hours, right? So they have an app called Marine Traffic, which tells you where the ship is. So I watched and photographed the ship for 3.5 hours as a cargo ship. And after 3.5 hours, it's 30 miles away, and I can still see it with the naked eye. I even took pictures with a shitty ass iPhone 4S. Okay, still seeing the ship the entire time. Now, if the Earth was a globe of the size they say, that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon, which is like 130 meters.
Yeah, I understand you.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm yeah.
So that's what I mean. I went out and tested it. And I'm like, holy shit, bro! Like, the Earth actually is flat, and not because somebody told me, but because I was like, okay, you guys say it is. I can go test it myself. I'm gonna check, see if you guys are full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's go with NASA. Can you test what they say?
No, we can't.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even test it. You just got to completely trust them. People that aren't trustworthy.
It's not only NASA. That's the point. It's not only NASA. Like,
well, you got to trust whoever it is making the clip. You got to trust whoever.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
I mean,
like,
my mom told me never trust strangers, but.
You know what this means? You need to ask them to explain. Ask them to explain how Earth suspends a magnetic field, even though we've got contradictory claims. Ask them to explain how space can be an infinitely expanding vacuum and gravity compresses gas down to the surface of planets.
Mm-hmm.
Better yet, ask them what the evidence is, and then you're going to get nothing.
Yeah,
what's the evidence the Earth is a molten iron core? Well, we have this theory based upon plate tectonics, and but I asked for the evidence, like the physical evidence, like what did you do in the lab? What data do you have? And they don't have shit, dude. Nothing.
Okay,
there's more fucking data about schizophrenics in the world than there is about some molten iron core.
But I had a question. One more, just before I go. You guys, flat earthers, you don't believe that like humans have been on the moon yet?
Hell no. You do?
Some flat earthers think so.
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think people went to the moon, bro?
No.
Not you, the other guy. Really?
Well, we have some rocks from the moon.
Well, can you explain to me this? I'm not going to get into like the various problems with their documentary evidence. Now, you know what telemetry is? Telemetry is like data that tells you exactly where something went
No.
So the telemetry data for the Apollo program doesn't exist. They said they lost it. So the only thing that would prove they went to the moon, they don't have.
Right. So they can't explain contradictions and provide evidence for said contradiction and claim.
They say they lost it. They say they taped over it because tapes were scarce. And why were data tapes scarce? Because they stopped whaling, and they made the tapes out of something from the whales.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask something that when some reporters have asked the astronauts of the Apollo, okay, they asked them if they ever been on the moon, something like that, and they asked them to make a note on the Bible, and they refused to do that. Did you see that thing?
Yeah, that's astronauts gone wild. Barca, bro. That's not the only one. One of the guys that accidentally left their wireless microphone in there, his son asked him if he wants to call the CIA to have him whacked.
I was in the globalist space yesterday. Well, it wasn't quite globalist, but it was like a conspiracy group of people. And they're talking about the Apollo program. And the pro-Apollo program people had no clue what year it was, who the president was, how many times they landed. They just kept repeating the mantra, we landed on the moon, science is great, all that crap. And the people who were like, against, or not against it, but like, hey, it didn't happen the same way. They're telling them like, all the story, everything wrong with it, And then finally they had what broke the debate. What finally, after all the discussions going back and forth, this is like the facts, the evidence, all of it. What finally broke it down was that clip from Buzz Aldrin who says, "We didn't go there." So I'm like, Yola just said, you never know when you talk to these people what is going to be that spark, that click that's going to get them to think, let me reevaluate this position that I went to the moon. The guy who said he did there didn't go there.
Yeah, you made a good point, man. You never know because there's so many things that destroyed the moon landing. It's like, is it going to be the photographs? Is it going to be the frickin' telephone call? Is it going to be just the contradictory nonsense that they said afterwards?
Lack of shielding, lack of protection from the radiation.
Technical reasons. There's technical reasons, but you never know. Some people, like Kurt just said,
the power it would take to transmit from the moon to the Earth.
Yeah, there's so many things. It's like freaking, it's a potpourri. It's like, where do you want me to start? I don't even know where to start. This just too much.
Yeah, I tried with the whole thing that there was no advancement of humanity. There wasn't a kumbaya moment. There wasn't the overview effect. And I said you basically had Nixon carpet bombing Cambodia. George or Carl Sagan saying how ironic it was, and their counter was, what does Nixon and Sagan or Cambodia have to do with this at all? And I'm like, what? Wait, so you're trying to say actions taken by Nixon at the same time that Nixon was in office are unconnected to what Nixon had done when Nixon was in office? And they're like, yeah. Completely unrelated. Like they said, if I go to the grocery store on Tuesday, that doesn't mean I can't go to a restaurant on Friday, or I don't know. It was like something that just as bizarre. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to tap out here at that point. It's irrelevant talking about this with you guys. Like, you'll never get it. I could spend the rest of my life trying to explain to you the overview effect and whatnot. So then another guy jumped in and tried to talk about like antennas and wavelengths and whatever. Nope, didn't get that. And then here's a clip of Buzz Aldrin